Welcome into Steelers Talk's live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft. I'm your host, Jack Sperry. Welcome into tonight's draft watch party. I cannot wait to see what the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to do to make their football team better in 2025 and beyond with their number 21st overall selection later this evening. I do want to tell you guys that here on Steelers Talk, we're going to start off with a little bit of a build-up here, a little preamble. Then we're going to be simulcasting with our main coverage on the Chat Sports YouTube channel on this channel here. And then we'll be coming back, me and Coop will be here to break down the Steelers pick at around pick 15 in the first round. So we're going to have analysis of all 32 picks on today's show right here on Steelers Talk. But I will be going over to our main channel where we'll be simulcasting throughout this show as well. But before we get into some draft talk here and talking about what the Steelers are going to do later this evening with their first round pick, let's have a quick word from our sponsors today. First up, Game Time. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time today. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS. It's one word, all caps, CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms do apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS. It's one word, all caps, CHATSPORTS for $20 off that first purchase. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. And then our other sponsor today is Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. And with that, we'll bring on our producer here, Mr. Jeffrey Cooperstein. Everybody spam those coops in the chat.
Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go.
Good stuff, Coop.
Woo!
Are you pumped up? I'm so freaking excited.
I can't freaking wait. While you guys get in the chat and predict who the Steelers will draft tonight, can we just make fun of the Cleveland Browns real quick?
I mean, our favorite dog, Slick Rick, the People's Insider, just said that the Browns are going to be passing on the best player in the draft in Travis Hunter, and will be trading out of the number 2 pick.
All they do is mess up every time.
And I will say this would be a bad look for Rick if they end up staying put.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll see if the Cleveland Browns end up trading out of number 2. I think the team that might be looking to trade up is Jacksonville. They could use wide receiver and cornerback help.
Are you taking McMillan at 2?
No.
Oh,
Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
And you kill 2 birds with one stone. And I think that they will. I think Jacksonville is the perfect place for Travis Hunter to go. Plus, the Steelers don't have to play Travis Hunter twice a year, which is a good thing.
I think Travis Hunter would be pissed if he went to Jacksonville.
I think
he might be mad if he goes to Cleveland.
I know there's a lot of Steelers fans that want Shedeur Sanders tonight, but I really think that it would be the most hilarious scenario if they trade down to 5 with Jacksonville. They pass on Travis Hunter to take Shedeur Sanders at number 5. That would be the most hilarious scenario there is, because I'm not a big fan of Shedeur. I don't think he's going to be a good quarterback in the league. I mean, we'll see. I think he's got some traits that you like, but he's got a very narrow path to become a legit franchise quarterback, in my opinion. And that would be the most Browns move of all time, in my opinion. If they trade down to 5, they pass on Travis Hunter, who I think might be wearing a gold jacket for a guy like Shedeur Sanders, a physically limited quarterback that some people are saying might not even go in round 1 tonight, Coop, if he doesn't go to the Steelers at 21.
Yeah, he tweeted earlier that he was prepared for anything thrown his way tonight.
Yeah, that definitely indicates to me that he's heard the noise, that he might not go tonight. So we'll see what actually happens with Shedeur Sanders. Definitely one of the biggest storylines on today's show. But we also got some word, there's been some rumblings about a potential George Pickens trade here, Coop. I do not think he will get traded, even though he unfollowed the team on social. And there's some people that are really concerned about that. He's done this before. He's done it multiple times before. No trades have happened or come of it. I think that he just saw his name involved in trade rumors yesterday, and he was upset by it, and that's what it was. And I think the Steelers need to get a second-round or third-round pick if they're going to let him go. And I just don't know if any team's going to be willing to give him that, because he's on a 1-year deal, and I'm not sure any team in the NFL is going to be willing to give him a brand-new extension and pay him the money that he likely wants.
Yeah, I agree. Look, I do think it's possible he gets traded this weekend. The Steelers would be thrilled if they were to get a day 2 pick for Pickens, in my opinion. And if you're not getting a day 2 pick, I would say the risk of keeping him this season and then letting him go in free agency and getting a comp pick is worth the risk at that point, because then you have DK on one side, GP on the other, and for one season, I think you can try to make that work and maximize your window here.
And then if he does leave next offseason, that's going to count towards the comp pick formula in 2027. And if he signs like a big deal with somebody else, like you might get like a third-round pick back for him in 2027. So
that's right.
If you're not going to get a third-round pick in this year's draft, I'm not willing to trade him for anything less than that, if I'm being completely honest with you guys. So I do not think George Pickens will get traded this weekend. I said that on our show that we put out earlier today. But I think GP will remain a Steeler throughout the weekend. In terms of what the Steelers are going to do in the draft today, Coop, do you have any predictions?
I think if Hampton's there at 21, I like Hampton.
Yeah, I like Hampton too.
Is Derek Harmon definitely in play? Do you think Walter Nolan is in play?
I don't, because they didn't have a formal combine meeting with him.
Okay.
No top 30 visit. And
I don't think it's Shadur Sanders.
I don't think it's Shadur either. I think that there's a lot of smoke out there, and I think a lot of people mocked Shadur to the Steelers in their final mock drafts because they didn't know where else to put him. They're like, well, the Saints don't want him, the Browns don't want him, the Giants don't want him, so where else is he going to go if not the Pittsburgh Steelers? And they didn't want to not include him in their first-round mock, so they just plopped him at number 21. Plus, there's the reporting out there that they're interested in him, but I honestly feel like that might be a little bit of a smokescreen, knowing how much Mike Tomlin and Omar Khan like to use the national media to drive narratives.
Absolutely.
We've seen that over the last several years, so I really don't know. I'll give my predictions here as to what I think the Steelers might do and then what I would like them to do here in just a second. But first, I want to let you guys know what our Super Chat and our Venmo raffles are tonight. We're going to have separate raffles tonight, guys, all right? We're going to do a Super Chat raffle, and then we're going to have a separate raffle for the people that Venmo, Cashapp, and PayPal tonight. So if you Super Chat $10 to the stream tonight, you guys will be entered into a raffle to win a Steelers draft hat at the end of the first round tonight. All right, so after all 32 picks are done, Coop and I will come back on screen here, and we will give away that Steelers draft hat, $10 Super Chat to get in on that draft hat raffle. And then for $20 Venmos here, we're going to be giving away a Steelers jersey of the first round pick that they end up drafting tonight. All right, so whoever they end up drafting, $20 Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal enters you into the raffle to win that Steelers jersey. So if you want to get in on the raffle right now, you can get it going right now at Jack Sperry on Venmo, # Captain Jack 19 on Cash App, or at Captain Jack Rabbit on PayPal. All this information is also in the description of today's show, guys. So if you guys want to get in on this raffle tonight, $20 Venmo to get in on the jersey raffle, $10 Super Chat to get in on the draft hat raffle. Thank you guys so much for all the financial support that you guys give to us here at Steelers Talk. So when it comes to what I think the Steelers are going to do tonight, in terms of what I want, I think I would prefer them not to take a quarterback. All right, it sounds like the Steelers feel like they have Aaron Rodgers in their pocket. And if they don't get Rodgers, I think they're more than comfortable trading for Kirk Cousins in the weeks to come to be their starting quarterback. And because of that, I would rather the Steelers get a player to help them win now. All right, because if you take a quarterback in round one today, I think that the chances that they start week one are very slim. And, if the Steelers are serious about trying to win now, I would love them to get a position player to help this current group try and win a Super Bowl, because that's what the team is trying to do right now. So whether that's like a defensive tackle like Kenneth Grant or Derek Harmon, keep your eye on Harmon tonight, by the way, or whether that's a running back to pair with Jalen Warren like Omarion Hampton or potentially Travion Henderson out of Ohio State. Keep your eye on Henderson. I would be fine with either four of those guys, but if they do take a quarterback, I'd prefer them to get a high upside play there in Jalen Milroe out of Alabama. He's got dynamic rushing ability, really good size, a bazooka for an arm, and better stats than Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen when they were coming out of school. And those guys were really risky round one type of projects that the Steelers have a chance here to sit and develop. Like, Jalen would not have to play in Pittsburgh for at least his first season, maybe not even his first 2 years. So if you're looking to get a potential superstar quarterback without having to spend a top 10 pick in order to get one, getting a developmental project guy like Jalen Milroe makes the most sense for the Steelers right now. But like I said, I would rather take a position player here in round one and see if any of these guys fall to round three. Tyler Shuck makes it to round 3, I think that's a great value. If Jalen Milroe falls to you in round 3, I think that's a great value. If Kyle McCord falls to you in round 4, I think that's great value. So I think the Steelers should be trying to make the value play here, and I would probably prefer them to go and get a position player to help them win now, and then see if a quarterback falls to you that you like in round 3 or in round 4. That's where I'm at right now. Coop, what do you think of that analysis right there?
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. I know you're a big fan of Jalen Milroe, and I wouldn't hate the Steelers taking Milroe as well. I'm not a huge fan of Kirk Cousins, and I don't think that would be the way to go. But if worst comes to worst, you get Milroe, you trade a conditional 6th-round pick for Cousins like you had mentioned. It's not the worst thing in the world. I do kind of think Kirk Cousins is cooked, and at some point next season, if your QB duo was Cousins and Milroe, I think you would have to start Milroe at some point because Cousins may deteriorate to the point where you can no longer play him.
Well, if Cousins stinks that bad, like, you're probably not going to be a playoff team. If you're not going to be a playoff team, then it's like, okay, we can give Jalen a shot here. Or if he's just not ready, you can put Mason out there for the rest of the year and kind of punt on the season while Jalen continues to develop behind him. But, I think that it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Steelers' dad wants in on the Steelers Draft Hat Raffle. Thanks for getting it started here, Steelers' dad. I appreciate you, my friend. My man Robert Locke gets himself into the raffle here with a $20 super chat as well. Says 1 hat entry for me and 1 to give away to a chat member of Cassie's choosing.
I don't know if Cassie's here.
Cassie's definitely here.
Oh, she's here.
Cassie's here.
Cassie, choose.
So Cassie,
and choose quickly because we're about to go off.
Yeah, we're about to go off and go to the main simulcast. So just to kind of recap what you guys can expect today. I'm going to be doing our main Chat Sports coverage on our main YouTube channel here, and we're going to be simulcasting that feed on this channel. Then, when we get close to the Steelers pick, around pick 15 or so, I'm going to go off of that stream, and then Coop and I will return to this stream in our studio here, and we will just do Steelers dedicated coverage for the rest of the evening. Okay, so don't go anywhere. Keep getting those super chats in and Venmos while we're away. We're going to get to all those super chats and Venmos when I come back here. All right, so make sure. What's up?
Before we go off, quickly, percent chance the Steelers trade down.
Cassie says collapse throne, by the way.
Cool.
Trade down? It's a good question. I think the Steelers want to trade down tonight. All right, I think if they find a partner to move down, especially if they can get an additional day 2 pick, that's what they're going to do tonight. All right, whether that's the Houston Texans, whether that's the Green Bay Packers, whether that's the Kansas City Chiefs, three teams to really keep your eye on here. I think the Steelers would love to trade down and then get the player that they're targeting in round 1, and then they get an additional day 2 pick to use on running back and DT tomorrow during round 2 and round 3 of the NFL draft. So I do think the trade down is a good idea. Coop, I got a couple of cash apps here.
Cool.
Actually, it's just one.
Just one?
Just one. So Cassie says collapse throne is Fernando Martin, or at least she thinks it is. So Fernando Martin. Appreciate you, Fernando. You're a real one, if that is you. Robert Locke, appreciate you. And the generosity there of giving away a free hat entry there. But you are also into the raffle, Mr. Robert Locke. So we got 535 people watching live right now across the world. And we just got our first Venmo alert of the day here, and that is DJ KJ, my man.
Shout out DJ KJ.
And he says, wish me luck, Jack, and don't forget May 28th. Yeah, man, I appreciate you, $10. DJ, if you want to get in on the jersey raffle, again, it's $20 Venmo or Cash App or PayPal to get in on the jersey raffle. So if you put in another 10, DJ, we'll get you into the jersey raffle. And right now, nobody's entered. So if you're the only one to enter tonight, you get that Steelers jersey for yourself. So let me know down there in the comments section, who will the Pittsburgh Steelers take tonight? Will it be Shadur Sanders? All right, cool. So it will be Shadur Sanders. Will it be Jalen Milroe? Will it be Derek Harmon? Let me know down there in the comments section. And we will get things going. So Marjo Jones says Hampton or Grant at 21. If it's between those two players, I think they're going to go Derek Harmon. Yeah, okay. So they're telling me that I need to wrap it up here, guys. So we are going to simulcast here once Coop says it's ready to go. But to answer your question there, if it's between Derek Harmon and Kenneth Grant, I think it would be Harmon. All right, he's got a little bit of a shoulder issue that some teams have flagged him for an injury concern. Now, if you remember to last year's NFL draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers were able to take Troy Fautano, who fell to them at number 20. All right, so Coop is about ready to get things going here. But long story short here, the Steelers are going to be a team that really doesn't care much about the medicals, to be quite frank with you. They've taken guys like Corey Trice Jr., Troy Fautano. All right, Coop is telling me to wrap it up here, guys. So don't go anywhere. I'm going to be going over to our main coverage right now, where I will be on screen here momentarily.
Both. Once I said both was fine. There was a lot of them there. We will welcome in our Steelers live stream as well. Don't worry, Jack Sperry will be here in just a second as we continue our simulcasts here on Chat Sports, on the Cowboys Report, and now on Steelers Talk as well. Those will have myself on Cowboys Report closer to their pick, Steelers closer to their pick as well, with some individual coverage on that front. But welcome in our Steelers Report live audience here as we discuss Travis Hunter, and who we assume, it is an assumption though, ends up being the number 2 pick in this year's class. What's his best position? Wide receiver or CB? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Got a handful of super chats to get to as well. PK. These are from Maine, by the way. Skull, Vikings, your thoughts on the Vikings? Trade down? You got 4 picks. Trade down would make all the sense in the world to me. Alexander Forte, 6th year watching the Chat Sports Draft coverage. Better than all the talking heads on TV. Cheers to another year. Thank you, Alexander. I appreciate that one. You're very kind, my friend. We got Sell Excel earlier on the Cowboys. Appreciate that. Tristan asked for dream scenario tonight. My leaked bong photo of Travis Hunter works, and he falls to 12. It ain't going to happen. He's going 2 or 3 in the worst case, but it'd be, you asked for ideal. There you go. Adam Commons, I'm forgetting how to pronounce it. I'm terribly sorry. If everyone wants to trade down, could a move up be cheaper if someone falls to around 9? If so, who would be worth it? You could, but this team needs its picks. I know they haven't drafted as well previously, but I think they need to keep their picks. If there's someone they love that's high on their board, that could be a McMillan, that could be a Mason Graham, could be an offensive lineman, whatever, then maybe, but you might be able to stick a pick at 12, depending on what happens at 5, 6, 7. Or hey, what value can you get if you trade down 2 spots? Maybe you get your 4th back. It's also dicey, and it is not a seller's market, so you might not get that offer. Even though the value says you should, shaky if you actually get that offer there. Chris B, T-Mac, please be there. Haven't been happy in over a year. On that note, you have Chris saying Broncos stole Surtain. The Niners give them T-Mac. I don't think they're going to trade up for a wide receiver. I think if they move up, it might be for a running back or a defensive lineman. But I don't know if they're going to go get a wide receiver. But that is, can't rule it out. See how it plays out. MJ, even though I'm at work, I'm still watching the draft. Thank you, MJ. I appreciate that. Cheers to you, my friend. Aiden Cole, if we miss Jempty and Hampton, I think we could get Caleb Johnson or R.J. Harvey, and they could eventually put up some solid production. Johnson probably taken round 2, I think. Yeah, maybe he goes in the 3rd. R.J. Harvey, I like in the 3rd too. I think there will be good backs on day 2. Maybe it stretches some into day 3 as well. I think you have the available options to add some running back talent. Even if the Cowboys or anybody else, there will be a lot of good ones there. We are inside. It's 30 minutes to go into the draft. Jack Sperry, welcome back, my friend.
Thank you so much. For all the people watching on Steelers right now, thank you so much for joining us here. If you guys have sent in a super chat, we will get to it momentarily as well. I know I have a couple supers waiting, so I just want to let you guys know we haven't forgot about you. We will get to eventually. Thank you guys so much for all of your support, where, of course, we'll be covering every single pick on today's stream for round 1 of the NFL draft. All right, so make sure you guys click that thumbs up icon if you haven't already. Right now, we are getting really close to our goal of 1,000. We're in 3rd place right now, so we gotta get it going.
Those are rookie numbers. You got to pump those numbers up.
We're used to being number 1, Tom, and we need to get those going. Our Giants and Raiders streams are beating us right now, which is kind of embarrassing here, Tom. We got to get this thing going. If we can get to 1,000 right now, we each do a Bean Boozled?
Sure. I already did one too.
Oh, but
you dodged it. You dodged it.
What do you mean I dodged it?
Because it got there like we hadn't checked it in a while, and it like blew right by. So we got there while you were supposed to do it.
Make sure you guys keep clicking that thumbs up icon. Help us get to 1,000. If we get there, both Tom and I will do a Bean Boozled jelly bean here. With Tom's luck, he'll probably have a good one, and I'll have a bad one.
I think I got Tutti Frutti, but I'm not sure. It didn't taste like as good as
you couldn't tell if it was dirty dishwater or Tutti Frutti.
Stinky Socks, and like, but it didn't taste as bad as Stinky Socks normally does. So I wasn't really sold on it.
I think you should pretty easily be able to tell.
That's what I said. So I think it was why it's Tutti Frutti. Or it was like a weird, like it kind of like merged and got some leftover flavor.
Was that Domino's just like blazing hot? It just killed your taste buds or something? We're
like
140 away. Come on, can we get there? Come on. I need my Steelers people to help me out here, baby. Come on, get those like buttons going. If we can get to 1,000, we'd really appreciate it. We're now less than 30 minutes away from being on the clock here, Tom. All the draft preparation, all the film that we have grinded, all the analytics we have. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen.
Until the Titans take all 10 minutes at the 2.5 cam board.
And then I can't wait for the Cleveland Browns to pass on the best player in the NFL draft this year.
You might crash out for them.
I will be so happy if they trade out of number 2, man. Because I don't want to play Travis Hunter twice a year.
I know you don't.
I really, really don't. All right, man. We're getting really close. Less than 100 likes away at this point. It takes a half second of your time. We need to pass the Giants and Raiders. We got to be number 1 here on Chat Sports Main. Right now, we can't let those pesky Raiders fans beat us, Tom Downey. That's just embarrassing.
It is.
It just
It's
can't
sad.
happen.
It's sad.
Raiders fans think they should still sign Colin Kaepernick. All right, like that is actually an actual suggestion that was made in that fan base last year. We're only 70.
It's the updated
Just
number
went up.
here. 40
Oh,
away.
we're
Okay.
getting close. Come on, I'm getting okay.
I'm gonna spin the wheel for myself here.
All right, Tom's already spinning his wheel here.
I have confidence in you guys. Dead fish or strawberry banana smoothie.
Woohoo! Dead fish for Tom. Come on. All right, I need the.
I already got one good one, so the odds are not in my favor there.
Okay.
We got to 1,000 likes. I'm gonna eat mine.
All right, we got to 1,000. Thank you guys so much. What do I got here?
Strawberry banana smoothie. Let's go. I don't think I've actually ever had this one before. This is really good.
All right.
And that's like actually like good.
The strawberry banana
That's
smoothie?
really good, actually. I like it a lot. Just eat it, you coward. Yeah! He got a bad one. What were your options?
Oh, I need.
Undefeated. Never lost. What was your flavor?
It was the Stinky Socks one. The one that you said wasn't that bad.
Tutti Frutti one then. For me.
You must have got Tutti Frutti.
Undefeated, never lost.
That was so bad.
Undefeated.
Oh my God.
Have never lost.
Did you rig this again? Do you have like a
I can't rig anything.
Did you like put like the good ones in like a corner that I'm not
Get good, Sperry. That's all I got for you.
Goodness
Get
gracious,
good.
man.
Keep on liking the video. Appreciate it here, guys.
Appreciate you guys. So Tom, take us through your big board here. And the top guys a little quicker on this one. Okay. So Tom, take us through your board here.
Hunter, Carter, Genty, Graham. I feel good about those 4 in that order. It's after that. I don't know. It's not a great class. I had a harder time than ever, like figuring out who's your 5th best player this year, Tom. I have to pick one. This is the ultimate, like, I mean, somebody has to be the 5th ranked player by definition. Last year was Roma Dutze. That was a no-brainer. He might be 3rd this year in this class. Like, it's just, looking back at last year, I had Olaf Schanu at 8. He'd be a no-brainer 5 over these guys. He'd probably be 3 as well. There's so many guys in that class. Like Drake May would have been he might have been number 1 in this class just because of the quarterback boost. He'd been a no-brainer number 1 overall pick. It's just not as good at the top. I think there is depth though, and I think that's why so many teams want to trade down because the guy you get at like let's say 13 or maybe even 8, depending if you start crossing off medicals and non-position of needs. Now you're out of first-round grades all of a sudden. At that point, you're like the guy you get at let's just say 13 is like the same you might get at 40 more or less. Like the grades as you go down from like a Kelvin Banks or I have an early 2nd round grade on Matthew Golden who's just outside this list. Is he really that different in the end than like taking a Benjamin Morrison if he's healthy at 46 or something? I don't really think so. Now, the medicals are a factor there too.
Yeah,
a Mason Taylor at the tight end, a Trey Amos at corner. Like the depth is pretty deep in that late round 2 range.
Yeah, I think that most of the people that cover this draft pretty much agree. You know, once you get to that 15 to like 40 range, you get very similar caliber of players. And that's why so many teams, especially in the 20s, want to trade down, is because you're getting a very similar type of player by trading down, but you also get the additional draft capital to spend on day 2 and day 3. And especially if you're a team like the Steelers, you only have one day 2 pick. You want to recoup that pick. It just makes a lot of sense for a lot of these teams to trade down, but because, you know, the value is kind of similar in that entire area, I don't know how many teams are really going to be looking to trade up. Maybe there's a couple teams that have a specific quarterback in mind, and that's what we're going to be keeping an eye on
there's one
in the
first
second
round
half.
They love that's left on their board. They're
Right.
get aggressive, but that requires a lot of stuff to figure out.
Absolutely. Make sure you guys let us know down there in the comment section who's the best player in this draft. Tom and I both agree. We think it's Travis Hunter, and I'm really hoping here. I said it just now, but I really hope Cleveland trades out of number 2 as a Steelers fan, because I do not want to play Travis Hunter twice a year. He is a special player, Tom.
Fair. Okay. Sweet.
Sounds good. So we got some super chats here. Mr. Southey.
Then a giveaway.
This one's from Maine. It says, I see Houston taking Donovan Jackson at 25 with Robinson and Howard on the team. Does Jackson play guard if selected? Probably.
Yeah.
I think that, you know, there's a good chance that he maybe doesn't get taken in the first round, but there's a chance that he could. And, you know, he's kind of in that range of the 15, the 40 type that we just talked about. So it's definitely a possibility, Mr. Southey. You want to take the next one, Tom?
Two reductions. I think if the Jags want T-Mac, they don't trade up for Travis. So trade up for the Jags would be good for the Cowboys. I actually agree. By the way, Jay Glazer does say he thinks there's a chance that the Jags-Brown trade for 2 happens.
Wow. Okay, that would definitely be interesting right there. $2 from Pug Racer says trade Dak, eat the contract, and get Sanders.
When you get a chance to get worse at quarterback and pay 6 figures to do it, you just got to do it.
Yeah,
9 figures. I should
the
say.
ultimate Jerry Jones. Let's just draft a quarterback for clout type of move would be absolutely hilarious. CT says, who would Dallas draft that would make you crash out, Tom?
Jerry goes rogue and takes shitter.
We just talked about it. Perfect.
Everyone in the know says he's not even in consideration for them.
$5 from Austin says, please Mason Graham be there at 12. I'm praying, Tom.
He shouldn't be there, but like, what if he does?
I know some people are lower on him because of the measurables, because the pass rush win rate wasn't
good football
fantastic.
player. Just take him.
I agree. Damn good football player. I think he's just top 10 player. You know, I think Brett Coleman had him fall down to like 19 in his mock draft. He's a lot lower on him. So there are smart people that are lower on Mason Graham, but I agree with you. I think he'll go top 10 tonight. $5 from Matthew Marino says trade Parsons to the Browns for 2 Carter and first next year.
When you get a chance to have a Micah Parsons and trade him for a guy that maybe could be Micah Parsons, you have to do it, right?
Yeah, I mean, you get the new rookie contract.
The value is good, but also like you already have a guy on a Hall of Fame path. Like just keep him.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Roberto says
pay him.
Savion 6-5, 4 years, average 10+ yards, and last year 6 average running. Next, Deebo Samuel going to Dallas.
So first off, 10 yards per catch is actually not a good thing. Also, he is Cordero Patterson.
Yeah, he's very
That's what he is.
I think isn't he a bit bigger?
He's 6'4", 222. So he's way bigger than Deebo. He is taller than Cordell Patterson.
Yeah.
But he's kind of built more like him.
Yeah, and
weight-wise.
You know, as somebody that watched some Cordell Patterson last year when he played for the Steelers, he got a little chunky. But in his prime,
so
he was a really good player.
Hey, Deebo was built like me at the end of the year.
And Cordell was actually a really good running back at some point in his NFL career as well. And that might be the path for Savion. He's got pretty slow feet, I think. His route running is not very good at all. And like once he gets going, he's really good. But, you know, I think he's going to be a running back in the league eventually. $5 from Cade, or from Junior. Says, am I crazy? I want Golden over T-Mac and Genty. Tom?
I don't agree, but I wouldn't consider you crazy. It's all flavors of ice cream this year.
$5 from Cade says, hey, Tom, what grade do you have on BYU defensive end Tyler Abadi? Thanks for the great content.
7th.
7th round pick. There you have it, folks.
Sorry about that. I like Taylor Batty, but
630.
I got him on the late the late round there. I got him 7th round. I think he does get drafted.
So the first one that you should show is collapsed throne.
We're getting some Steelers super chats.
All right, some Steelers super chats coming in. Thank you to everybody being patient. If you sent me a Cashapp or Venmo, we're going to do those when I go back on that stream at pick 15. So if you sent me a super chat or Cashapp or Venmo, be patient, Steelers fans. I'll make sure you're in that jersey raffle that we're doing later. But Collapsed Throne says, wave that towel. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Love it. And then Cassie says, pick another. So Cassie, let me know down there in the Steelers talk chat who you want in the hat raffle. And then Kickback Art says, we need Gray Zabel and Tyler Shuck at the least.
How many offensive linemen do you want?
I mean, listen, people do. I think Steelers fans don't think Mason McCormick can develop into a good player at right guard. Plus, Broderick Jones has been straight hot garbage his first 2 years at right tackle, but he's moving over to left tackle where hopefully he's going to be better. Mason McCormick, I really liked out of South Dakota State last year, had to move from left guard to right guard while adjusting to the NFL game. I think that after a full offseason, he could be a lot better. And then you had Troy Fautanu, who looked great until he got injured with those chronic knee issues that he was flagged for last year. So hopefully he can stay healthy. Steelers are not going to be taking an offensive lineman tonight. I'm sorry, Kickback. All right, so make sure you guys give us a follow at Chat Sports on Twitter, and we're going to be giving away a Mando Smooth Solid Stick 3-pack here. So 3 solid sticks of deodorant. Up to 3. What's up, Jack?
So here's what we're going to do. Here's the deal. Follow Chat Sports on Twitter, okay?
At Chat Sports.
At Chat Sports.
Link's going to get in the chat right now. Every 50 new followers, we will pick one of those new followers, and they will go home with a Mando Solid Stick 3-pack. And I can actually show you a photo right now.
All right, look at that. You can get
there it is.
3 different sticks different fragrances. I personally love the bourbon leather, Tom. Ever since we started partnering with Mando, they gave us the little body wash that comes with their starter pack, and now I have a big bottle of it at home. I absolutely love that scent, but they got a bunch of other great scents too.
Useful this weekend because it gets kind of hot and sweaty at the Chat Sports studios.
Yeah, and we're here for a long time. We don't sleep during these 3 days. So Mando definitely helps us out here, keeps us smelling fresh for up to 72 hours. Again, all you have to do is follow at Chat Sports, and every 50 new followers, you have a chance to win this 3-pack of solid sticks of deodorant from our friends at Mando Whole Body Deodorant. Big shout out to Mando. And let me tell you, man, this is the best deodorant that we have used, that I have used. And once Coop got on it, let me tell you this, Tom, my life got a lot better on Steelers Talk when he started using that.
Turd, he's not saying that you smell. He's saying that Coop smells.
Yeah. Not you, Jack. Not you, Sam. Coop.
And you guys can also get $5 off the Mando starter pack if you use code CHAT at shopmando.com.
Yes, you can.
And the starter pack is great. Look, I'll tell you, I use Mando as my daily deodorant, like legitimately. My girlfriend Sarah, who's watching right now, she loves how it smells.
Ooh, look at Mr. I have a girlfriend.
You've got a wife and another kid on the way, so
kid
chill.
And a half. Kid and a quarter. No,
doesn't mean we can't make fun of you, Jack.
I use this deodorant as my daily deodorant. It's fantastic. We got 11 followers so far, too. We got to get to 50. We're not going to be able to give one of these away until we get to 50. But $5 off a starter pack when you use code CHAT at shopmando.com.
Perfect. So make sure you guys go to @ChatSports on Twitter. Give us a follow. Once we get to 50, we'll give away, and we'll check back on this in a little bit here. But again, once we hit 50, somebody's going to be walking away with a 3-pack of solid sticks of deodorant from our friends at Mando. So big shout out to Mando. Again, $5 off a starter pack when you use code CHAT at shopmando.com. All right, so let's talk a little bit here about the top 10 of the NFL draft this year, because obviously we are getting really close here. Nearly 10 minutes away from the start of the NFL draft. The anticipation is building in Green Bay, Tom, and now we're getting to the top 10. I think, number 1 is pretty much no doubter.
It's Cam Ward. Congratulations, Tennessee. You hopefully have your franchise QB. I don't know if the Browns could keep that number 2 overall pick.
I mean, Slick Rick says it's gone.
Well, even Jay Glazer, not that long ago, I'll read off what Glazer said if I can find the tweet. I've got some people on the conversation. Jags and Browns trade looks like it could go down and talks are happening, but nothing done till done, obviously.
Yeah.
The talks are real. Is the news real? Who knows?
I mean, this has definitely turned into some developing news, and it's got to be the Jags, right? Because you got to think that they're not going to be willing to trade down too far.
The reports that Jags want to make a splash.
Yeah.
So maybe
and by the way, they need corner and receiver. Perfect fit for Travis Hunter.
I kind of love the idea.
I kind of love it too.
I think he's gonna look great in the black and gold and teal.
I can't.
I love those unis.
Dude, Trevor Lawrence throwing to Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter. Are you kidding me? I need to see that.
Outside. They got nickel options. You can just kind of be like a rotational corner. I like it.
You can see here, Ian Rappaport said the Browns currently hold the number 2 pick, and with interest inside the top 10 from the teams wanting to move up, Cleveland is open for business. Chaos coming? ? I mean, if this trade actually happens, Tom, chaos will ensue. but maybe not like a crazy amount there. Because there it is, Slick Rick. There it is. We got Slick Rick on Chat Sports. I'm so happy. He says sounds like the Browns are moving off the second pick and have multiple options. So it's not just the Jags that want to move up. Tom, could it be Carolina trying to move up for Abdul Carter? Is that a possibility?
Patriots just go get Travis Hunter. Say F it.
I mean. But, like, are they going to give up multiple picks this year? And if so, like, what are they going to do at offensive line? Here you go, Drake May. Here's the worst pass protection in football for the second straight year.
He's a tough guy. He can handle it.
Hopefully he can survive. Josina says Browns have been in discussions at least since the top of this hour. I mean,
I have thoughts on Josie.
Are we getting the sequel to Draft Day here, where they're going to take an inside? Are they going to take Jihad Walker no matter what, or Jihad Campbell no matter what at number 2? Is that what we're getting here? By the way, that movie completely ridiculous. They take an off-ball linebacker and a running back in the top 10, and they feel like they're going to the Super Bowl.
The salary cap person signed off on it because she was pregnant and wasn't paying attention.
That's absolutely ridiculous, that movie. Which is why we love it, by the way. But then, Tom, number 3 with the Giants, you feel like they're staying put. It's going to be Carter or Hunter, whoever doesn't get taken at 2.
Probably. If I were the Giants, I would rather have Travis Hunter. I think he fits better with what they need. But you could also see a scenario where the Giants, and this has been a very popular rumor, they just take Abdul Carter and they attach Kayvon Thibodeau as part of a trade-up package.
Yeah, I think that's
Which
actually
kind of feels like ownership admitting that the GM admitted he screwed up because he took Kayvon Thibodeau top 5, top 6, whatever. I don't know. It's just kind of a weird spot in New York, you know? It's weird.
Absolutely. And the Giants are going to be an interesting team to see if they trade up back into the first round later today. Then you get the New England Patriots at 4. Feels like Will Campbell there. We'll see if anything chaos-wise happens there, if they trade up to 2 or, whatever happens there. But it does seem like the Patriots are locked on to Will Campbell at 4. Mm-hmm. Then we get to 5 with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Again, this is kind of the team that we have been discussing throughout this kind of pre-draft show.
They're the chaos creators.
That could move up, they could stay put, and they could have a lot of different options. They could take Genty, they could take Warren, they could take McMillan, they could take a bunch of different players if they stay, and they could also trade down. The Bears have reportedly wanted to come up to the spot to take Genty if he's still on the board. Lots of stuff. That number 5 pick is going to be fascinating in this first round. Then you get the Raiders at number 6. Your thoughts on the Raiders there?
Offensive line, it feels like.
Yeah.
Membu or Banks, depending on who's there. I thought they were going to be Genty for the longest time, but it sounds like that's not going to be their plan. So Banks or Membu.
Yeah, and I don't think offensive line is necessarily like their biggest need. They have a massive need at corner. They have a massive need at number 1 receiver.
But if you don't like Barron's length, you worry about Will Johnson's medicals, then all of a sudden you're out of corners to go 6.
And I had them take Tet in my final mock, which of course Mitchell Wentz doesn't want. Mitchell Wentz is convinced he doesn't watch film. So
I don't think we should be using clips from 3 years ago to determine how committed a player is.
Couldn't agree more. Number 7, the New York Jets. Feels like Membu.
If he's gone, Tyler Warren?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's probably
Dark horse, Jade Barron?
Yeah,
Dark horse?
Yeah, it sounds. I've heard some rumors that they're willing to shop Sauce Gardner. I do not believe those whatsoever, but
so stupid.
Patrick Seatman is
that's
Patrick Seatman is very much in on the Sauce Gardner to the Vikings trade.
And I want Garrett Wilson as a Cowboy. Yeah. You don't always get what you want.
Number 8, Panthers. It sounds like Jalen Walker. They've shown a ton of interest in him. Personally, I'm lower on Jalen Walker, Tom. I think he's a true outside linebacker in a 3-4 system as an edge rusher. Mm-hmm. So, like, that kind of condensed role, I don't know, man. I don't think he's a good off-ball linebacker, not good in coverage. But what are your thoughts on Jalen Walker?
I think he's an edge. But I think, like, as a Frankie Luvo supercharged version, or Hassan Reddick, I think that all works. I think Carolina, I think you want to kind of build your defense around him. Carolina can do that.
Yeah.
They don't have a lot of guys already building their defense around.
Yeah, I completely agree. Number 9, Saints, another kind of X-factor, kind of wild card kind of team.
Trench player.
I think it is going to be a trench player. I do think it's probably offensive line. That's where Nick Underhill and a lot of different people connected to the team have been saying with New Orleans.
What if Mason Graham's there?
Maybe Mason Graham. I mean, Brian. Let's face it, Brian Brzee. Oh my goodness, he might be the worst run defending defensive lineman in the entire league.
I've seen some bad run defending.
Bad man. He's pretty decent rushing the passer, but he's like a designated interior pass rusher at this point, in my opinion. So Mason Graham, if he's there, maybe. Then the Bears. Do they trade up for Ashton Genty at 5? Do you think that's a good move in Ben Johnson's first year?
I kind of don't want to trade up for a running back in ever, but I think he'd be really good in the Bears offense.
Yeah.
You're getting a top 3 player for me, so on one hand I get, on the other hand it's value.
I mean, you pair him up with Caleb Williams in a Ben Johnson offense. I mean, that has the potential to be like special immediately, in my opinion. So I would kind of love that if I am the Chicago Bears. Again, guys, we are doing this promotion here. We're going to be giving away a 3-pack of solid stick deodorants here from our friends at Mando at Chat Sports. Our producer Jack is going to give some shout-outs here.
I got some shout-outs, and also, whoa, excuse me, guys, excuse me. We are going to be picking 2 winners coming up.
Ooh.
Because
2 winners.
Yeah, coming up soon, okay? But I do have some shout-outs real quick. Shockwave Gaming, Charles Barnes, Bailey, The Truth, Salvador Vargas, AKU Sucks, Joe, Javier, Rice Crispy, Tom, I see Orchids, I see Matt Brooks, Michael Hoskins, I see Queens, I see Taylor, who's a Raider fan, YouTube Press, Eric Taylor, Randy Schaefer, People Are Cooked. That's a funny one. Crypto Beats.
I would like to be cooked, but no one will give me $100 super chat to do a beer bong.
Somebody send in a 100.
I'll do 2 of them.
Somebody send 100 on Steelers so Tom can
I got
can do
happy
the beer
dads
bong.
right here. I will only do 1 for Steelers.
We
That's
got
just
a
not
few
fair.
more here. Leon Rodriguez, Trevor Roberts, TZ75, and Brandon. Thank you all for following Chat Sports on Twitter. And in a second, we're going to announce some winners.
Oh, do we have 2? Multiple?
That's what our boss, James Yoder, is saying. We're going to have 2 winners
Sweet.
for a Mando Smooth Solid Stick 3-pack. So you're getting 3.
All right, so are we doing that right now?
He's going to do it here. He's typing.
Hey,
I see him typing.
James is letting us know.
James
Gotcha.
is doing it.
I thought of something, by the way. We're talking about like who the Browns could take.
Yeah, okay.
Isn't it just who I had mocked before they got the top 2 pick? Isn't it just Mason Graham?
I mean,
Don't they just take Mason Graham at like 5 or whatever? Isn't this how it goes?
I think that makes a lot of sense for them.
Yeah.
You know, good player, just a damn good football player, and you get extra draft capital. They have a lot of needs.
Better than taking.
I would rather take Travis Hunter. I'd rather take the unicorn.
I see what the package is.
Yeah, and you get a first round
I
pick
didn't mean
next
it like
year,
that.
maybe.
I apologize, but I didn't mean like that. But that's how it goes. So I'm curious to see what ends up happening.
Because
I think there's a lot of chaos.
To me, if you draft Travis Hunter, you're getting essentially at least 1.5 players in one, and like that's like the value on that, especially at outside corner and at wide receiver. Like those are 2 value positions right there. The thing about Hunter as a corner, Tom, that I love is that his ball skills are generational for a corner. So if you even throw it in his vicinity,
natural.
it's a chance to get intercepted every time you throw it in his direction. All right, Jack.
We have the winners.
We have the winners?
Okay, here we go.
We have the winners. Barento, Ekin 8, Ekin.
Barento, Ekin 8.
Breakin.
Hopefully
Yes.
we're saying your name
Hopefully
right,
you're
not
saying your name
butchering
right.
it.
You are the first winner, and then Luda Cuban
Luda
is
Cuban.
winner number 2.
Let's go. You guys get the 3-pack.
DM us.
Congratulations.
DM us at Chat Sports on Twitter and say, hey, I won. And someone will get with you guys and send you guys the Mando Smooth Solid Stick 3-packs.
Congratulations to those 2 for winning the solid stick 3-pack there. All right, so Jack's saying we have to get through these super chats really, really fast. So let's get through them really, really fast here. Robert, $5. My prediction is the Cowboys will not draft who the fans want. They will completely overlook wide receiver running back.
Just got to be a chill guy. Let things play out.
$2 from Ryan. Hope the Giants draft some of my Tennessee Volunteers. Maybe Omar Norman Lott, maybe.
I can see that one. Yeah, actually, I like that fit.
$5. Landry Ghost says 4 need areas: wide receiver, running back, DT, cornerback. Only 3 premium picks. Which position would you rather handle later? Running back.
If I had a 4th, I'd say running back. I have no 4th. I don't know if it touches to the 5th. I can find a nose guard in the 5th, though.
Sure, yeah. $2 from MA says, big dad bod here. Happy draft day. I do not have the dad bod, at least not yet, Tom. You're working on it for sure. No. That was a little mean. Sorry, Tom. But
I've never hit. It's true. It's true.
Fair enough. Type go in the chat. Ready for the draft to start. We're
Let's
less than a minute
shatter the record,
away.
baby.
Come on, baby. Shatter that record right now. Spam those goes in the chat right now if you're ready to go. The first pick of the 2025 NFL Draft is right on the horizon. 45 seconds to go before we get going. Oh, my goodness, man.
If every single person types go, we will shatter the chat rate high.
Yes, we will.
So just every single person do it. Spam go in the comment section.
Get it going right now. Spam those goes. We got 30 seconds.
All I gotta do is spam go.
Tom, even though this is not the best draft class in the world, it never beats the anticipation, man, of just, history's going to be made tonight in the National Football League. Destinies will be shaped. Sounds good. All right.
Get those goes in there.
We are 5 seconds away from the NFL draft, and it's coming at you right now. Welcome into Chat Sports' live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft, this year being held in Green Bay. I am your host, Jack Sperry. That is my co-host, Tom Downey. We are here to break down all 32 picks of round one of this year's NFL Draft here on night one. And Tom, football Christmas is finally here, and I cannot wait to see where all these top players and prospects end up going here over the next several hours.
I want to see if we get chaos at 2 or not.
Yeah.
Going into today, it had been, it's very clear, like, hey, they're going to take this guy. They're going to take this guy. It's going to be Travis Hunter to Cleveland. Not so much certainty anymore with the Browns listening to offers and the Jags apparently very much in the mix there. I am excited to see how this all plays out. And we'll know very soon. And it will be hopefully entertaining, because I think chaos is always the most fun part.
Yeah,
so
me
I'm
too.
Yeah,
I couldn't agree more. Shout out your favorite NFL team down there in the comments section. We'll give some shout outs here momentarily, so make sure you guys spam those NFL teams. By the way, whichever team has the most fans in there wins, so make sure you represent your squad down there in the comments. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button as well. We are going to be live for every single pick of the NFL Draft this year. Of course, the 32 picks today, the 2 rounds tomorrow, and then the final 4 rounds on day 3. Tom, we don't get a lot of sleep during this weekend. We have to use our Mando whole body deodorant.
Sleep when I'm dead. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, exactly. You put in all the work here for these 3 days, and we give you guys the most extensive, in-depth coverage on the NFL Draft anywhere on YouTube, 100% free. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. That's a live sub counter, by the way. You guys can see that number dance right now. Keep it going all night long and help us reach, hopefully we can get to maybe like 407,000 at least here by the end of the night, but it's going up quite a bit right now, which we absolutely love.
Real quick, 2 notes. 1, you guys owe 2 Bean Boozleds. 2, we had a 3rd winner in our Mando giveaway that I want to say really quick because James will be DMing him.
Sweet.
It is Randy SH 59125 Randy, you also won a Mando 3-pack. James, our CEO, will be DMing all 3 of you. You guys won, so congratulations. You're going home with some Mando deodorant.
You're about to owe 3 Bean Boozleds.
And you're about to owe 3 Bean Boozleds.
Look at that number of row. Spin up there. So Sperry spin 2.
Do I have to spin 2?
Yeah, because you were supposed to go first, and you dodged it.
All right, fine.
Get another 100 subs, and I'll do 2.
All right. Why can't I spin this? I'm such an idiot. Why can't I do this?
It's not that hard.
There we go. It looks like top banana.
That's a new flavor.
It's top banana or wet dog.
I'm
having trouble identifying here. All right, I think I got it.
It's probably the one that's yellow.
Oh my God.
I'm such a jerk. See, he reacts already. Look at that. Hand me the wheel spin, buddy. He got wet dog, apparently. And you know what? You can pick the flavor for me.
I can pick the flavor. You're getting the wet dog. You're getting the wet dog.
No. You pick the after I spin, you pick which bean I mean. Sorry.
Okay.
Licorice or burnt rubber?
All right. There we go.
Roger Goodell's on screen. Feel free to boo him.
Boo! Did you get burnt rubber?
I think so.
It just doesn't taste good?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. Yeah. That one's burnt rubber. That one's burnt rubber. That is an aftertaste one.
Spam those boos in the chat. Boo!
Here's the thing. Goodell took the coward's way out again this year by bringing other people on stage so that they don't boo.
But I think they're still booing.
He did that last year.
Tom, I can smell it from over here.
It's not good.
How?
It's an aftertaste.
Yeah, it's very much.
It lingers. It lingers.
I can still taste the first one.
Oh, you owe another one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. All right. I owe another one here.
There's
the booze.
Bamboo in the comments.
Liver and onions or cappuccino?
Oh, they both suck.
All right, here we go.
Actually, they're both like mid. He's so traumatized. He does the face.
Okay. It's cappuccino.
It's like,
but I don't like
coffee. He's
coffee.
like a 16-year-old drinking his first beer. He's like, I don't know if I like
It's
this.
cappuccino. I got a good one, but it's not a good one. It's I don't like coffee. So
Boss has said 21-year-old. Sorry. Or 18 if you're in Europe. My bad.
Yeah, exactly, Tom. Come on now. Spam those booze.
Accountability.
If you haven't already. But we're going to be getting real close here, Tom, to the Tennessee Titans being on the clock. I think we all know who the pick is going to be. I think
Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
How funny would that be?
Shedeur Sanders,
How funny would
Jalen
that be?
Milroe, number 1, going to Tennessee. It's not going to happen. It's going to be Cam Ward. I think we all know it. Give me kind of your thoughts on Cam Ward here, Tom, and then maybe give me a pro comp for who you like and liking him too.
Yeah, I'll do some good and some bad. I think it is.
It's important to say both.
To mention both of them. He got better every year of his career. He was a wing T offense guy in high school. It was super under recruited. Goes to Incarnate Ward, and then goes to Washington State. I think he's done a good job of kind of cutting down on some of the turnover-worthy plays. The fumbles were a major issue at Washington State. He was down to 3 this year. He had 19 the previous 2 years.
Yeah.
And 12 at Incarnate Word. So he was a fumbling machine. He's done a much better job of cutting that stuff down. He has, I think it's not an elite arm. It's an above-average arm. But it's a very manipulatable arm where you can do some different angles.
Yeah, very flexible.
Flexible is a good way to describe it there. I call it the
rubber band
arm, I think is a good way to describe it there. I've heard good things about his leadership there. He did make some of the checks at the line of scrimmage as well. I've seen experience. He is a bit of a gunslinger, though.
All right, we got a super chat menu for you guys on today's live stream as we're about to get on the clock here with Tennessee. Every 100 subs, we have to do a Bean Boozled Jelly Bean, all right? And obviously, I already had 3, and I haven't enjoyed them very much. So if you guys want to keep, torturing us here on this live stream, click that subscribe button for extensive coverage.
Jay Glazer reports that on the Fox Sports stream that the Browns and Jags have the parameters in place for a deal.
Travis Hunter, you are a Jacksonville Jaguar. At least
not official.
Not official, but
we'll see what happens in about 10 minutes.
It's looking like it's going to happen. $5 draft hat. You guys get into a raffle for an NFL draft hat of your choosing for your favorite team. If you put in a $5 super chat on today's main live stream, $10, we get to talk about your team. So if you're a Steelers fan, if you are a Cowboys fan, if you are a Los Angeles Chargers fan, even though there's like 6 of those, you guys, we'll talk about your team. If
Why are you taking pot shots at the Chargers for no reason?
Because I like to have fun, all right? Because I like to party, that's why. You guys can like the video to help us be the #1 stream here on YouTube. We are consistently the #1 anywhere on YouTube when it comes to the NFL Draft live stream. So thank you guys so much for all the support you give to us in that regard. You guys can share today's video on social media or with somebody you think will have some fun watching me and Tom talk about the NFL Draft. And having some fun here. You guys can also click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Like I said, every 100 that we get, we're doing Bean Boozled Jelly Beans today. And then we get, and then make sure you comment in the comment section all night long. Give your takes on every single pick that's made, all that stuff. Can't wait for it.
You can call me stupid. I will not be bothered by it.
Me neither. I mean, it happens every single day anyways. I like it comes with a job for sure. And we are officially on the clock here, Tom Downey. Pick 1 of round 1. Here we go. 10 minutes on the clock for the Tennessee Titans.
They will use all 10.
Yes,
the
NFL wants them to draw this out, and of course this means that Kevin Costner in Cleveland has time to work out his deal with the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's also hilarious that those are the 2 teams that make the deal early on in the movie Draft Day.
Art imitates life. Or light imitates ARF.
All right, so, the Tennessee's on the clock as we prepare for them to get their new franchise quarterback here. Chris from Steelers Talk says, guys, do you think Broderick Jones is a bust? To this point, he is. The Steelers feel like in year 3, he's played right tackle his first 2 years. He's been very uncomfortable on that side. He played left tackle his entire life before moving to right tackle when he got to the Steelers. They're hoping at his more natural position, that first-round pedigree is going to come out. $10 from Dylan Lewandowski, and he goes, here we go, Steelers, here we go. Very good, Dylan. Thank you so much. You are in on the draft hat raffle we're doing on Steelers later today, by the way. And we make it rain for you for about 2 seconds. So shout out to producer Jack for that.
Do it for 100. We'll do that again.
Yeah, if you do 100, we will make it rain for longer than half a second.
I need 100 for a beer bong.
Oh, okay. $5 from my man Chris says, can you imagine if the Steelers package Pickens in a trade to move up to number 2 to grab Hunter? I know it won't happen, but that would be exciting. It would be exciting, and I love Travis Hunter, but like you said, it will not happen. Oh, baby, Brandon Isaac Bang!
Now I'm doing a beer bong for a Steelers fan and not a Cowboys fan.
Brandon!
Making me look bad.
Woo! My man Brandon coming in with a $100 super chat, making Tom Downey Drake. I love it, Brandon. Go, go, go. There we go. By the way, there we go. We're making it rain here on Steelers Talk, and then also on Chat Sports Main. And we're making Tom Downey drink, which is always.
I'll do two if a Cowboys fan.
Which is all. Oh, he's doing 2. All right, I love it.
By the way, Cowboys channel, you're 160 likes away from 1,000. Let's get there ASAP.
By the way, Steelers is at 365. Can we get to 500 on Steelers, guys? If you're watching us, we got over 800 people watching us on Steelers right now. Help us get to 500. We appreciate you. All right, so now the Tennessee Titans are on the clock here, Tom. We talked about them a little bit here. We talked about Cam Ward, but talk about their overall draft profile, so maybe some other things that they're going to need to address.
We'll get some more supers on the main and Cowboys side. Don't worry, folks. I think there's a scenario in which they get Luther Burden at the top of the second round if they take Cam Ward.
Yeah.
Which I think is such a fun idea. Like, I think he fits really well with Ridley. Like, Ridley's your route runner.
Yep.
You know, Burden is your underneath guy, what you were hoping Traylon Burks was going to be, but I think he's a lot better than Traylon Burks ever was. Or maybe there's like an edge or a lineman there. They don't have to force the edge pick. They're light on top 100 picks. I think at the beginning of this process, they kind of wanted to trade down. And I think Cam Ward really impressed them. And they said, you know what? We have the chance to get a guy we think is a franchise QB. Let's do it. Because the downside is, this guy's not our QB, or we trade down. Then you're picking 7 next year. It costs you more to go up and get somebody that maybe is as good, maybe isn't as good. So if you think he's your guy, you take him. You don't galaxy brain it to an extent. I wasn't as high on Cam Ward at Washington State last year because of some of the downsides, like stuff that's not in the raw box score. Like, fumbles don't show up in the box score.
Yeah.
He fumbled a lot. He's a very fumbly guy. But I think he was great at Miami. I thought he did a really good job of really carrying the offense. Not that Dave Martinez was bad or anything, but I think he was really, really good. I think he's pretty accurate. I think he has, if there's a guy that is likely to become a top 10 QB, Milroe's got more upside, but that's a farther rise to make for him.
Yeah.
I think Cam Ward ends up being that guy in the end.
Yeah, I really like his anticipation. I really like his pocket presence, playmaking instincts, and like we talked about, his arm flexibility, his ability to drop that arm angle, do a lot of creative stuff that way. My comp for him, Tom, it might be a little bit controversial because he's going number 1 overall, and a lot of people think this quarterback stinks, but Brock Purdy from San Francisco, they're like exactly the same size, 6'1", around 220. They both throw with great anticipation. They both are really good out of structure. I think if you put Cam Ward in the right offense, similar to Brock Purdy, I mean, Purdy's been extremely productive his first 3 years in the league, so that is not an unfavorable comp, at least in my opinion. But a very similar profile here. And if you're getting Brock Purdy production out of Cam Ward, you are very, very happy with this
I'll
pick.
help you out with a Will Grier, but he's actually good at football comp. I'll make you feel better about that one.
That's pretty funny.
I think for Tennessee, like I actually don't mind the modern day Steve McNair comp. I actually think that there's some elements because McNair also had some turnover.
And then with the team that he's going to, you know, it does make a lot of sense there. But and the pick is in, so we are.
They didn't use all 10,
and they didn't use all 10, which is actually unprecedented for the first overall pick here, Tom. So maybe the NFL is like, you know what, we want this to go a little bit faster than in years past. Or the Titans were just that sure that they're going to take Cam Ward. But to your point, Tom, it definitely does seem like they fell in love with him during the draft process this year, the interview at the Combine, then the Pro Day. The momentum continued to move forward, and it just seems like they found their guy in Will Levis. Who knows what's going to happen to him moving forward?
Keep him as the backup, try to find a trade partner, accept the fact that he's not going to be the starter. It is what it is. There are going to be some low moments from Cam Ward. I do think some of those gunslinger traits will lead to some highs and lows. It will lead to some incredible moments of like, wow, he made that throw. That's incredible. That's our guy. It'll lead to some, hey, man, why did you make that trade? Why or make that throw? Why did you do that? Why'd you force the ball in there? I think that in the end, the Titans have a decent chance of this being their franchise QB, and that's what they need to have.
We are getting breaking news here of a trade. Adam Schefter is reporting here that the pick is being made right now, by the way. We'll just confirm this before we break the trade news.
It is a trade. The Browns and Jags have made a deal.
Yes,
the Jags are jumping up to number 2. This is going to be for the Browns are giving up a second, their 4th this year, a 6th this year. The Browns get 5, 36, 126. So they're swapping 4ths this year, and the Jags' first-round pick next year.
Wow.
So the Browns are acquiring 2 first-round picks here. We'll go more in depth on that, but some more on Cam Ward. Sperry, I know you're a big Cam Ward fan. Why do you like him so much?
Yeah, I just think that anticipation is the most translatable trait that you see from college quarterbacks to the National Football League, and you see it all over Cam Ward's film. I do think sometimes he makes throws that his arm can't cash, and that leads to some turnover-worthy plays. And, he's going to be a gunslinger type of mentality. When he's going out there, he's trying to make big plays. He's going to try and create stuff out of structure. He does have a little bit of a drifting problem. He'll take sacks.
He will.
But he just brings a lot of starter-caliber tools, and the things I really love, pocket presence, playmaking instincts, a little bit of rushing ability and anticipation. It's all there. Arm flexibility, really rotational passer. I think this kid's got a chance to be a really good player if he can put the right players around him. And I think that Tennessee's getting a really darn good player right here. And by the way, I have a top 10 grade on him. I would have taken him in the top 10 of last year's class, and he would have been my 4th quarterback last season.
I had a second-round grade on him, but that's not necessarily a bad thing in this class. And if you think he's your franchise guy, I get him going at number 1 overall. I'm never going to be mad at a team for doing the 1 round earlier on a QB pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's face it, they needed a quarterback. They really did. And, I think that he does bring a lot of pro-ready traits to his game. I think he will have his warts his rookie season, but Tennessee's laying the foundation for a future success. They're not trying to win the Super Bowl this year, so they're going to be okay with that. They're going to allow him to grow in their system. And I think he's got a pretty damn good chance of being a legitimate starting quarterback and maybe a potential top 10 quarterback in this league if Brian Callahan can figure it out there in Tennessee. So grade the pick for us down there in the comments section, A, B, C, D, or F. Give us your grade for the Cam Ward pick. This one's an A- for me. It's not like Trevor Lawrence, Caleb Williams level of number 1 pick, but you needed a quarterback. You get the best one in the class. I think it's the right pick, Tom. Let's just skip to the trade here because that's what everyone wants to talk about. So this is the official details of the trade. The Jacksonville Jaguars get the number 2 pick. They get there's a pick swap in round 4, and they get a 6th-round pick. The Browns get they move down to number 5. They get a 2nd and a 4th this year. Plus, they get Jacksonville's 1st-round pick next year. So obviously, they don't have any plans of replacing Trevor Lawrence anytime soon.
It's a big haul.
And it's a big haul, but you're getting a player that I think that they feel is going to be able to contribute both ways for them. And let's face it, Travis Hunter's going to look great in that uniform.
Can I throw this out there too? I love when teams do this. Fine, here's a 6th-round pick.
Yeah.
We'll throw the 6th round in for you as well.
Or even better, the GM is like, we're adding a 6th-rounder to this deal, and if you don't take it, the deal is dead.
The 6th-rounder is what sends it over. That pick 200 for your 3rd-string corner, that sends it over the edge.
So from the Browns' perspective, do you think that this is the right move? Do you think that they should have? Do you think this is enough to go from 2 to 5 to not take Travis Hunter?
I think it depends on how highly you have that 5th pick graded. In last year's class, hell yeah, that's not a big deal to me.
Yeah.
This year, is it Mason Graham? Is it an Armand Membu? Is it a Kelvin Banks? What is it? Who they take at number 5? I think it's always important to consider, Travis Hunter and a 4th and a 6th versus that pick and 2 2s or a 2, a 4, and a 1. I think the value in a bubble is pretty good. Man, it's tough to move away from Travis Hunter.
Yeah, I agree.
Although, I mean, that first-round pick could be anything. It could be a boat.
And I know it's a lot for a non-quarterback, but I actually love the deal for Jacksonville. I think that they're going to keep – like, Trevor Lawrence isn't going anywhere. He got paid. You have Brian Thomas Jr. there, and this is a place where Travis is going to love going to because he can play both ways. They need corner and wide receiver help. He's going to play a lot on both sides of the ball, and Jacksonville is getting a player that they feel like is going to be, part of the face of their franchise for many years to come here. So I think I have a little bit of concerns with the tread on the tires playing two ways in the NFL, Tom. But
he's young, he's athletic.
It's an intriguing experiment that Jacksonville's about to embark on here. It's going to be very, very interesting. Let me know who won the trade down there in the comments section. If I had to pick one team that won the trade, I want to see what Cleveland does at 5 before I give an official answer.
I'll give you options. They take Mason Graham.
Okay, if they take Mason Graham, I'm going to say Jacksonville won this trade because they get the best player in the draft.
If they take Will Campbell or Armand Membu or Kelvin Banks, they take a tackle.
I still think Jacksonville.
So you're saying it's Jacksonville.
They're getting the best player in this class.
Then there's really no one that the Browns could take then that would convince you otherwise, right?
Yeah, probably. And then the thing that I do like about this pick for Cleveland, though, this trade for Cleveland, though, Tom, is that you get more ammo to take a quarterback next year. So the pick's in for Jacksonville. Look at the suit that Travis is wearing. It is bright bubblegum pink. I mean, that is unbelievable.
Electric. I love it.
I mean, you
just like the trade.
Prime took him to his tailor and said, "Get this suit," and he was like, "Okay, whatever you say, Dad." And it just happened that way because I mean, I think we all know he is another son to Deion Prime Sanders.
He's the favorite son.
And he is the favorite son without question. So we'll see where his teammate Shadur Sanders ends up going later in the draft, and let us know.
Can't say Shadur. Can't say Shadur.
Can't say Shadur. Can't say Shiloh. Can't say any of them. So let us know who won the trade down there in the comments section. I am seeing a lot of Jacksonville in the chat here. I don't know, man. I have to say Jacksonville for me personally. $10 from my man Hitman GFX. This one's on Maine. Says, happy to spend draft day with Chat Sports. Still no cable, and I don't miss it. Can you please hit the talking points on Baltimore Ravens' needs and where they should be spending picks?
Let me tell you what Baltimore's going to do real quick here. They're going to take some SEC player who never should have been there in round one, and they will profit as a result.
Jalen Walker, if he's there.
Nah,
he won't make it there.
Malachi Starks,
Michael Walker, maybe. Ezeraku, James Pierce Jr., I think, is probably the perfect one to fall to him.
It's character stuff,
but strong culture. Harbaugh, I think he needs a strong culture. Baltimore can certainly provide that to James Pierce. That's my prediction for him tonight, by the way. And now we have the pick. Is it? All right, Jack's telling me.
I think we're
pretty much good here, Jack. All right, here it is, folks. Travis Hunter, cornerback, wide receiver combination out of Colorado to the Jacksonville Jaguars. You're pretty much getting at least a player and a half here, and he's really good at both positions, Tom.
This is the closest thing we have seen to Deion Sanders in a very long time. I don't know if he's going to – I think he might play more receiver for Jacksonville than corner. I don't really know how much that matters in the end. He's going to major in one, minor in the other. This is my number one player. This is my number one corner. This is my number one receiver. This is my number one athlete in this class. I love everything about his game. I think you could have a Garrett Wilson type at receiver, a Marshawn Lattimore type at corner. I don't mind the Champ Bailey comp since he actually did play a little bit of both ways at Georgia. I think he is obviously a better receiver than Bailey would have been in the NFL. I think my biggest note here is don't be stupid. He's a rare athlete and a player. You take him and you profit. Jags gave up a ton to go get him, but he can be a corner for them. He can be a receiver for them. They wanted to be electric, quote unquote. They wanted to make a splash. This is a splash. Trading up, giving up a second, a first next year to acquire Travis Hunter, who does some after-catch stuff, has, as you've pointed out, Sperry, elite ball skills and feel on both sides of the ball, at both receiver and corner.
Listen, man, I'm not joking when I say this. Travis Hunter is the best ball skills I've ever seen from a corner, period. All right? It is elite as a wide receiver, let alone a corner. And usually people play corner because they can't catch the football. This guy can contort his body into really weird angles and still come down with it. Reminds me a lot of Odell Beckham Jr. in that regard. He's also really good after the catch like young Odell was. And he's I mean, he's unbelievable in zone coverage with great zone feel, like you were talking about. And if you just throw the ball in this kid's general vicinity, it has a chance of being intercepted. That is the value of having a guy like Travis Hunter, where he can just take away a zone of the field for you if he's playing corner. And then as a receiver, he's super fluid. He just, like, his route breaks are so freaking fast, and then he's got great hands and body control, and he's going to, like you said, he's the number one corner. He's the number one wide receiver in this class. If you're going to trade up for a non-quarterback in this class, it's going to be for this kid, and I'm so excited to see him pair up with Trevor Lawrence there in Duval. Oh, my goodness. I got to bring out the Liam Cohen take, man. I'm juiced for this pick, ladies and gentlemen. I am juiced.
So is Travis Hunter. He's very excited.
I am so excited for Travis Hunter not going to the Cleveland Browns, and the Browns passing on the best player in the entire class. So Travis Hunter's best position in the NFL. Give me wide receiver or corner. What's that, Sam? New live poll. Go vote down there in the comments section. Wide receiver or corner. Where is Travis Hunter's best position? Tom, I still lean corner.
Both, I think.
But both he's really good at both.
There isn't a wrong answer. That's the fun part. But you have to choose in the pin poll.
Absolutely. So right now we got 46 votes, and it's pretty dead even. It just depends on what you need from him, in my opinion. I think Jacksonville probably uses him more as a receiver, and then they tell him to go on defense and just say, guard this guy, on certain big downs, and just take him away, and he's more than capable of doing that. So love this pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars. They gave up a lot to get him. We'll see if the tread on the tires holds up and if he can stay healthy. That's a lot of reps during an NFL season, which means double the risk of injury. And for a skinnier guy, this could blow up in the Jacksonville Jaguars' face, but it could also be special. So this experiment will be fun, and I can't wait to see how it plays out. Make sure you guys like the video if you haven't already, or your team will miss the playoffs next year. So, pressure's on here, folks. If you don't click that thumbs up icon, your team's effed, all right? So click that. Steelers fans, please click that thumbs up icon.
964 away on the likes on Cowboys. 139 super chat on Cowboys.
Woo!
K-Dog coming through.
Gotta love it, man. Can we pull that up, Jack, real quick? The 139.
I did promise 2 beer bongs on the Cowboys report.
All right, he's doing 2. Tom's doing 2 beer bongs here. The Giants are on the clock, by the way. I think we all know who this pick is going to be.
Jackson Dart.
Yeah, Jackson Dart at 3.
God, it'd be so funny. Please do it.
Would that would be even more shocking than Michael Penix last year
Absolutely.
to Atlanta.
Cowboys got to 1,000 likes. Thank you all very much. Cheers to you, K-Dog.
All right.
First one.
So my Steelers audience here, if you're watching on Steelers Talk, we got over 870 people watching live. We need to get to 500. I'll tell you guys what, if we get to 500 likes on Steelers, I will do a Bean Boozled Jelly Bean. All right, I will do a Bean Boozled Jelly Bean if we can get to 500 likes on Steelers Talk. So the pick is in.
K-Dog got granddaughter number 2 today.
Talk?
So congrats, K-Dog. Sorry, I can't read it. There's money all over the screen.
Hey, K-Dog's making it right.
Cheers, K-Dog.
Love it, K-Dog. Appreciate you, my man. The pick is in for the New York Giants, by the way, so we will hear from Commissioner Goodell, and he will most likely say, Philadelphia Eagle fan, Abdul Carter here, Tom. That's a big talking point.
It doesn't matter.
He's going to be...
Don't let Eagles fans fool you otherwise.
Yeah, exactly.
Respectfully.
He's going to be a Giant. He's going to love being a Giant. And I know Marshall Green is going to be very happy with that. Go, Tom, go! Woo! You got to love... Dude, Travis Hunter just looks like he was born to wear that Duval hat, baby.
Let's go rapid fire on these.
Rapid fire, $5. Touchdowns and Toke says, go Blue. Appreciate you. Go Blue, Michigan. Daddy Aitzian, 24, hope I'm saying that right, says, what do you think the Seahawks would do? Also, is this the only place I watch the NFL draft? Appreciate you, Daddy. And then for the Seahawks.
Someone clip that.
Someone clip that. Yes. They should go interior offensive line, Tom, but I think it's going to be wide receiver.
That's not their archetype. They don't take interior offensive
I know,
line
like
early, but they should.
Schneider's going to Schneider.
Also, they will draft a running back this year, I promise you.
Yes, they will. $2 from Uray. Hope I'm saying that right. Says, would you rather T-Mac or Matthew Golden in Dallas?
I got McMillan higher. I think there's a chance of that one happening here.
Yeah, I think you're good either way, but T-Mac is higher for me. $2, Joshua.
Still on Cowboys.
Go ahead, Tom.
Who's this year's non-QB? Aaron Rodgers. I treat that as like a slider. Maybe it's Will Johnson because of medical. Jotman, is the Browns GM going to fleece the Jags GM like the movie? I just want to know where David goddamn Putney's going to go. And eat some pancakes, too.
And you're going to include David Putney because I goddamn feel like it.
So, listen, I think we're good on pick 3, by the way, here. after this. Ellipsis, how about them Cowboys? Appreciate that, my friend. Nosy Toyota, hope we do better than 7-10. Don't we all? Not Jeremy Chugs' burner. Are we going to draft a pair of you sucks? With T-Mac on the board, hope they prove me wrong. Luke Downey, my godson, says Dart third. Oh, how I wish Jackson Dart would go third.
Giants,
It'd be
do it.
so funny.
Please
so
do
funny.
it.
K-Dog, the
This is the
$100
big
one.
All right, here we go.
Appreciate that,
Pick is
K-Dog.
in. Commissioner Goodell is going to be coming to the podium here momentarily. They're going to take Abdul Carter here, guys. Special edge rusher. Tom, I think he's got generational acceleration, burst off the line of scrimmage, and then great bend around the edge. Like, this guy's acceleration, I don't think I've ever seen an edge rusher move this fast on tape before, and that's really his superpower.
It's a very easy comp here, and it's the Penn State linebacker, off-ball turned edge rusher who wore number 11. It's Micah Parsons. I don't think he's going to be as good as Micah. That's really not a fair comparison with how good of a start Micah Parsons is off to here. I think this is a gifted pass rusher. He has not played that much edge rusher.
Yeah.
We have not seen the best of him yet. He didn't test because of the foot injury. I don't think that's going to be a huge red flag. I don't think it is, but he's a special athlete. He's not the biggest. He's not the strongest, but he has legitimate double-digit sack potential. And, isn't that what you want if you're taking the edge in the top 3? You want that type of player. He's my number 2 player in this class. I think he's an awesome athlete. I think he is a gifted playmaker. I don't know if he's ever going to be an elite run stopper.
Yeah.
I don't care that much if you're getting me double-digit sack, as long as you're not a massive liability. I have heard that he can be a little bit extra to manage, but that's how it is sometimes when you're a top-level player. I've heard that Hunter is the chillest guy ever, and that Carter is he's a little bit of not diva, but
sure.
He knows
passionate.
what he wants. Passionate, sure. Not like Odell Beckham fighting in net, but kind of in that same vein. I don't think the assault charge in 2024 really meant all that much there from a negative standpoint. But look, he's my number 2 player for a reason. You got him at 3rd overall. The quarterback spot is a huge issue for the Giants, but just purely on taking the best player available, I can never be mad at this.
Yeah.
Someone said in the chat he's Micah Parsons' team. He's better than that.
He's really good.
He's on sale. He's last year's model.
My comp for him is Von Miller.
I don't mind that one.
His speed is just unreal, man. It really is. Last year he had multiple sacks where his acceleration, which was collected by Next Gen Stats, was more than in any sack Micah Parsons has had ever in college or pro. So this guy's acceleration, you could even say, is even a little bit tick higher than Micah's. He's not as big or as strong, but and that's just the Next Gen Stats.
Micah closes ground so fast.
Yeah,
though.
yeah, and listen, Micah's
surprises people with that.
Micah, all right, but this kid can move fast, and I love what he brings to the table.
He cooked Notre Dame with a shoulder that was all kinds of messed up too, which is really impressive.
Yeah, and also if you want to use him 3-4 outside linebacker, you want to put him out into coverage, he's experienced doing that.
Don't do that. That's stupid. Don't do that.
Sure,
but he can.
That's like when the Steelers put T.J. Watt out in coverage sometimes.
Stupid.
It's stupid, but he'll get an interception every once in a while because he's pretty darn good at it. So don't do it, but you can do it if you want. Diana Rossini says this about the Cleveland Browns trade here. Says the Cleveland Browns are taking calls from teams interested in the number 5 pick. So they're looking at trading down even more. Are they trying to get Shedeur?
We made it to the draft night with 0 2024 picks traded. Or 2025 picks traded. We're going to have multiple 2026 traded at this rate. Denver might want to move up, and maybe they could go make a crazy trade for Jensen.
I'm so confused with what they're doing. Are they just stockpiling picks so they can get their quarterback of the future next year, and they're just going to suck this year with Flacco and Pickett? Is that the plan?
Can't wait till Arch Manning goes back to school, and it's get ready to learn Garrett Nussmeier, baby.
Dude,
get ready to learn the Nuss bus, Cleveland.
By the way, with Hunter not going to Cleveland, I don't know who gets Shedeur in the first round here. Unless it's the Steelers, I just don't know who's going to take him in the first round.
I said you can't say Shedeur.
I know you said you can't, but I said it. Sue me. I don't know, man. I think Shedeur has a chance of falling out. Sorry, Tom. Falling out of the first round later today. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button. Right now, the Patriots are on the clock. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. We're going to have extensive coverage of every single pick of the 2025 NFL Draft right here on Chat Sports all 3 days. All 32 picks today, Tom. All 2 rounds tomorrow, and then the final 4 rounds on Saturday, plus UDFA coverage for all of our teams that we cover here at Chat Sports as well. So click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Tom, is it my turn or is it Tom's?
I think it's your turn.
All right. All right, I'm on wet dog or top banana
Again? I will give you a second spin if you want.
No.
Okay.
I hate banana, by the way.
See,
Cassie at home, she can
eat the bean boozled. Quit delaying.
It's banana, but it's not good.
While Sperry melts down over a banana, how much is it? Michael?
I don't like it, okay?
4 is in. It is Will Campbell, the offensive tackle out of LSU. This is the biggest need for New England. He was my number 5 player. I don't know if he ends up being a tackle. I got Rich Man's Caleb McGarry comp on this one because I think he's better than Caleb McGarry was. He looks like a tackle with the height and the weight. Almost 6'6". He's 319. He tested really well. This is a gifted athlete. He is not long-limbed. To put this in perspective, his wingspan at the combine, which the arm length was 32 and 5/8 at the combine,
Yep.
33 at the pro day.
Give him that extra
which
inch.
The combine
Pause.
measurements were weird this year. I've got it in my notes for both of them because I don't know if the combine did it right, Frank, which is kind of embarrassing because it's the same people doing both. The wingspan was 77 and 3/8 inches. That is 7th among all offensive linemen since 2000. It is the 0th percentile, that is a thing, among offensive tackles. Now, that gets him into trouble. He'll lunge against speed. He doesn't always trust himself there. Despite that, he was really freaking good. He was a 3-year starter for LSU. He's a great athlete. I think he's an incredibly high football IQ. You can see him calling out blitzers and helping out on checks and stuff, which you don't normally see as a left tackle. I think he's a good athlete. He has good footwork. I think the worst case is like you move him inside and he's an elite level guard or tackle. Mm-hmm. He's got everything you want except the length. If he had the length, man, he'd be right up there in the Hunter Carter conversation.
Yeah, he's one of those prospects for me when I watch him on film where his technique, gets him in trouble because of the arm length, because he does such a good job sitting in the chair, doing all these different things to put yourself in a good position. And usually when we have guys with shorter arms, Tom, we see them as lungers because they need to get their hands on the tackles. He doesn't do that, but he gets in trouble with that too. He like his good technique gets him in trouble because him sitting back in the chair, whatever you guys want to call that, and having really good balance. I mean, it even accentuates
it's the pose he's making in that photo.
Yes, exactly. And like it just accentuates his arm length even more, which is an issue. So do we have
I will sign off here. I'm going to head over to Cowboys Report live stream solo, so stay tuned for that here in just a second. Sperry will take over. Browns on the clock, maybe for now. We'll see how that one ends up playing out here. So don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
Going over to the Cowboys Report right now, so I will be taking over here for the meantime. Trace Moose is going to be coming over to talk about the upcoming picks with me. But just a quick recap here. Cam Ward goes number 1, quarterback out of Miami. Then Travis Hunter, the Jaguars, the team that has been rumored to trade down pretty much this entire draft cycle, ends up trading up for, in my opinion, the best player in the NFL draft this year that can play both ways for them. Abdul Carter out of Penn State, special generational acceleration and get off out of Penn State going to the New York Giants. Watch out for a Kayvon Thibodeau trade, by the way. Then we got Will Campbell going to the New England Patriots. And now we are back with the Cleveland Browns on the clock. Right now, Tom's best available, Ashton Genty, running back out of Boise State. Mason Graham out of Michigan. They do need interior defensive line help here. Tyler Warren, tight end out of Penn State. And then Ted Aurora McMillan, wide receiver out of Arizona. This is going to be an interesting selection, man. Could they go quarterback? Could they go wide receiver? Could they go, who's the player that they're falling in love with here? And it looks like it's Mason Graham. All right, so we got the pick in here, and Tom's, they just announced Will Campbell on TV, but the pick is starting to come in here that the Cleveland Browns are going to be taking Mason Graham, defensive tackle out of Michigan. And producer Jack just said, go blue. First Michigan Wolverine off the board here, guys. And Graham's a good football player, man. There's some people that don't like him quite as much because his pass rush win rate maybe wasn't fantastic last year. He doesn't have the longest arms in the world. The measurables aren't fantastic. but he's just super solid both as a pass rusher and as a run defender. He is somebody that is going to be very disruptive. That's what he's known for, the quickness, the athletic ability really is off the charts with a guy like Mason Graham. And, this is the position that the Cleveland Browns do need. They do need help along the defensive line. Obviously, they still have Myles Garrett, who they locked up to a long-term contract worth $40 million per season. There's some rumblings that they might take Abdul Carter at number 2, but it seems like they fell in love with Mason Graham. They wanted to get some extra picks to move down in order to still get a defensive lineman and get an additional round 1 pick in 2026. And they end up getting their guy here, and he is the first defensive tackle to come off the board. Last year, just 3.5 sacks, so, not a ton of sack production last year, but a ton of pressures and, the disruptiveness that he brings to the table, it affects the way that an offense has to play offense, or at least it did with his time in Ann Arbor. They're playing for the Wolverines, had 45 tackles and 7 tackles for loss last year. So even though I think that some people were lower on Mason Graham, and maybe his upside isn't super, super high because he doesn't necessarily have the measurables that you would necessarily want. A lot of people that I really respect, like Brett Coleman, for example, had him 19th in his mock draft. He ends up going 5 here. But this is overall a pick that if you're going to trade down for that massive haul, I have no problem with it. Graham is my number 1 defensive tackle in this class, and he goes to the Cleveland Browns here at number 5. And the Las Vegas Raiders are now on the clock, and we welcome in Trace Moustakis. Moose, how you doing?
Woo!
The one thing that I love about Moose, man, he's going to bring the energy. So welcome to the show here, Moose. Do you have any thoughts on the trade between the Cleveland Browns and the Jacksonville Jaguars and the picks that they made?
First of all, pure pandemonium, right? Sitting outside, waiting for all the picks to come in. I was sure the Cleveland Browns were going to take Travis Hunter. You start hearing the rumblings before the draft starts, and you're thinking to yourself, there's no way this could actually happen, right? Like, there's just no way. And then all of a sudden, Jacksonville makes the power move, they make the blockbuster trade, and now Travis Hunter is in Duval. Yeah. So I got to tell
that's
you.
our second Liam Cohen reference, by the way, on today's show. But, I think that this is a trade that probably works out for both sides. Now, as a Steelers fan, I'm happy that my Steelers don't have to go up against Travis Hunter twice a year on both sides of the football. Also, I just love the fit with Jacksonville. They need a wide receiver and they need a corner. Now they get both in one player. So if you're going to trade this much for a non-quarterback, Moose, I think it does make sense for it to be Travis Hunter in this class.
Well, I think now the question that you have to ask yourself, especially if you're a Jags fan, is how much of both position is Travis Hunter going to play, right? Is he going to primarily play wide receiver? Is he going to primarily play corner? Is it going to be an even 50-50 split? What's it going to look like for Travis Hunter in terms of an actual productivity perspective? Because, look, you take a lot of hits at both positions.
Yeah. And he's not that big of a guy.
No, he's slight. I mean, he's lean and slender. He's very athletic, but he's not the biggest in terms of frame. So I could see after 6 games, your body's going to feel like it's taken 16 to 17 games worth of hits.
Yeah, 12, at least 12, like double. Like he plays 2 positions, 6 games means 12 games, right?
So, right, exactly. So I look at that and I say to myself, it's just going to come down to the logistics of everything. But I'm super excited to see what he's got. T-Law's got himself a brand new weapon, and they are brand new corner in Jacksonville. Super excited to see it. Oh, my goodness, Mr. Sperry. All right, so we do have a little Chubby's giveaway. Thank you to our friends over at Chubby's for sponsoring today. Now, it is a giveaway that we are going to do. Mr. Producer Jack, on the 1s and 2s, what's it look like from a logistics perspective?
So here's what we're going to do, okay? I'm showing you their wonderful, and I mean wonderful, NFL collection. I mean, these shirts and swim trunks look incredible.
Gorgeous. Yes, they do.
I mean, I wish I could get one for my
They give me Vegas vibes.
Very big Vegas vibes. So here's what we're going to
do. Look at that bad boy.
Is that a Vikings?
Check
That's the Vikings.
I don't think I could wear this. I'm allergic to it as a Bears fan. But I can show it to you in all its glory. And by the way, super comfortable, great material. I love this shirt if it's a Chicago Bears one.
Yeah, it's very stretchy, very cool as well, so you can wear these polos and swim trunks, obviously, during the summer. They also have liners inside of the swim trunks, obviously, and they're absolutely awesome, guys. So if you want a pair of these chubbies, either the polo or the swim trunks, spam your NFL team right now. If we break the chat record right now.
So the chat record today is 1,369.
All right, so if we can break, I mean, that's a big number right there, but spam your favorite team down there in the comment section. If we break the chat rate record right here, let's get it going. All right, so Moose, show off the shirt here that we got. I mean, you're a Bears fan. Yeah, that's a Bears fan, but
a little burning of the fingertips right now. I'm not going to lie, but this is. I'm going to back up a little bit, show you the full thing. I mean, just take a look at this on the beach, at church. It doesn't matter where you wear this.
At church,
you can wear this everywhere. Super comfortable, repping your favorite teams. All thanks to the good friends over at Chubbies for this awesome, awesome shirt. So keep spamming that team, guys, in the chat below. Let's see how many we can get. We want to give away some cool Chubbies swag.
By the way, we do have the pick. So keep spamming your team. We'll come back to the giveaway once we break down the Las Vegas Raiders selection. And there's a lot of people that were speculating this, Team Moose, but it is Ashton Jeanty, running back out of Boise State. Let me tell you, Moose, this kid especially is my number 2 overall prospect in this entire class. He's built low to the ground, 5'8.5". So he's built really low to the ground, but that's actually working into his advantage because he's got a super well-built lower half that allows him to just bounce off of defenders. Gives me a lot of Alvin Kamara vibes, and he's also a plus receiver out of the backfield. He's got that iconic stand-up straight kind of stance, and of course the Las Vegas Raiders with Pete Carroll. You know, he's ancient at this point. He's not looking to rebuild. He's looking to win now with Geno Smith, and he really prioritizes the run game. So Ashton Jeanty is going to provide that for them right away. Their offensive line is a little, average, I would say. They're going to have to get better on that group if Jeanty's going to really break out as a star in year 1. But I love his contact balance. I love his big playability. And I think that he's a special, special player, and I can't wait to see what he does in the silver and black.
Well, let's just talk about what he did last year in college. I mean, it felt like every single week there was a 70-yard run, 59-yard run, 80-yard run. This guy's got breakaway, playmaker-type ability. I love his low center of gravity like you're talking about. Big quads, big lower half, super trunky, as Colin Cowherd would say.
Yeah,
and
got a good trunk.
So I like the Alvin Kamara comp, but I also think that he's got that low center of gravity and the big lower half, kind of like a Saquon Barkley. So his yards after contact, the way to bounce off a defender, is a little bit more than an Alvin Kamara. So I don't know if generational is quite the right word, but since Saquon Barkley, tell me one other running back prospect that we have been this high on or has had such a good season in college football. This is Barry Sanders-esque in terms of production here. The video game numbers don't even do this justice. I couldn't do this on NCAA 2025. So I love the pick for the Raiders. To pair with Geno Smith, I think they've got an excellent thing brewing there with new head coach Pete Carroll for the Raiders. Lock it in. Love the pick for the Raiders.
All right, we're back with the Chubbies giveaway here. Spam your NFL team. And we can give a bunch of shout-outs here, Team Moose. So spam those teams down there. We're going to break the chat rate record here. If we do that, we're going to be giving away a Chubbies T-shirt or polo shirt or a swim trunks.
I will say the first go-around, when people were really spamming, we didn't get close. We were at like 500.
Ooh, yeah, that's not
So-
good enough.
Those are rookie numbers. We got to get it going.
Pump it up.
We're not going to give it away unless we beat today's chat rate record.
I love that. And what would you say, 1,300 there, Mr. Producer?
1369. We got to get there.
Let's spam it, guys. All right. Joe McNamara for the Jets. I love it. Queen, Jace, I see you. John, I see you. Lazy Cat, I see you. Garrett, John again. Joe, Liam, Captain. I'm trying to read these as fast as I can, guys. Mason, B-Moose, what up? Nice name. Taylor, Jacob, Len, Captain, Brandon, John Hawkins, Liam, Theodore, Jamal, Timothy, Garrett, Aaron. Keep going, guys. We love to see it. Keep spamming your favorite teams. Good Lord, it is going way too fast for my eyes. Sky, I see you. Christopher, Jace again.
Just
Roger.
name the teams. Just name the teams.
49ers, Bucks, Eagles, Ravens, Vikings, Chiefs, Niners,
Come on.
Redskins, Panthers.
Where are my Steelers fans at? Come on.
No.
Where are my
Patriots,
Steelers fans at?
49ers, Broncos, Chargers, Bears, Panthers.
Spam those Steelers in the chat.
Keep
Come
spamming
on.
your Bears. Bear down. Bear down. Bear down in Green Bay. Indy, Steelers, Panthers, Dallas, Lions, Pitt, the Seahawks.
Keep them coming.
Keep them coming, guys. I'm seeing a lot of Bears right now, and I love to see that. Let's go. Keep
Come on.
going.
We're almost there. We're almost there. Keep them coming. Come on. Who wants a shirt?
Chubbies.
Who wants a
Who
shirt?
wants this shirt?
By the way, you don't have to get the Viking shirt. You can,
Yeah,
you
true.
can pick the
Not
team
that
you
particular,
want.
whatever team you want.
It's not that shirt exactly.
Correct. My apologies. Not that exact shirt.
By the way, the Jets are on the clock right now. We're awaiting word. Moose, I think that, this has been the team that I've been connecting to Armin Membu this entire time. They need a right tackle to complete their offensive line. They got Justin Fields, who needs protection because he holds on to the ball forever. Plus, he's a dynamic rusher. They got Breece Hall. It seems like they're going to be a run-first type of culture there. To me, Armin Membu, who played excellently at right tackle for the Missouri Tigers, I think he is a match made in heaven.
Did we?
Hey! Somebody's walking away with a Chubby's polo
We love to see it.
or swimsuit of your choosing. So,
of your choosing.
so we will have a winner announced here momentarily. But Trace, give me your rundown of the Jets.
Yeah, quick little spiel on the Jets. We might be the only two hosts here that can actually talk about Justin Fields from a perspective of both of our favorite teams have had him as a quarterback, and you're absolutely right. More of a one-read quarterback, doesn't like to keep his eyes downfield nearly as much as you would like, but a freak athlete. And one thing that I will say about Justin Fields and this new kind of Jets regime, you're absolutely right. They need to protect him. The only other option that I could see is maybe a Tyler Warren coming in for another weapon for him to pair with Garrett Wilson on the outside. So one of the things that I love about your pick, though, is he played well last year at Missouri. He's a very certified player. I think he solidifies that offensive line. I would lock it in for Armin Membu, but I could easily see them going Tyler Warren as well.
All right, so we are going to be giving. All right, so
Whoa.
So Moose. Oh. Come on,
Keep
spam
spamming.
those.
We're going to pick a winner.
Spam your favorite team. Moose is going to pick the winner here.
All
so
right.
pressure's on.
Do
all
you want
right?
me to I'll do a little turnaround action and then.
Yeah, turn around.
All right, there we go.
All right, spam your favorite team for your chance to win right now. You get 30 seconds. Moose is going to be turned around, which is terrible for the look there, but we get to see the backside a little bit.
You get to see this fresh cut that I just got.
Yeah, it does look good. Do you get that this weekend or?
I got it yesterday.
You got it
actually,
yesterday.
yeah.
Getting ready for the draft. That's
Of
all good.
course.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who we got?
Liam Hodges is our winner.
Liam, thank you so much. Make sure you email us at draft@chatsports.com. Let us know what team you want, whether you want the shorts or the polo. Pick one or the other, and then let us know your shipping address. That, of course, includes your zip code so that we can send you your Chubbies reward there. Thank you so much. And shout out to Chubbies, man. They're absolutely fantastic.
They did great. They did great.
All right, so we do have the pick. 20% off when you go to chubbyshorts.com/chat. Is that promo code as well? And then the promo code chat to get 20% off. Moose, we do have the next pick, and it is exactly who I thought it would be. Sperry knows ball. Number 7 of the NFL draft, pick number 7, Armin Membu, right tackle, the exact pick that they should make at this point. Tyler Warren's a great player, but in my opinion, this culture is going to be set in the run game. And Tyler Warren's more of a receiving tight end than a blocking tight end. He can block, but that's not what he's special for. Membu is going to be able to go in there right away, start for them, and that is already one of the most talented and young offensive linemen offensive lines, period, in the National Football League with that run-centered culture in New York. So I really like what Armand brings to the table with really good athleticism. He's got really great arm length. He can play inside if you need him to. And, of course, he's got all that experience playing on the right side at Missouri.
And one of the things that I think you're looking for, especially in today's game with offensive linemen, is that lateral quickness that you want to be able to display, to get up against a guy kind of like Abdul Carter, who is in New York as well. So you want to be able to move to the side, put your hands up, have the strength to, keep your defender at bay. I love this pick for the Jets. Locking it in. Let's go, Jets Nation. Jets, 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 Jets.
Absolutely. Take a look at the PFF grading from Mando last year with Missouri. A 90.4 overall, an 85.4 pass block, and 87.6 run block. So as you guys can see there, his run blocking is absolutely excellent. He didn't allow a single sack last year either. And, there's a reason why people were talking about Mando at 4 to the Patriots at some point during this draft cycle. Of course, that doesn't happen. Will Campbell gets taken there. But the fact that Mando was giving him a run for his money as the top tackle in this class, I think says a lot about the really complete package he brings to the table. And I think that the Jets are getting a stud here and exactly the type of player they needed here at number 7 overall. We got some super chats we're going to get to here if you want to read them off here, Moose.
Absolutely. First one coming in from Joshua. What position do you think the Cowboys will go for? I have to think they go wide receiver. Tet McMillan, Matthew Golden, somebody on the opposite end of CD Lamb for a 1-2 punch. They need all the weapons that they could possibly get.
Yeah, I agree. Wide receiver is a position to watch out for, but dark horse here is corner. They don't have a nickel corner.
True.
And they base out of nickel with Matt Eberflus running the defense. You should know that as a Bears fan. They run a lot of nickel. They do not have a nickel corner. So if Jahdae Barron makes it to them at 12, watch out for that being the pick. $2 from Robert. This came in before. It says Genty to the Browns, most likely. Sorry,
didn't
Robert.
happen.
It didn't happen. They took Mason Graham. But that's unfortunate for you, I guess. But they're probably going to get a running back on day 2 with all the picks that they got. So don't you worry. Boys for Life, $2 says, go Jags. Man, I'm excited for Jags fans, man. I'm excited for Travis Hunter. He's going to look so good in that uniform, man. He was born to wear that Jaguars helmet, if you ask me. I absolutely love that.
Yes, he's got a ton of swag, so I'm really happy and excited to see where he goes from here.
Do we have all right, cool. So we're going to get to our Steelers Super Chats here in just one moment. The Carolina Panthers are now on the clock at number 8 overall. This is another pick where I think we kind of know where they're leaning here, Trace Moose. It seems like Mr. Jalen Walker could be going here at number 8.
Well, locking up that defensive side of the ball where they were horrendous last year. Weren't they dead last in points per game allowed in the NFL? Something like 30 points per game. It was just insanely brutal. And part of the reason that defenses on the back end don't do nearly as well is a lack of a pass rush. And as we see more, teams go to like a cover 3 shell and they want a 3 technique where it's rush 3, drop 8 back in coverage, you need someone like a Jalen Walker who's strong and able to get on the line of scrimmage and get after the quarterback. So I love this pick. If it were to come in, Jalen Walker, I would lock in as the 8th overall pick to the Carolina Panthers.
All right, we got Tarvarius here. This is Steelers, correct? All right, so our Steelers from our Steelers Talk Super Chats is what we're getting to right here. $5 from Tarvarius says, here we go, Steelers, here we go. Says, can't wait to see what the clowns do about the Cowgirls. Talking about the Cowgirls. Yeah, man, I'm so happy that the Browns traded out and passed on the best player in this draft. I can't tell you how happy I am that the Browns made that decision. $2 from Gary Frank. My man says, Browns suck every year. Didn't matter who they got. I love your passion, Gary Frank. I absolutely love it, my friend. We got any more here from Steelers here, Jack? All right, so here's our Super Chat menu. Trace, you want to take this one?
Yeah, absolutely. So every 100 subs that you guys do, so make sure you lock us in, hit that sub button.
By the way, we need to get him to do a Bean Boozled. He hasn't done a Bean Boozled yet, so he's got some catching up to do here.
I also haven't had a single drink. So if you want to send in a $50 Super Chat, I will rip a beer bong right off the bat.
There we go. I love it.
I'm ready to go.
A 50.
$50 Super Chat. I'll rip one right off the bat live on camera. And remember, $5, you're going to enter that draft hat raffle that we've got going on. And $10, we'll talk about your team. So if you feel like donating, which, again, YouTube does take 70% of our Super Chats, so we want you to donate as much as possible, but it's not mandatory. If you could do that, it would definitely help us out, bring you more stuff to give away, like draft hats, like jerseys, all season long.
So we'll take a look here at Tom Downey's best available. Tyler Warren, the tight end out of Penn State, is continuing to fall down the board here a little bit. I think he's going to fall down a couple more picks here. Maybe he goes to New Orleans. Maybe he goes to Chicago. We'll see. Teryl McMillan, number one true wide receiver in this class, in my opinion. Will Johnson out of Michigan might be falling down the draft board here because of some knee issues that have popped up here late here, Trace. And then we got Jahdae Barron still on the board. Mike Green, who I love, out of Marshall. Luther Burden the third. Tom's a bit higher on Luther than I am, even though I like him as a player. Jalen Walker, I think, is probably going to be the pick here at number 8. And then you got Colston Loveland out of Michigan, also up on Tom's big board right now. So let me know down there in the comments section, who's the best player left on the board? Is it Tyler Warren? Is it Teryl McMillan? Is it somebody else? Let me know what you guys think down there in the comments section. For me, Moose, I think Teryl McMillan probably is my best player left on the board. I really like Ted. I don't know how you feel about him, actually, but I think he's really smooth as a bigger receiver, and he's got some crazy big catchability in contested situations. And I think he's underrated as a yak threat as well. So I don't know how you feel about him, but that's how I come down on him.
Well, so let me start by saying here. Pause indeed.
Clip that.
All right. So what I was going to say was, I love everything you said about Ted McMillan, and I do think he's going to have a fine NFL career. But the one thing I have that gives me a little bit of pause is his ability to play in press coverage. He does not play up to his size. He doesn't want to get physical off the line of scrimmage. So in every other aspect, I think you're absolutely right. He's got great feet, got great hands, a nose for the football. But can he go up against a very strong and aggressive corner and beat him off the line of scrimmage? I think that remains to be seen. That's why I think he's fallen a little bit and could see him going as far as 22 or 23. My favorite player on the board right now, Mike Green.
Mike Green. I love Mike Green, man.
I love
honestly,
Mike
if I were the Carolina Panthers, that's the pick that I'd be making here. I would have taken Mike Green in my mock draft here if this wasn't just set in stone pretty much that's going to be Jalen Walker. But before they make the pick here, Moose, tell us about our friends at Game Time.
Oh, I would love to. Game Time is the official ticketing partner of NFL Daily. It makes getting tickets even faster and easier. Did you know prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch? And I know that with all the wildness of the NFL draft, you probably forgot that it was MLB season. But with killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying those tickets. Save up to 60% off buying your last-minute tickets for sports, concerts, comedy events, and theater. One thing that my fiance and I love to do is make date night happen for us about every single 2 weeks, and that's where Game Time comes in. It is so easy. All you have to do is go to your app store, click the download button with the black box and the white G in it, and download Game Time today. Again, use code ChatSports for $20 off your first purchase. Terms do apply, but you can create that account and redeem code ChatSports, that's ChatSports, for $20 off. Love the Game Time app. Love everything they do when it comes to getting to a ball game or maybe a concert or comedy event. Last-minute tickets, lowest prices, guaranteed.
All right, well, we have a little bit of a surprise here at number 8 here, Moose. And the guy that you said might fall to 22 or 23, it looks like the NFL agrees with me a little more here.
Dead-ass wrong.
Teryl McMillan out of Arizona. I think he's a terrific route runner. I think he's a super intelligent route runner as well. He knows how to read leverage. And he does really a good job of, Moose, is that he gets corners to turn their hips and then uses their blind spot to create an insane amount of separation when they're playing in off coverage. Had a really good season this past year, 2 straight seasons with over 1,300 yards receiving, at 8 touchdowns last year and averaged over 15 yards per catch. This is a little surprising to me because, first of all, Jalen Walker was like definitely supposed to go here to Carolina, but also they have a ton of big receivers already in Carolina. They got Xavier Legette. They've got Adam Thielen, a big slot wide receiver. They got Jalen Coker, who's another big receiver. All of those guys are over 6'2", and now you're adding another guy over 6'2". That is a giant wide receiver room.
It is a giant wide receiver room. Now, one thing that I will say is that I think this is an opportunity to supplant Adam Thielen, who's getting much, much older. So obviously, they're looking to the future with this pick, and a combination of Xavier Legette and Ted McMillan now for Bryce Young, who actually had a pretty decent second half of the season last year.
Did.
I think this could be the resurgence of the Carolina Panthers. Maybe not right away, but give it a couple of years, and they could be back up at the top of the NFC South.
Can I just make a note real quick?
Yeah.
Ian Rappaport just made a big boo-boo.
What did he do?
What did he say?
He tweeted that they got Teryl McMillan, but he called him ASU star Teryl McMillan.
Jack, as an ASU fan, you do not like that at all.
No, if you're an Arizona fan, you don't like that.
Yeah, that's such a good point.
That's a big boo-boo by Rappaport.
Not a great look there for Mr. Rap Sheet.
So now this is where I think the draft starts to get really interesting here, where the Saints are now on the clock here, Moose. And they got about 3.5 minutes left on the clock. There's a lot of rumors that they're going to go trench player here. Kelvin Banks is still on the board. That could be possible here. He's been heavily rumored there. Michael Williams, an edge player, has been heavily rumored to New Orleans. But they could also go quarterback. If they love Jackson Dart, could they potentially go him here? Could we see them trade down? There's a lot of different things the Saints could do here.
Why are we sleeping on Shadorlins right now? I'm not saying that it's a guaranteed lock, but Kellen Moore, brand new head coach with a rookie quarterback, it sounds like a match made in heaven, just coming off a Super Bowl victory as the offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles. So I think with his impressive accuracy, especially from inside the pocket, I think that's something that Kellen Moore could do wonders with as he kind of gets a little bit more creative as Shador gets older. The one thing that Shador does really well that you want as a head coach, especially as a new one, is an accurate non-project quarterback. And I think he's about as sure of a thing in terms of NFL ready as you could possibly get.
I mean, listen,
you don't
man,
agree with me. It's obvious.
I have him ranked as my 5th-ranked quarterback in this class. I think that he's actually not as pro-ready as maybe some people believe he is, just because he played in a very college-esque offense. A lot of screens, a lot of pop passes, a lot of RPOs that padded the completion percentage stats. And I think he was late on a lot of his progressions. You want to see people throw with anticipation if they have a weaker arm like Shador has. I thought he was late, and he was a see-it-throw-it type of quarterback, which is why I think teams like the Browns, teams like the Giants, teams like the Saints, according to Adam Schefter, doesn't love Shador Sanders. I think that there's a reason for his drop here, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Shador doesn't go in round 1 tonight. But we'll see what happens here. I would love the Shadorlins hype, and I would love Trizzy Trace to have the Shadorlins T-shirts and all this different stuff.
Yep.
But I don't think it's going to happen here at 9. And I think that they're probably going to go to an offensive lineman here. So a couple of quick hitters here, talking about some of the picks that the teams have made. Cam Ward going number 1. We haven't heard your thoughts on this here. What's that, Sam? Fine, I'll stand up a little straighter for you, Sam.
You
Trace,
have to have that
I didn't
posture.
I didn't want Trace to look small next to me. All right.
Listen, I look small next to everybody, Sperry, especially you.
So, Trace, give me your thoughts on that first overall pick.
I love Cam Ward. I love this pick. I think that this is resetting the framework for the Tennessee Titans. I think this was clearly the obvious pick. There were rumors that everybody was going to call up, make a trade. The Titans clearly stood firm, canceled all the other interviews with all the other top players. They knew what they were going with. I love Cam Ward as a prospect. I think he's gotten better every single year that he's played in college. He's a little nonchalant, which can be coached out, in my opinion. But in terms of what you're getting as an NFL prospect, Tennessee Titans fans should be elated that their new franchise starts today. Then coming in with Travis Hunter, we talked a little bit about him. Before that, we said, hey, we know exactly what he offers. That incredibly athletic, plays on both sides of the ball, twitchy, fast, can push defenders off, wide receivers off the line of scrimmage as a corner, but then also understands leverage points as a wide receiver. I just wonder where they're going to use him more often, but love the pick there for Duval coming in at number 2. And then kind of, recapping what we had at 3 and 4, Abdul Carter and Will Campbell. Abdul Carter on the opposite end of Kayvon Thibodeau now in the New York, where their defensive line is starting to look really, really scary.
They may trade Thibodeau.
You think so?
Yeah, Thibodeau's really big on brand. He had a pretty decent season last year. I can't imagine he's too happy. They're bringing in his replacement here. I wouldn't be shocked if they trade him and include him maybe in a trade-up scenario here in round 1 to a team that needs an edge rusher.
Well, keep your eye on the Chicago Bears then, because I think they could use another one on the outside of Montez Sweat. Then coming in at number 5, Mason Graham, after that trade back from 2 for the Cleveland Browns, solidifying that defensive line. About as plug-and-play ready player in the NFL draft this year as you will see. He was actually my, day 1, going to be an amazing starter right off the gate. Then Ashton Genty, unbelievable playmaker, almost a Heisman winner, the Heisman runner-up, followed by Armin Membu to the Jets at right tackle, and then Tet McMillan, most recently at wide receiver for the Carolina Panthers.
Now we have our pick at number 9, and once again, Sperry knows ball. Kelvin Banks Jr., number 9, off the board, and I love what he brings to the table. Really clean tape. He's got long enough arms to potentially play tackle at the National Football League level, but he can also play guard, and I think he could play guard at an all-pro or Pro Bowl caliber level here. Kellen Moore comes from the school of Howie Roseman kind of philosophy where you take trenches in the first round, and then also Mickey Loomis has taken trench like 9 out of the last 10 years in the first round of the NFL draft. So that was a match made in heaven here. This is an offensive line here that, they need somebody for the future, whether it's at tackle, whether it's at guard. They're going to figure that out here, Trace. But I think that they're setting the foundation for future success and, helping protect maybe a quarterback they trade back into here in round 1.
Well, I don't necessarily know about round 1 there, Sperry, but maybe on day 2 or day
Maybe.
3 that you could go with the quarterback. But listen, as much as I think that this is probably the wrong pick, offensive line is a premier position in the NFL. The best teams have great offensive lines because you can protect your quarterback and keep him on his feet. I love what you said about Calvin Banks. I love his size. It's 6'5", 315 pounds. He's nimble. He's quick with his feet. He's got
Very
good
quick.
hands. I love everything about him. Probably the best athlete at offensive line in this draft, other than maybe an Armin Membu, but in different ways. So he's not a great mauler, but when it comes to, like I said, that lateral quickness that you're looking for, I think he's one of the best in this draft class. So I actually will say that it's probably a very good safe insurance pick there for the New Orleans Saints.
Absolutely. We have a report on the pick at number 10 here.
My Chicago Bears?
So we will get to that in momentarily. And I think this is going to surprise you, Moose. This is a little surprising to me. I'm not going to lie.
Am I about to crash out, guys?
I don't know.
No,
Make sure
I'm not looking.
Make sure you click that subscribe button, because if you want to see Trace, turn around so we'll get his instant reaction.
That's fine.
Here. We will get his instant reaction here, but make sure you guys click that subscribe button, because for all the Trace Moose crash outs here at Chat Sports, make sure you click that subscribe button. And we're getting close to 407,000 subscribers. Moose has a
dude. I'm actually nervous right now.
Moose,
Teeth chattering.
By the way, Moose, after he finds out this pick, is going to have to do a Bean Boozled jelly bean.
That's fair.
So make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. So Jack, let's put the pick up on screen. And Trace,
Oh God, I don't know what that means.
turn around. Colston Loveland, tight end out of Michigan, is a Chicago Bear over Tyler Warren. Loveland, who I have a late first-round grade on. I think he's good. I don't think he's a great tight end prospect. What's your instant reaction, Trace? I don't love it.
You already have a tight end in Chicago named Cole Kmet who can't block. Why would you get another one that can't block? Colson Loveland is strictly a slot tight end. That's the game he plays. He's a little bit more of a slender guy. You're basically drafting the same player. What is going on? Oh, my God.
Yeah, I will say, he played in a system there at Michigan that did ask him to block in line quite a bit. And he was okay at it. Like you said, he's gangly, and there's question marks as to just how good of an inline blocker he can be in the league. But, this is Ben Johnson, who had the Detroit Lions take Sam Laporta, and obviously he worked out, another Big Ten tight end. But I think it's a shock that they went with this Big Ten tight end over Tyler Warren, who people were saying was like a top 5 player in this class. I would have gone another direction here. If I was Chicago, but, I don't know.
Can somebody get me Ryan Poles' phone number? Can I just call him and ask him what the hell he's thinking?
What is Harry's reaction to this? Is he liking it?
I have to think he has the same reaction as me. My thought here was that Chicago would go edge rusher because last year we saw a big decline in Montez Sweat as he was getting double teamed. So you need another player on the defensive line that can get after the quarterback. Newsflash, doesn't play on that side of the ball. And it's not a need. Like, I would have rather gone receiver at Matthew Golden here to pair and make another big three in Chicago. This is garbage. I like Colston Loveland, the player, not for the Bears. Oh, end rant. I'm sorry.
As Moose absolutely melts down here, let's talk about Michael Williams. San Francisco 49ers go edge rusher here. I mean, this was a very fast pick for San Francisco. They did need edge help. I thought the bigger need was interior defensive line, Moose, but D tackle is a little bit deeper in this class. And I think Michael Williams, kind of fits their mold. They run a 4-3 there, so you need a bigger type of edge rusher to put on the other side of Nick Bosa. Excellent run defender. And I kind of like this pick. What's your to get your mind off of the Bears pick? What do you think?
Well, I would have much rather have him in a Bears uniform, but let me talk about him, the player. Like you said, kind of one of those players where I feel like he needs a little more development. Now, in San Francisco, that could be a great place for you to learn and grow as a pass rusher. Doesn't have all of the moves that you're looking for, which kind of led to that lower production, but all the physical traits are there. And there's nothing wrong with going with a project rather than, a guaranteed day one plug-and-play starter. He might be a rotational player at first, but give him some time. Let's see how he develops in training camp. I mean, 6'5", 267 pounds. You can't teach size, Sperry.
Yeah,
you know that better than anybody.
And he's got incredibly long arms,
yes.
like crazy go-go gadget arms. And, he wasn't super productive as a pass rusher in college, but they played him at the 4-eye, which is like at Georgia, which is like a 3-4 defensive end, more of an interior kind of alignment there. And that prevented him from getting true pass rush snaps where he's allowed to line up out wide and attack an offensive tackle one-on-one. He's going to have more opportunities to do that in San Francisco. And apparently this guy's interviews were off the charts. They love his measurables, and they believe that he can be an even better pass rusher in the pros than he was in college. So I like this pick here. We're going to run through the picks here, 1 through 11 real quick as the Dallas Cowboys, Tom Downey's Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. No Teryl or McMillan for him to choose from here, but we got Cam Ward going to the from Miami going to the Tennessee Titans. Travis Hunter, Jacksonville trading up for the stud two-way player. Abdul Carter, the edge rusher, creates one of the most devastating and dominant edge rusher duos in the league in Brian Burns and Carter there in New York. Then you got Will Campbell going to the New England Patriots. Mason Graham being the pick for Cleveland after the trade down. Ashton Genty goes to the Raiders at 6. Armin Membu goes to the Jets at 7. Teryl McMillan goes to Carolina at 8, completing the giant wide receiver room they got in Carolina. Kelvin Banks Jr. goes to the Saints at 9. Colston Loveland goes to the Bears at 10.
Boo.
And then Michael Williams rounds out the top 11 here with the San Francisco 49ers. So, listen, San Francisco still needs to draft 2 starters at defensive tackle in this class. Hopefully they can find them in the middle rounds because they didn't take one here. Got a couple super chats to get to here. It's Carson says, what position do you think the Eagles going to get? I keep thinking, Moose, that Tyler Booker is perfect to replace Mekhi Becton.
Yeah, I was going to say there's not much that they need, but if it's 3 things that are guarantees in life, death, taxes, and the Eagles having a good offensive line. So I feel like that's probably what they're going to attack because they just do it and develop it so well. So taking a Tyler Booker, who is one of my sleepers, I thought he should have been a top 15 pick. I don't necessarily know that he'll go that high, probably won't, but I think whoever lands him, if it's the Eagles, they're going to get a Pro Bowler within the first 3 years. So love that pick if it comes in for the Eagles.
Timmy Justice says, talk about Houston. That's a team that's been rumored to want to trade up for an offensive lineman, and now that we're seeing some offensive linemen come off the board, could they move up a couple spots when we get to like the 20s? Like, could they move up with the Pittsburgh Steelers? That's something that's a possibility for them. They brought in Cam Robinson and Trent Brown, but those guys are meh. They're Band-Aids. Like, if Josh Simmons is there, if Gray Zabel's there, they need offensive line help. I mean, C.J. Stroud was just running for his life last year, and he had a lot of pocket trauma, which led to significantly decreased production in his second year than his rookie season.
Yeah, and that's probably the main thing. I mean, if you look at their draft needs, the first 2 on the board, tackle and guard. So I would like to think that there may be a sleeper position that you would think for Houston.
Could go receiver.
You could.
With Tank Dell out for the next year.
I would actually go like Terrence Ferguson maybe, or, anybody at that level for tight end before I would go wide receiver, but I think you have to go offensive line for sure.
What if Tyler
It's
Warren's
terrible.
still there? What if
Tyler Warren falls to 25, you lock that pick in immediately.
That would be crazy, man. 5. So these are some Steelers ones here. So shout out to my Steelers people out there. Charmander says, would you be happy having Sanders to the Steelers and maybe having him be the starter? No, I would not. I'm lower on Shedeur Sanders. I don't think he has a ton of star upside, and I honestly don't think he's that pro ready. He has to be perfect in his footwork, his accuracy, his pocket presence, his anticipation. He has to be like a Tua Tagovailoa / Brock Purdy style of quarterback, and he's just not that right now. He's got a lot to prove in the league, and he takes a lot of bad sacks too. So there's not a whole lot that I love about him. Plus, the Steelers are trying to win now, and young quarterbacks never win in the playoffs, and they never, ever, ever win Super Bowls. So if the Steelers want to win a Super Bowl, Shedeur Sanders cannot be their starting quarterback. Period.
I think it's starting to make even more and more sense for the black and gold.
Dude,
I love that pick. I think
I will be
Shedeur
so mad.
I think you guys actually go. We're gonna go to the next one. This is actually my good buddy who's watching in from Fargo,
Justin
North. Yeah,
Gordon, my man.
my
says,
good buddy from Fargo, North Dakota.
says if New Orleans effed up and don't take Shedeur, it's going to be curtains in the AFC North and the rest of the NFL. I mean, the Steelers. I don't think the Steelers are taking Shedeur. I think he's going to be on the board at 21, and they're either going to trade down, and then they're going to take a different player when they trade down, or they're going to take a position player, and all the people that want Shedeur in Pittsburgh are going to absolutely melt down. I mean, I don't know, man. The Steelers, Moose, are so good at manipulating the media. They're so good at putting smoke screens out there.
Yep.
The last, 2022. We had everyone convinced they're going to take Malik Willis. They took Kenny Pickett. Last offseason, they said, we want to bring back Mason Rudolph to compete with Kenny Pickett. Neither of them are on the team come the start of free agency.
Yep.
Then we get to this year. We want to bring back Justin Fields or Russell Wilson. They offered Justin Fields a Daniel Jones level contract and weren't willing to up their offer when the Jets outbid them. And then they didn't even offer Russell Wilson a contract this year. So that was clearly a lie. But the media pushed it because the Steelers pushed that information out there. And now you're hearing it from Schefter, Schrager, Todd McShay. The Steelers, quote unquote, really like Shedeur Sanders, even though he's got a weak arm, and they want to throw the ball down the field to DK Metcalf and George Pickens. He's not particularly ready to play in an under center offense because he hasn't done it in college. And I don't think he has a lot of star upside in a division where you have to play Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson twice a year. Do not draft him, Pittsburgh Steelers, for the love of God. $2. Chris, the ghost of Al Davis, has entered the Bears GM.
Yeah, seriously. Like, can we please get Ryan Poles on the phone? Like, I don't understand what was going through his head. Maybe Ben Johnson whispered something in his ear and was like, I can turn this guy into the next Travis Kelce. If that's the case, I love it. But I don't think there's another Travis Kelce in this draft, and there might not be another Travis Kelce ever. So it just doesn't make any sense to me why Chicago would double down on a tight end that can't block.
Plus, it's such a volatile position. I mean, everyone was sure Kyle Pitts was going to be a superstar at tight end. Didn't happen, right? And it's just so volatile. $20 from my man Mo.
Woo!
Say it with me, Trace. Mo says Sanders falling. Let's go. That's not a let's go. All right. Listen, man. When it comes to Shedeur Sanders, there is a reason why these teams in the top 10 are not taking him. The Browns are in deep need of a quarterback. The Giants are in deep need of a quarterback. The Saints are in deep need for a quarterback. They are passing on this guy. This guy is Bo Callahan. Nobody goes to his birthday party. Do not take him. Please. There's a reason why he is falling. All right, and there's a reason why if he doesn't go to the Steelers, a lot of people don't think he's going to go in the first round. So do not make the same mistake you made with Kenny Pickett, taking a mid-round level quarterback in the first round. Do not make that mistake.
We're getting the Jack Sperry crash out right now, and the pick hasn't even come in yet. They might go Derek Harmon, and this would all have been for nothing. But, hey, listen.
I would be happy with Derek Harmon.
Yeah.
I would be thrilled with that. Justin, my man, says it's game on for Sanders to the Steelers. Let's go. We got options, baby. Sanders or DT. Come back in the second. Running back Hampton. I don't think that Hampton's going to be there. And the Steelers don't have a second-round pick. So they can't get either of those guys in the second round unless they trade down and get one, which is, I don't know, unlikely.
Yeah.
If they get an additional day 2 pick, I'd say it's a third-round pick, not a second.
Well, Hampton's not going to go that low. Caleb Johnson, I could see, but
yeah.
you're definitely not going to get Amari and Hampton. Even Caleb, it was one of my hot takes that I thought 3 running backs were going to go in the first round. I thought Caleb might go.
It might happen.
The Chiefs? Why not? I mean, I know
Sure.
they have Isaiah Pacheco, but after his injury last year, maybe a little bit of insurance at that pick. I'm not entirely. I know they need offensive line help as well, but that's one of those things where, like, if you want a good, solid running back like that, you might have to take Omarion Hampton if he's available at 21.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, I would love him at 21
Yeah.
if you're the Steelers because they want to run the football. I think he could be a star level back immediately. So I love that. Our super chat menu today, Trace. You want to tell us about what we have on the menu? By the way, you have a
hand over the bean
here we go.
boozled here.
Here's-
I'm
you have
not
to-
going to look.
All right, he's not going to look. What do you got?
It's brown, so that can either be
Like
Dr.
dark
Pepper.
brown, cappuccino, or liver and onions?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, it's not good either way. But
Let's hope it's cappuccino.
Come
All right,
on,
here we go.
baby. By the way, as he's eating that, $5 gets you into a raffle to win a draft hat for your favorite NFL team. $10, talk about your team. If you put in a $10 super chat, we will make sure to talk about your team. I know we have quite a few. Oh, never mind. I think we just got to the super chats on Steelers Talk. So
It's liver and onions, by the way.
by the way, if you have sent me a Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal on our Steelers Talk stream, guys, if you've sent me a Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal, we're going to go through all of them once we get to pick 15 and we go over and Coop and I go live on just Steelers Talk. So if you guys sent me a Venmo or Cash App, we will get to it once I come off the main stream here. But I'll make sure you get those super chats in. We greatly appreciate your support. And now the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock here, Moose. There's been a lot of talk about Matthew Golden potentially going here, but Jahdae Barron is still here. And I've been kind of nails with these predictions so far.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked if they add a nickel corner here with how much they're going to be a nickel.
Well, so look, Jahdae Barron is my cornerback 1 in this. I like him better than Will Johnson.
No
I think
way.
the up end side for Jahdae Barron is insane. He ran a 4.3 at the combine. He's strong. He's athletic. Great kid, loved all of his answers when he was at the podium. I think he has got so much upside. And if he were to go to the Cowboys playing in a Matt Eberflus defense, which I have a lot of things to say about Matt Eberflus, coaching defense is a strength of his.
Yeah, he can do that.
He's a great defensive coordinator, just an absolutely shitty head coach. But
not going Jahdae Barron. So I was wrong. It's Tyler Booker. And the Cowboys are the kings of taking surprising interior offensive linemen in the first round. And you were right about him. You said he could go top 15.
Sleeper, baby. I love it.
I thought he was going to go late round 1. I really like him, and he's a good fit for what Dallas wants to do. All right, they don't run a lot of outside zone where he's going to be asked to, move, horizontally or anything like that. He's going to be a really solid pass protector for them from day one, and he's going to be able to push people forward in the run game, which is what you want. And, they've gotten a little bit older on the offensive line there in Dallas. I don't know how Tom Downey's going to feel about this. I feel like he probably feels like this is a reach and that you could have got guard later in the draft. But overall here, guys, the run block grade, not fantastic at Bama last year at 63.9. That drove down his overall grade at 66.5. But really good anchor, really stout frame. And you're not able to move him very easily, Moose. So overall, you're getting a pretty decent player here, but probably not the splash move on offense or defense for that matter that Cowboys fans are probably expecting.
Oh, I'm sure Dallas is on fire right now, but you should not be so concerned. One of the things you mentioned, that anchor, he's got size. This is a mammoth of a human being. Now, again, if he can learn to shift that weight forward and drive his legs as hard as he can, those run blocking skills might just get a little bit better. Now, I'm not saying that straight out of the gate, Tyler Booker is Pro Bowl year 1, but I think with the right coaching and understanding, different schemes, what the Cowboys are going to try and do, which would be, probably and would hopefully move towards running the football a little bit more, I think you're going to see the natural progression take its course. I loved Tyler Booker as a prospect. I think because of that size and his ability to just kind of anchor himself down, like you mentioned, on the offensive line, I think this is a very, very good pick. And I'm going to give it a grade right now. I'm going to give it a solid B+. I think this is a very, very good pick for the Dallas Cowboys.
I'll give it a B-. You're getting a decent player here. I think that Jahdae Barron might be able to have been a bigger impact for you, but hey, this is a position that they really wanted, and I can't really blame them for getting a good football player which Tyler Booker is. So I'll give it a B- because I probably would have gone in a different direction.
Sure.
But, like you said, he's not a bad player, and he'd probably be a starter for a long time for them. And by the way, 3 Tylers on that offensive line now. Tyler Guyton, who they took early last year, their left tackle. Tyler Smith, who they took early in round 1, just like this guy. And now they're taking Booker. So 3 Tylers on the starting offensive line for the Dallas Cowboys. And Zach Martin replacement right here. So that's what it is. So grade the pick for us down there in the comment section. Right now, the Miami Dolphins are on the clock. And there's a lot of different ways that they could go with this pick, Moose, where they could go corner, they could go offensive line. We've already seen some offensive linemen come off the board. I mean, one just went off. Could they go Josh Simmons here? Could they go even Gray Zabel? That's been some of the kind of whispers. But you got Will Johnson sitting there, who played in this exact Mike McDonald-style defense as a number 1 corner. He would be a perfect fit right away.
Absolutely. And I think that's, you need to know what your biggest area of need is. And not a single corner has gone off the board yet. So I think it'll be Will Johnson.
Travis Hunter. But
Travis Hunter. Well, yes. But
but
more of an athlete.
He's a unicorn. He doesn't count.
I'm talking about pure cornerback. That's their only position. I would take Jahdae Barron in this case. But I could understand going both. Will Johnson, plug and play on the opposite end of Jalen Ramsey. They need somebody. Their other cornerback right now at cornerback 2 is Storm Duck. So, legendary name in the NFL, but not a legendary player. So I think they need to solidify that cornerback 2 position. I think I'm going to lock it in. I'm going to say it's going to be Will Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's got some knee issues, and there's been some red flags on his medical profile, and apparently he's been running 40s on his own, and reportedly it's like 4.6.
Yeah.
And that's not what you want from a number 1 corner. But like I said, he is a perfect fit in this Mike McDonald-style system where he's playing off coverage all the time, he's playing in zone, and he's played in that defense as a number 1 corner for the last, several seasons at Michigan. He knows the verbiage that they use there. It just makes too much sense to replace Jalen Ramsey, in my opinion. You guys can see some of the best available on your screen right now as we await the pick from the Miami Dolphins. I need some water here, Jack. Can you get somebody to?
I got you. I'll send a quick Slack here.
Yeah, if somebody could grab me some water. My throat is getting a little dry over here. I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit. So hopefully we can get that going again. But right now I'm already getting texts and Twitter DMs and IG DMs, Moose, about firing Tomlin and hiring Deion Sanders as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. They haven't even taken Deion Sanders yet.
That's insane.
And if I had to guess right now, I don't think that they take him, all right? Like, Steelers fans just don't want Aaron Rodgers so bad that they're willing to take a bad quarterback and reach on a bad quarterback at 21 than have Aaron Rodgers as their quarterback.
You are all on board the non-Shador train, and I am here for it. Every single time, I'm just like, there's a new reason why Jack Sperry did not want Shador Sanders to play for the Steelers.
On the Steelers.
Correct,
and
that's fair. That's your team. I totally get it. Just like I didn't want Colston Loveland on the Bears, but it happened. So maybe we'll have a double dose of bad luck tonight for the 2 guys on the main channel right now.
Yeah,
I hope not.
Hopefully not.
I hope not.
Hopefully not. I'm really hoping that's not the case tonight. But hey, I don't see anybody trading up for Shador.
No.
Now that the one team that I kind of thought would trade up for him was Cleveland, because they had Travis Hunter, and maybe they wanted to pair those 2 guys up.
Yeah.
But now that they don't have Hunter, and the Jags definitely aren't going to try and get him, they got Trevor Lawrence. I don't know who. I'm starting to think Shador Sanders doesn't go in the first round. If he doesn't go to Pittsburgh,
that would be insane.
I don't know any other team that would come up to get him.
Maybe the Cleveland Browns, but hey, listen, before we get into anything else and the pick, we need to get at least 2,000 likes. We're at 1,900 before the next pick comes in. So the pick has officially come in, but it has not been announced. So can we get 2,000 likes at least before the pick is announced for the Dolphins? Go ahead, like that video for us. Smash that thumbs up button. Let's go.
Come on, baby.
Let's go.
The pick is in for the Miami Dolphins, by the way. We are still awaiting word.
1942. Keep hitting that thumbs up, guys.
Oh, come on, baby.
Oh, that was so quick. Look how fast it's moving up there. We should be getting it here in just a second.
Come on.
We're 7 likes away.
There it is. All right.
2K, baby. Keep liking it, though.
All right,
Pick's not in yet.
I'm going to do a Bean Boozled here, guys, okay?
Has not been announced.
All right, here we go. Bean Boozled.
Bean Boozled, what is it? What
I've
color
got the
is it?
dead fish.
Ooh,
All right, dead
gross.
fish or what is it here? dead fish or strawberry banana smoothie.
I hope it's not dead fish. It's dead fish. Oh, that sounds awful, dude.
Oh, it's so bad.
Now you need that water more than ever.
Somebody give me that damn water.
Get that damn water.
Oh, my God.
We love it. Yeah, he's dying right now.
All right.
Okay.
Wow.
Interesting pick here for the Dolphins. Kenneth Grant, the big body defensive tackle out of Michigan at 6'3", 330 pounds. This came out of left field, Sperry. I did not see this happening at all.
I mean,
not Kenneth Grant, not this high.
Yeah, I think that defensive tackle is a pretty big need for them outside of Seiler. And I think that Kenneth Grant was my number 2 defensive tackle that I thought would come off the board because Walter Nolan has some football character issues, and then Derek Harmon has the shoulder issue that is starting to put him down draft board. So Kenneth Grant was the guy that apparently he's a great interview. He's 340 pounds and moves so fluidly, which gives him incredible pass rushing upside and, of course, run stopping upside and, upside. And, with so many 4-down fronts being played in the National Football League today, Moose, with nickel packages dominating the league, you got to have a bigger guy like this that can take up space.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what the Miami Dolphins get here to go along with Seiler on the interior, who's a fantastic player that's at 305 pounds. Now you get that 340-pounder in the middle, the big beef in the middle there in Miami. They still have needs at offensive line and corner, but I don't hate this pick for the Miami Dolphins.
I don't hate it either. I thought for sure that they were going to attack corner, but a little bit more about Kenneth Grant here. One of our hosts here, Matthew Peterson, who runs the Broncos, Browns, and Falcons channels, calls him a tree stump. And I think that's exactly what you are getting with Kenneth Grant. Like roots down in the middle, can plug up those holes, is going to solidify the run defense. And, by the way, there is a YouTube highlight clip of him chasing down a running back last year in college. So when you say moves fluidly, that's a bit of an understatement. This guy is very fast for his size.
And by the way, the Indianapolis Colts could not have run this card up any faster. Tyler Warren, tight end out of Penn State. I mean, we all knew that if he fell here to 14, that was going to be the pick. All right, they need a tight end. And, obviously Shane Steichen loves to use tight ends. And my comp for Tyler Warren, Moose, is actually Dallas Goedert, who I think is a really, really good player and a really good receiver. And I think that's what you're getting with Tyler Warren. Special ability to make catches at the catch point, even when he's contested. His contested catch rate was off the charts last year. He also runs with reckless abandon with the ball in his hands. And at his size, you can put him anywhere, too. You can put him at fullback. You can put him, in the slot to be a true receiver. You can put him in line. He's not the best blocker in the world, but he is very functional as an inline blocker. I think he's perfect for what the Indianapolis Colts want to do. Your thoughts on Warren going to the Colts instead of the Bears?
Well, listen, Tyler Warren is an unbelievable player. I don't think last year's run did him enough justice. This guy can do everything. They ran a package at Penn State where it would be a tight end direct snap, where he would kind of run out of a wildcat and just take off and try to find holes. He's got that athleticism to do all of those things. Now, at the NFL level, you're going up against the fastest and the strongest, so maybe that stuff kind of dials back a little bit. But from a route running perspective, from a finding space over the middle of the field, I think in this draft class, there is not a single tight end that does it better than Tyler Warren. The Colts are getting a certified stud at pick number 14.
Yeah, I really love this pick, man, and he's just going to be a stud for them. And now Anthony Richardson officially has no excuses. Moose,
You mean Indiana Jones?
Yeah, and Indiana Jones as well. One of these guys is going to have to hit, right? Probably not. We got $10 from Titans fan 123. Says, do you think the Titans trade back into the first round? No, I think they're going to wait, and I think a good receiver is going to fall to you in round 2. You don't need to give up extra draft capital. I definitely think this is something where – why are you pointing?
Keep your eyes on Emeka Egbuka.
Yeah, if he's there.
With that first overall or the first pick in the second
pick in the
second round.
Yeah,
I think he'll
Browns
be there.
have the first pick. They have 33 and 36.
Yeah,
Cleveland
the
does.
Browns
So
can add some serious talent this year in the draft.
100%. $5 from Charlie here says, if the Steelers draft a running back in the first 4 rounds, I might break my TV. You can win a Super Bowl with any running back. You don't need Saquon. Don't tell that to the Eagles, who felt like they had to get Saquon, who, by the way, got them over the top. All right, like Saquon was the missing piece for them. So
listen, you can't. If you have the 4th most rushing yards in NFL history in a single season, I don't think that has any merit to it. Like, it's very clear that was the sole reason that the Eagles had their Super Bowl push. Crazy.
$2
All right.
from my man Sam Pugh says, Jack, what if we get Prime? This is what I'm talking about. What if we get Deion Sanders to replace Tomlin?
It's prime time, baby.
Dude, I can't deal with the Shadur Sanders stuff. I just can't do it. All right, if it happens tonight, I'm gonna deal with it. I think it's gonna be great for the channel if he's the quarterback.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Just from a football perspective, I don't think it would work. And God, I can't do Deion rumors for the next 2 years. I just can't do it.
Absolutely not.
$5 from Nico says, if we pick Shadur, I'm crashing, but let's keep it a buck. If he drops, he's a Steeler. I don't think that's necessarily true. I don't. I think that they want Aaron Rodgers or Kirk Cousins to be their starter this year. And, I feel like if you're going to draft a quarterback to be a developmental type player that's sitting behind a veteran, you want somebody with higher upside than Shadur Sanders brings to the table. That's my personal opinion.
I mean, I know you think that he's a little bit of a project, but I think he's ready to go day 1. But that's just me. Let's go to our next one.
Shannon from Steelers as well says, if Dulac said we ain't getting him, we ain't getting him. I don't know if you know who Jerry Dulac is, Moose, but he's one of the legit Steelers reporters.
Okay, yep.
And he gets everything wrong. So he's pretty much the mouthpiece for the Steelers whenever they want to put out a fake report. That's who Jerry Dulac is. So that's the joke.
Fair enough.
Big Mo, 5322. My man Big Mo says, I'm definitely drinking my sorrows away if the Steelers draft Sanders. I'm with you, man. I don't want him. If they go quarterback tonight, I hope they trade down and take Milroe and go the upside play. But I personally would be just fine with them taking a non-quarterback in the first round and going that way. What's that, Jack? And then we get CMBT says the Steelers must draft Shadur. I disagree with that. He is the best QB in this draft. I think Cam Ward's the best QB in this class. Defensive line don't make anywhere near the impact quarterbacks do. That's true, but also quarterbacks that don't play for you this season don't have any impact for you, because Shadur will probably not play this year because you're going to have Aaron Rodgers or Kirk Cousins, and they're going to be your starting quarterback, at least for the start of the season. And I don't think Shadur is going to be ready to play day 1, especially for a team trying to win a Super Bowl now. So, no, I don't think it's a no-brainer. I disagree. I respectfully disagree with you, CMBT. But, yeah, I'm lower on Shadur. 10 from Justin says Shadur is the only QB I feel worth taking in the first. I disagree with that, but I just want the Steelers to have an A1 25 draft class. I agree with you on that one, Justin. To do so, the Steelers must trade back into the second. Yes, Jack, we don't want Rodgers. I mean, I think some people want Rodgers, other people don't. I love when fans are like, we don't want somebody, and then, it's like, no, they have the hubris to think that you speak for the entire fan base. But, Justin, I do appreciate you. Yeah, I think it's going to be Rodgers or Cousins as the day 1 starter.
It's going to be Cousins. Rodgers is retiring.
I'm
telling you this right
we
now, he's
disagree
done.
on that. I think he's going to be a Steeler, but if not, I think they are comfortable getting Cousins. $5 from Sampson says, I don't think we will get a QB in round 1, but what do I know? I'm just a guy.
Just a chill guy.
Hey, man, we're all just chill guys here, just enjoying an NFL draft here. $2 from John says, what if Rodgers gets injured? Then where will we? By the way, John, I'm not saying don't take a quarterback, period, in this draft. You do have Mason as a backup, remember that. And then I do think if you don't take a quarterback in round 1, you can see who falls to you in round 3. If Tyler Shuck is still there in round 3, I think that's a value. Kyle McCord in round 4, that's a value. Jalen Milroe, if he falls to you in round 3, is a value. All right, so I just don't know if there's any value quarterbacks in round 1. And I would rather take a player to help you win now with Rodgers or Cousins as your quarterback than taking a quarterback to sit, unless it's Jalen Milroe, who's got incredible upside. Our Super Chat menu here, guys, every 100 subs, Trace has to do another Bean Boozled.
I'll do it, but listen, I'm going to up the ante here because
Okay,
I am feeling very thirsty, and this beer is pretty full. So if anybody sends in a $50 Super Chat right now, I'm going to beer bong it right there for you. I want to get rowdy tonight. We still have half of these picks left. please get me to drink something. Please. Go ahead.
I do want to say, the MVP of the weekend here on Chat Sports, Trace, show them that football. They win that football.
Yeah, so this weekend, whoever puts in the biggest super chat.
Biggest super chat.
What are we at right now? Biggest super chat, $139?
$10.
Oh, $10
On Maine.
bucks?
On Maine.
That's it?
So if someone someone on Chat Sports sends in a $50 super chat to get Moose to do a beer bong, they are instantly the MVP in pole position. So far, it's for the entire weekend, but they are instantly in pole position for the MVP on day one.
All right, man.
I'm trying to get wet and wild like the girls on TV.
Too bad you're wearing a black shirt, not a white one.
That's a good point.
we both brought the black shirt.
No wet
t-shirt contest between us two today. So let's go over here. Let's talk about the picks that have happened so far here, Trace, where we got Cam Ward going number 1 to the Titans. I mean, we knew that was going to happen. Travis Hunter to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Abdul Carter to the Giants at 3. Will Campbell to the Patriots at 4. Mason Graham to the Browns at 5. Ashton Genty to the Raiders at 6. Love that pick for them. Armin Membu to the Jets at 7. Teryl McMillan, little surprise there at 8. We thought it was going to be Jalen Walker, who still hasn't gone off the board, by the way. Calvin Banks Jr., guard/tackle out of Texas, going to New Orleans. Colson Loveland going to your Bears. Their Moose. We'll just skip past that one.
Yeah.
Mykel Williams to the Niners. Tyler Booker to the Cowboys at 12. Kenneth Grant to the Dolphins at 13, and Tyler Warren going to the Colts at 14. Now we're at the Atlanta Falcons area here, where
they're taking their sweet time on this one.
Yes, they are, and I think they might be looking to trade down, but they're.
I was going to say, it is the fastest draft for
Sam.
the first 14 picks
you asshole.
that I've ever
Come on,
seen.
Man. Listen, man. When it comes to the Falcons, I think this is probably going to be edge rusher, and
Mike Green.
We'll see. I would love Mike Green here. It could also be Jalen Walker because they do run a 3-4. I would personally take Mike Green. I like him more. He's got more size. I think that obviously more experience rushing from the edge, and I think he's phenomenal.
Yep.
But Jalen Walker played in Georgia. All right, they run a 3-4.
That's fair. That's fair.
I could see. Apparently, the NFL is really high on Jalen Walker. I have a much higher grade on Mike Green. That's who I would take. But with Jalen Walker still here, I think it'll be interesting to see which one they take here, or if they surprise us and take a completely different position.
Well, so here's what I'm going to say about Mike Green. He has the exact same pre-draft measurables as Khalil Mack.
Yes, Khalil Mack.
Both are
that's
6'3".
That's my comp for him.
Both are 251 pounds. Both played at very tiny schools, Marshall and Buffalo. The only difference between the two of them, get this, Mike Green, faster than Khalil Mack was. So he's like a sleeker version of Khalil Mack. And with the pick in, we're going to see here in just a second who the Falcons take. I'm staking my claim. Mike Green is an Atlanta Falcon.
Yeah, I would love it.
He is my favorite.
Uh-oh. I was right.
Is it Jalen?
It's Jalen Walker.
It's Jalen Walker.
Jalen Walker is going, according to Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports, is an Atlanta Falcon. I listen, man. I'm with you, Moose. I would have taken Mike Green.
Yep.
But Jalen Walker is the guy that a lot of teams, and we've been hearing a lot of buzz that they love this guy. Apparently, he's a great leader. The people at Georgia rave about his work ethic and his leadership ability. And, I can't help but think, the Falcons have been looking for their number 1 edge rusher for a long time. I actually think there's a chance Jalen Walker doesn't pan out here in Atlanta because he's so undersized for an edge rusher. And I think that, you're going to have to use him in the right ways. He reminds me a lot of Isaiah Simmons, where it's like he's a master of none, but a jack of all trades type of player. And I think they're going to try to beef him up a little bit. Even though in this picture he looks
gigantic.
He looks gigantic in the picture we have here, but he is undersized for like a true edge rusher. We'll see where things go. He doesn't have a ton of experience playing true edge either, which makes him a bit of a projection, but he's got incredible explosiveness, really great ability to rush the passer from an off-ball alignment as well. So he could do a lot of different things here, Moose. And obviously that Georgia connection just makes a lot of sense here, and that ends up being the pick.
Like you said, the size in terms of the weight and the bulkiness is there. I think the height is a little bit concerning right there, but if they can develop him and actually, teach him how to use his size and that shorter stature to his advantage where he can get underneath maybe the reach of a left or a right tackle, I think is very invaluable. And if you look at him, like I said, he's pretty good against the run already. So I think he's a kind of like an interior defensive lineman straight off the gate, and then maybe work on that getting to the pass rusher as time goes on. But I think this is a great pick for the Falcons for sure.
All right, I want to thank all of our Steelers audience here for being patient because now I'm going to be shifting over to our dedicated Steelers stream right now. So make sure you guys get ready because the Steelers are about to make their pick at number 21, and make sure you guys sit tight.
What's up, everybody? What's going on? Welcome back into Steelers Talk by Chat Sports. We are live and just 6 picks away from when the Pittsburgh Steelers take over the NFL draft. Jalen Walker just went at 15, which means we are on the clock at 16. And oh, baby, do the Steelers have options? Welcome in. My name is Jeffrey Cooperstein. We'll be joined by Jack Sperry here in about 2 minutes or so as he resets himself. Let's go. Let's go. Who will the Pittsburgh Steelers take tonight? Let me know down in the comment section. Let me know. I don't think it's going to be Shedeur Sanders. As Sperry will pop up right there. Let's go! This is going to be something. We are 5 picks away from when the Steelers take over. And oh, baby, is this getting interesting. Sperry, send me any Venmos you got in that time. I got a lot. Or, okay, you can just put them in the doc yourself then, or we can just do it, the raffle at another time, either way. What's up, Big Bird? Whatever the inch. What's up? Appreciate all of you guys tuning in. Sperry will be hooked up momentarily. What up, Kenneth? Hemray? Jalen Walker heads to the Atlanta Falcons. The Cardinals are on the clock here at 16. And we'll see what happens from here. We'll see what happens from here. You ready to rock?
Just give me a second here.
Sperry needs 1 second. What up, Mr. Deadhead? What's good, Sam Pugh, Cassie, George McConnell, Steve Anderson? Omarion Hampton would be a sexy pick. I would love it.
All right, I'm good.
Sperry's here.
All right, here we go, Steelers Nation. We're at pick 16 with the Arizona Cardinals. We are officially on Shedeur Sanders' watch here on Steelers Talk.
No way.
But like we've been saying, like you've been saying, I think the Steelers aren't going to take him. Listen, man, the Browns had the chance to take him. They passed on it. All right, the Giants had a chance to take him. They passed on it. The New Orleans Saints, who don't have a starting quarterback right now with Derek Carr probably out for the season, passed on him. All right, there's a reason why he's falling. It's because he's not that good. All right, I don't know what to say. If he was as good, or if the Steelers should feel lucky that he should be falling, why hasn't any of these quarterback-needy teams taken him? Somebody answer that question for me. He's not that good.
Nobody wants him for a reason.
And listen, man, there's a reason why people, including Aditi Kinkambwala from CBS, has said if he doesn't go to Pittsburgh, nobody knows where he's going to go.
Exactly.
Apparently, everybody in the league doesn't like Shedeur Sanders, except for apparently the Pittsburgh Steelers. So essentially, if the Steelers take him, they're doing exactly what they did with Kenny Pickett, where they're taking a physically limited quarterback with a lot of hype that they're taking that nobody else in the NFL thinks is a round 1 quarterback.
So let's recap.
Do not make this mistake.
Let's recap what we've done in the first 15 picks here, and then we're going to do a sponsor read, and then we'll go in.
All right, which sponsor read?
Let's go game time first.
All right, cool. All right, so let's recap here. Cam Ward went number 1 to the Titans. Everyone knew that was happening. But then the Cleveland Browns passed on the best player in the draft.
Thanks, Cleveland.
Thanks, Cleveland. Travis Hunter goes to Jacksonville. Abdul Carter goes to the Giants. Will Campbell goes to the Patriots. Mason Graham, who, really smart people that I respect, like Brett Coleman, he has him as DT4 in this class because of shorter arms. He didn't have phenomenal production as a pass rusher last year. So the Browns trade down and take somebody that people were kind of lower on in this class that I really respect. So classic Browns, even though I think Graham's a good player. I don't know if he'll be a special player. Ashton Genty goes to the Raiders. Love that pick. Armin Membu goes to the New York Jets. Teryl McMillan, another huge receiver, goes to that wide receiver room that has all 6'2" or plus receivers at this point. Kelvin Banks Jr. goes to the Saints. Colston Loveland, surprise pick, goes to the Chicago Bears. Did you see Graham's reaction, by the way?
I did not.
I have not seen the way that Harrison Graham reacted to that. Michael Williams goes to San Francisco. Tyler Booker goes to the Dallas Cowboys. Kenneth Grant goes to the Miami Dolphins. A pick that I think is kind of sneaky good. Tyler Warren goes to the Indianapolis Colts. Kind of chalk pick right there. Then Jalen Walker out of Georgia goes to the Atlanta Falcons. And now we have our pick at 16 overall.
And the pick is in.
Pick is in. It's already announced.
Walter Nolan.
Walter Nolan out of Ole Miss is a Arizona Cardinal, and that was a position they really needed. Coop, and he's a really good player, and he had some football character issues and concerns. I thought he would go to Cincinnati. And by the way, Tom Downey owes me $5 because I bet him that he wouldn't be available for the Steelers at 21.
Is Derek Harmon a Steeler?
He might be. I think if they don't go quarterback, he's the most likely pick for them. All right? I think Omarion Hampton and then Travion Henderson are also on the board, but Derek Harmon could be a Steeler. Big Mo agrees, says Derek Harmon would be my favorite choice for the first round for the Steelers. And by the way, I think he gets to the Steelers at 21 because of the shoulder injury concerns, Coop. So if the Steelers want to go Harmon, I think he's going to be available at number 21. Samson Miranda, $5 from Samson. Appreciate you, my man. Says, I don't think we will get a QB in round 1. But what do I know? I'm just a guy. We actually covered this one on Maine.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
Okay.
we covered this one on Maine. Justin, we also did this one on Maine.
So we should be caught up.
So we should be caught up. If you want me to, Coop, I can just go through all my Venmos and Cashapps and send them to you if you want to take over for a little bit, or we could do them at the end of the show. What do you want to do here?
Let's just do them at the end.
All right, I'll just send all. We'll do all the Venmo and Cash Apps.
Yep.
To remind you guys, we are giving away a Steelers jersey on this stream. The way you enter is you send me a Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal of $20 or more. All right, so if you guys want to send in a donation of $20 or more to @Jack-Sperry on Venmo, # Captain Jack 19 on Cash App, or @Captain Jack Rabbit on PayPal. All of my information is in the description of today's live stream, and after our sponsor read here, Coop, if we can show that as well. You guys can enter into a Steelers jersey raffle. Whoever the Steelers take tonight, that's going to be the jersey that we give away. So if you want in on that, $20 Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal gets you in. Now let's have a word from our sponsor here at Game Time. And guys, I'm someone who likes to go to baseball games on the weekends when I don't want to think about Aaron Rodgers or Shadur Sanders or anything going on with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I do that at least 6 days out of the week already. And thanks to our friends at Game Time, I can always get guaranteed low prices whenever I go watch the Rangers play here in Arlington or whenever I'm in Pittsburgh. I love to go to PNC Park as well. Game Time is the official ticketing partner of Steelers Talk by Chat Sports and makes getting tickets to any event faster and easier. All on your phone. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets. And let me tell you guys this right now. It's more than just sporting events, all right? If you like to go to concerts, if you like to go to comedy shows, if you like to go to music festivals, if you like to get tickets to any event, sports or otherwise, Game Time has it on their app, and they got the lowest price guarantee on every ticket to that event. So take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time today. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code ChatSports. It's one word, all caps, ChatSports for $20 off your first purchase. Terms do apply. Again, create an account and redeem code ChatSports. It's one word, all caps, ChatSports for $20 off your first purchase. Download the Game Time app today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. Again, guys, this is where you can donate to enter into the raffle for the Steelers jersey of the player that the Steelers take tonight, whether that is Shadur Sanders, whether that's Jalen Milroe, whether that's Travion Henderson, Omarion Hampton, Derek Harmon, whoever the Steelers take tonight, that's the jersey that will be given away. So if you want in on the jersey raffle, make sure you guys send in a $20 donation to any of these locations here. Now, if you guys want a chance to win, I believe we're doing a Mando starter pack today. You guys can retweet my pinned tweet on Twitter right now. Yes, I love the pick that the Bengals just made, by the way. We'll get to the Bengals pick here momentarily, but if you go to my Twitter, @Jack_Sperry, I have a pinned tweet on there that shows the thumbnail of today's live stream. We need to get as many Steelers fans in here as we possibly can. So if you go retweet my pinned tweet, we will have a giveaway for a Mando whole body deodorant starter pack, which includes a solid stick of deodorant, cream tube deodorant, and then we got a couple other items in there as well, like a body wash. They also have excellent deodorant wipes. You guys can get a brand new Mando starter pack if you guys go retweet my pinned tweet right now. And once we get to 50 retweets, we will give away a Mando starter pack today. So go to my Twitter right now if you haven't already, retweet it. And once we get to 50 retweets on that post, I will make sure to get you guys, or somebody, a random person in the chat, somebody that retweets it, that Mando starter pack today. So appreciate your guys' support. We do have the pick for the Cincinnati Bengals here, Coop. I don't know if it's in the software yet, so maybe I'll just leave you guys in suspense. But we do have the early report on who the Bengals are taking, and I think I like the pick that they're making. Let's just put it that way. I don't love the pick for them. So once we get word of that, we will put it up. And there it is. Shamar Stewart, edge rusher out of Texas A&M. Listen, man, athletic freak, no doubt about that. But, you're passing on Mike Green.
Seahawks are talking trade down.
Seahawks are apparently trying to trade down from 18, which makes sense because I think they're trying to get receiver. And I think they might have, with Teryl or McMillan off the board, I think they're trying to get Jaden Higgins at the end of round 1. So a team might be willing to trade up for a quarterback here. Watch out for the New York Giants, maybe trying to get up for Jackson Dart. Maybe if there's a team out there that wants Shedeur Sanders. I don't know of one place that would want Shedeur enough to trade up for him at this point, Coop.
Yeah, I honestly don't know. I think if he doesn't go to the Steelers at 21, which I don't think he will, then I believe that he's going to be out of the round.
Yeah, talking about Shamar Stewart here for a little bit, he has no production as a pass rusher. He's a good run defender, and he's got incredible upside because of his incredible physical ability. But you got Trey Hendrickson, who is not been traded yet, but he also actually, we're getting word on this right now. Diana Rossini says, as the Bengals continue to negotiate with Trey Hendrickson, never mind, they're just saying that as they continue to negotiate, but still no deal between Trey Hendrickson and the Bengals, and he might get traded at some point, even during this weekend, to somebody. And Shamar Stewart and taking an edge rusher here, I think, is an indication that they might be willing to take some calls on Trey Hendrickson later this weekend, which is a good thing for the Steelers because you're replacing the guy in Trey Hendrickson who led the league in sacks last year with somebody that has 4 sacks in his entire college career. All right, this is a complete projection by the Bengals, and it's got a chance to be somebody that's just a good run defender and not really a pass rusher at all. So I love the pick for the Bengals as a Steelers fan because I don't think he's that good of a prospect, but obviously he's got big-time tools that they're going to be trying to develop there in Bengals country. Make sure you guys go retweet that pinned tweet if you guys want a chance to win that Mando starter pack today. We're up to 10. We're up to 10 retweets.
Got to get to 50.
But we got to get to 50 to give away that Mando starter pack. Let me tell you, man, Mando's products are awesome. All right.
Yeah.
Once Coop started using them, my life got a lot better.
I heard you threw me under the bus on Maine earlier.
I did because
what a joke.
Because when you started using Mando, man, it really changed my life. I sit next to you at our desk here at Chat Sports, and listen, man, I'm just gonna say things got better around here when we started using Mando.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
I was always smelling fresh. All right, I never had that problem, and I'm not saying that you were necessarily god awful. But I'm just saying, the Mando has helped. All right, so
get a starter pack. So the Mando body wash, no joke. I actually use it every day.
Yeah, Mando body wash is actually really, really good, guys. So if you want a starter pack to kind of try out their products, just retweet the pinned tweet. Help us get as many Steelers fans in here as possible. Greatly appreciate your guys' support. So here at 18, the Seattle Seahawks are apparently taking calls to try and trade down.
Wouldn't be with the Steelers, right?
Wouldn't be with the Steelers, I don't think, unless they really want Derek Harmon, which with the injury stuff, I don't know if that's a good idea. The Steelers don't have really picks to use to trade up with, in my opinion. You'd have to give up your third-round pick at the very least to move up, and then you have no day 2 picks, and that's not something I'm interested in. So, I don't know. So we'll see if somebody comes up for a quarterback here. Could the New York Giants be coming up for a quarterback? What if they trade up for Shedeur?
Possible?
I mean, I don't know. We'll see. I think if there's any team that would trade up for him, it would be Shedeur at this point. Maybe the Saints would do it, but apparently they don't love Shedeur either. Jed Burris says, what do you think about Pittsburgh trading back with Cleveland for 32, 36, and a third? They're not. I don't think they're going to give that much. They traded down for extra picks for a reason.
Looks like Seattle's going to pick here.
Yeah. Well, that's the Bengals.
It says picks in, though.
Oh, pick is in. Okay, so Seattle is picking here. Dark horse pick here, Coop. Jaden Higgins out of Iowa State.
Ooh, I think that'd be a good pick.
They need a big receiver. And Jaden Higgins, I think, is way underrated in this class. I think he's really, really good, man. So we'll see. They definitely need offensive line, so that would be the smart pick. John Schneider never takes interior offensive line in the first round, but who knows what they do here. Just Webb's World, my man, $2. Shedeur, Steelers, S2 in the 412. Listen, man, this is Justin Fields, only in a much less athletic package where, like, he's got the aura, he's got the swag, everyone loves that, but, like, he's not that good at football. Like, that's what's important to me.
Would it be a crash out if they picked him?
I would give it a D. I would give it a D grade.
I love it.
I don't think it fits what the Steelers need right now because you need somebody. If you're going to take a quarterback round one, they're going to be sitting behind a veteran, Aaron Rodgers or Kirk Cousins, at least to start the season.
Shout out Shannon Cassidy, who said Shedeur left the green room. I don't think he was ever there, right?
Shedeur was never there.
Yeah.
He's at a party. He's at a family party. But yeah, he's falling, and by the way, for good reason. All right, there's a reason why Shedeur is falling. If he was as good of a quarterback as a lot of Steelers fans think that he is, he would have been taken in the top 10. Like, there's so many QB needy teams that passed on him. All right, the reason why he's falling is because he's got a combination of not having a ton of star upside because he doesn't have a strong arm. He's not all that dynamic as an athlete.
Pick is in.
Pick is in for Seattle. We will see who it is here in just a second. They made the right pick.
You like it?
They made the right pick. Gray Zabel, offensive lineman, North Dakota State. He's going to play guard or center for them. They tried trading down because they probably thought they could get Zabel later in the draft, but this was their guy, and this is the right pick. This is the pick that I was skeptical John Schneider was smart enough to take because he's never done this. He's never taken an interior offensive lineman in the first round in his life, all right? He does it now with Gray Zabel out of North Dakota State, who deserves to be taken this high, by the way. He is a damn good player. And by the way, this increases the chances that the Texans move up with the Steelers from 25 to 21 in a trade-up because they need an offensive tackle. Josh Simmons is really one of the only guys left that can fill that role. Now, Josh Connerly's also there, but, I like this pick. I like this pick for Gray Zabel and the Seattle Seahawks. Obviously, you got to protect new quarterback Sam Darnold there in Seattle. He needs pass protection. And I think Zabel definitely makes them better on the offensive line.
Could Luther Burden be a Steeler?
I don't think so. Because, again, this is an offense that wants to run through the run game. If they're going to get an offensive weapon, they already have 2 wide receivers. You have 1 running back. You need to have 2 running backs. So
Very true.
If Hampton makes it past the Broncos at 20, I would look at him, and even then, even if he gets taken by Denver, I think Travion Henderson, who the Steelers have done a ton of research on, top 30 visit, formal combine meeting, Tomlin and Kahn at his pro day at Ohio State. The holy trinity, the trifecta for Travion Henderson. So don't sleep on Henderson going to the Steelers at 21, or if they trade down, they take him later in the first round, which is obviously what I would prefer. I really hope the Steelers are able to trade down, Coop, because you only have 1 pick tomorrow.
So that's your favorite option at this point?
Yes, trade down.
Okay.
Trade down. And even if you want Shedeur, who's going to come up and take him? If the Steelers want him, they're the only team that wants Shedeur in the first round. And by the way, if that's not ringing those alarm bells in your head that maybe they shouldn't fucking take this player, I don't know what will. Nobody else wants this cat.
You better crash out like this if they draft him.
If they draft him, I'll be more sad. I'm just passionate right now because I've watched every single snap of this guy over the last 2 seasons. And I'm telling you, man, just consistently, it's not good enough at Colorado. And if it's not good enough in the Big 12 against Big 12 defenses with Travis Hunter as his number one receiver, and by the way, with Jimmy Horn Jr. and Will Shepard and all these receivers that he had that are going to get drafted, it's just not going to be the same. And is it possible Shedeur develops into a starting caliber quarterback, Coop? Yes. But even then, it's a mid-level starting quarterback, and you have to compete with Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow in this division with him past his rookie contract when he's making $60+ million per season. It's just not feasible long term.
You don't have to preach to me.
I know, but I'm preaching to the people here. All right? I'm preaching to the people.
And that's why you subscribe.
That's why you subscribe, man. God. Dude,
You're hot.
By the way, I've already got people texting me and DMing me saying, Sperry, should they fire Tomlin and hire Dion as the next head coach of the Steelers? I've already got – I can't do another year of this. I can't do it. Oh, God.
You're right.
If the Pittsburgh Steelers draft Shedeur Sanders, this team is officially a circus. This team is officially a circus.
I hope they draft him now.
It will be a circus in the city of Pittsburgh.
Who will the Steelers take tonight? Let us know in the chat. We are 3 picks away.
I got one more thing to say. For all the people that say, I don't want a quarterback that blames teammates, I don't want a quarterback that brings drama. You better, when it comes to Aaron Rodgers, you better be saying the same thing about Shedeur Sanders. Sanders threw his teammates under the bus after a game last season. All right? I caught him multiple times on film after a sack. His offensive lineman's trying to pick him back up. He swats his hand out of the way. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say.
Go retweet Jack's pinned tweet for a chance to win a Mando starter pack.
We're trying. We need to get to 50 retweets on my pinned tweet on my Twitter.
I'm peppering it in the chat.
Coop is putting it in the chat. Go ahead right now. We do have the pick for number 19, by the way. Right now we're at 13 retweets. All right, we got to get that number up. Got to get that in. Got to get it up. By the way, 19. This is an interesting pick here.
You like this pick?
This is an interesting pick. And I heard people in the NFL really like this guy. I think it's a little early because there's a certain number of receivers that haven't come off the board that I think are better than he is, or at least has the potential to be better players down the road than he is right now for Tampa Bay. But this is a position group that not a lot of people kind of saw as a need for Tampa, but they're going this player that we'll show on screen here momentarily. Lord Buddy Bear says, insider info. I'm hearing that the Chiefs are leaning towards taking a referee with their first pick. They have a need there. What's wrong with the software here?
Fixing it.
You're fixing it? Cool. So Lord Buddy Bear will put you up on screen here momentarily, and everybody's just kind of awaiting pick 21 with the Steelers and whether or not they're going to take Shedeur Sanders. I don't know, man.
Oh, wrong one.
Lord Buddy Bear, appreciate
I
you.
don't know why that went to round 2.
Insider info, I'm hearing that the Chiefs are leaning towards taking a
Wow.
referee with their first pick.
I'm shocked at this pick by the Tampa Bay Bucs.
Like I said, man, like you got Mike Evans, you got Chris Godwin. But here's the thing. Those two guys are aging, right? But they also have McMillan, who they took last year and actually played pretty well. But this is a future play for Tampa, in my opinion. You have Mike Evans and Godwin under contract.
Before we get to the pick, do you want to know or not?
With what?
The pick.
The Steelers?
Do you want to know as soon as, or do you want to see it on TV?
I'm going to hear the reaction from the rest of the.
No, you're not.
No? All right. I want to get the reaction on the TV.
You want to get okay? So I won't show it until.
By the way, can I turn on the volume for this?
Sure.
No, I'm not going to do it yet. But like, this is the remote to do it with. Or is it up there?
I think it's up there. I'll get it.
Okay, cool. So Denver is at 20. This is the team that has been connected to Amari and Hampton from the jump. Now, Benjamin Albright, who is a Broncos insider, predicts that they're going to take Travion Henderson, Coop. It's on the side? Cool. Yeah. All right, thank you. But I wouldn't be shocked if it's Travion Henderson here with the Denver Broncos at 20. Another team that could potentially move down.
They're going to take Henderson over Hampton?
What's that?
Henderson over Hampton? No way.
I don't know, dude. Like that's what Benjamin Albright predicted. So somebody that so Christopher Carter, who is the host of Locked On Steelers, says sources. The Steelers will be taking Derek Harmon with their number 21 overall pick. He's somebody that I generally think, is not going to put out a fake report.
Okay.
So, listen, man, if it does end up being Derek Harmon, that is yet another first-round player that they're drafting that has, let's say, medical question marks. They took Fautano last year when people flagged him for a knee issue. This year, Harmon has been flagged for a shoulder issue. But listen, man, I predicted it today on my show. I said the top 5 most likely picks for the Steelers. All right, I had Jalen Milroe at 1 because I had the stand-on business. All right, if they're going to go quarterback, I think that they're going to go Jalen Milroe. But I said if they took a position player, I think the most likely pick would be Derek Harmon. So we'll see what the Denver Broncos do here. But if Christopher Carter is right, then Derek Harmon will be the pick at 21 for the Steelers. But we are going to have to see. So, sorry, told you about Shadur. If that happens, all right? It's still not official.
You already got it spoiled.
According to Jordan Schultz, the Giants have been trying to get back into round 1.
To take Sanders.
Or Dart. They've been heavily linked to Dart. How funny would it be if it's for Tyler Shuck and Giants host Marshall? I would be able to put a full montage of him saying the current Giants quarterbacks suck before getting them, and I can do a before and after. How funny would that be? So Emeka Egbuka, really good receiver. I don't have him ranked above Jaden Higgins or Matthew Golden on my board, but hell of a player, ready to play right away. And, I mean, it makes that wide receiver room really good. And honestly, it might spark some conversations, Coop, about Mike Evans or Chris Godwin, even though Godwin,
trades?
Maybe Mike Evans trade at some point? I don't know.
Steelers pick in 2 select.
I mean, listen, man, I think it's going to be Harmon. I think the Steelers' strategy is let's take Harmon to help us win now. Then if a quarterback we like falls to us in round 3, whether it's Milroe, whether it's Shuck, whether it's McCord, who I've heard the Steelers like, maybe Ewers in like round 4 or 5. Let's, he's got a lot of soft tissue injuries.
Clutch player, man.
Like, I think that probably makes the most sense for the Steelers. They are trying to win now, and they are still trying to woo Aaron Rodgers, by the way. I don't know if taking a round 1 quarterback really accomplishes that. Plus, you're going to have a lot of draft picks next year. I still think if I'm the Steelers, I'm trying to trade down, but what I'm hearing right now is that the Steelers are going to take Harmon. And I will be thrilled with this pick if that's the case. Now, you're worried about the shoulder issue because apparently teams took him off their board because of it. But the Steelers are the ultimate F them medicals team out there.
Yes, they are.
So, like, they took Corey Trice Jr. when, like, everybody else took him off their board. And, of course, his knee exploded on, like, the first week of training camp. Then you got Troy Fautano, whose knee also exploded last year after a very short time playing. So, track record here isn't exactly great, but Harmon is an awesome player. So I would love for him to be a great addition to this defensive line. Please make that.
Broncos pick here.
So the Broncos will pick. Could the Steelers potentially trade down with the Giants? I don't think they're going to, but
maybe.
Dude, we only have 1 quarterback right now going in the round 1, and like,
is there only one with the round 1 grade?
I feel like there's only going to be like 2 quarterbacks taken. Maybe somebody's going to come up here and take somebody. I think, unless we're only going to get 1 quarterback this year.
Are the Steelers trading for Kayvon Thibodeau?
No, they're not. They don't need an edge rusher. So, of course, Mel Kiper Jr. is best available.
By the
Shedeur
way,
Sanders.
with the pick in, the Steelers are on the clock. I need everyone to spam go in the chat.
Go, 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 go,
go, go.
Oh, this is a little bit of a surprise. It's not a running back for Denver.
Not a running back?
But it is a position where I can see them.
Spam go.
Spam those goes. The Steelers are on the clock. Spam those goes. Who are the Steelers going to take? Is it going to be Shedeur Sanders? Is it going to be Jackson Dart? Is it going to be Jalen Milroe? Is it going to be Omarion Hampton? Is it going to be Travion Henderson? Is it going to be Derek Harmon, who is reportedly the pick?
Jahdae Barron to the Broncos.
The Denver Broncos take Jahdae Barron, cornerback out of Texas. I'm going to be interested to see if they put him in the nickel. They tend to like their nickel player, so I think they're drafting him to be an outside corner, which I don't love. I don't love that fit for player.
He was a dog.
Yeah, but he's not that good in off-zone coverage. He's really good in press, even though he's got shorter arms, but I think he's best as a nickel. And they already have an established nickel there. They're drafting him to be an outside guy. I don't know if I love that. He's a talented guy, former boxer, and he plays with great intelligence and toughness, but I would have gone in a different direction if I were Denver. But obviously that's why I don't get paid the big bucks to make those calls, Coop.
All right. The Steelers are up next, baby.
The Steelers are on the clock. I'm not going to look at my phone. I'm not going to look at the chat. I'm sure people are going to be spoiling it. But I'm not going to look at anything. I'm hoping and I'm praying this is not Shedeur Sanders. For the love of God, I cannot have this circus. Oh,
Broncos made calls to move up, made calls to try and move out in front of the Steelers, but they pick.
Teams tried to move ahead of the Steelers. So obviously teams are worried that the Steelers are going to take a quarterback.
Dude, if they take Shedeur Sanders.
Dude, especially with reports out there right now that they're taking Harmon and they're getting my hopes up for Harmon.
I think Harmon be a good pick.
I think Harmon is a great pick, especially if he stays healthy. That the concern with Harmon is the injury stuff. But if he stays on the field, he's a really good run defender and he's a really good pass rusher. He's going to be your replacement for Cam Hayward long term, and he's going to be able to rotate in immediately. And he's going to make the run defense better. He's going to make you more disruptive. He's going to keep Cam Hayward and Keanu Benton fresher throughout the season. Holy shit, an $8,000 Venmo on Raiders?
No way.
The Raiders report just got an $8,000. That's got to be the highest super chat ever. That has to be the largest super chat of all time in this company. I mean, most channels here at Chat Sports have never made $8,000 on a single show.
Did you see what I said?
No, what do you say?
I'll keep that in mind in August.
So the Steelers are on the clock. I'm not looking at my computer. I'm not looking at my phone. So if you're spoiling it for me in the chat, I don't see it. But the Steelers are on the clock and Shedeur Sanders is available. Multiple quarterback needy teams in the top 10 passed on him. By the way, for a reason. I have a day 2 grade on Shedeur Sanders. I have him ranked as the 5th quarterback on my board this year. Listen, man, people have different opinions, and I completely respect it. But my opinion is he doesn't have a lot of star upside, which is what the Steelers need long term. Do you have the pick?
Not the pick.
Oh, another Venmo? Why are you shocked? Can you say it?
There's a report.
There's a report about what? The Steelers?
I can't say anything.
About who they're going to take?
About who the eyes are on.
Quarterback? Jalen Milroe?
I'm not saying anything.
All right, he's not saying anything. Pick is in. I got to say, this is going to be a bad look for the people that are, well, they've got a big guy. Who is that? The TV's kind of, it's a position coach.
All right. We have the pick.
It wasn't Tom Arth on the phone. We have the pick. Oh, dude, I saw on screen that says Steelers pick is in. They're showing Jackson Dart on the TV, and I thought it was Jackson Dart.
All right. Close your eyes for 3 seconds.
All right.
All right. I'll tell you when. 3, 2, 1, open.
There it is. Derek Harmon is the pick. And it's the correct pick. All the Shedeur people out there. It's the right pick. I can't stress that enough. Steelers are trying to win now. Shedeur Sanders, I do not believe, is a good enough quarterback to help you win a playoff game right now, and definitely not good enough to win a Super Bowl right now. And that's not even necessarily a Shedeur thing, Coop. That is something where rookie and second-year quarterbacks never win Super Bowls. So if the goal is to try and get Cam Hayward a ring in the next 2 years, like, if you're going to take a quarterback in this class, you're taking someone to develop. And, like, you want somebody with a higher upside than Shedeur Sanders brings. And now that the Steelers don't have a pick until number 83, the chances that they take Shedeur Sanders, pit of the earth, just fell out of a plane window, they're pretty much dead. All right, unless he falls to round 3 somehow. But Derek Harmon's the pick. He's got a little bit of a shoulder issue, but he's a damn good football player, man, and that's what the Steelers needed. Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people that wanted Shedeur that are putting Fs in the chat. React and Create says F. Jason L says B+. Kent says A. Herb Matthews. Gary Frank says C. Ty Williams says B.
I'm going to make it the live poll.
All right, we're going to make it the live poll, guys. Vote down there in the comments section. But the Steelers just got their Cam Hayward replacement for the long term, man. Derek Harmon is a Pittsburgh Steeler. The DT out of Oregon can play both the run and the pass. He's disruptive, quick as hell, can win with power and finesse as well. Super, super put together defensive lineman. And that's exactly what the Steelers needed. Exactly what the Steelers needed. You guys can take a look at the scouting report from our own Tom Downey. Steady growth in his career and big jump at Oregon after dropping some weight. He's not a nose tackle level big, but he defends the run well. He's really disruptive as a pass rusher, gets into the backfield quickly, all right? He creates pressures and gets the quarterback off their spot really, really immediately, which is just awesome. I can't wait to see him play for this team.
55 pressures last year?
Like insane pressure production. This is way more than the guy that the Browns took at number 5, Mason Graham. All right? This guy gets after quarterbacks. 45 tackles, more tackles for loss than Mason Graham as well. I think the Steelers, he had more sacks than Mason Graham last year. There's a very good chance Derek Harmon, if he can stay healthy with that shoulder issue that he's dealing with, and that apparently some teams flagged him for, if that shoulder issue's fine and he stays on the field, this guy has a chance to be better than the guy that the Browns traded down for, Mason Graham. I really do believe that. He's an awesome player, defends the run, like I said, defends the pass. He just needs to stay healthy. And, man, the Steelers got a damn good player to help them win in 2025 and beyond. Again, grade the pick. We're going to get into our pick cut here momentarily. A, B, C, D, or F. It is the live poll. We've got mostly A's, Coop. We've got 35% A, but we got 24% saying D or F. Those are the people that wanted Shedeur Sanders, right? Those are all the people that wanted Shedeur Sanders. But now, like, the Steelers can play with house money at the quarterback position, Coop. Like, if Tyler Shuck falls to them in round 3, if Jalen Milroe falls to them in round 3, they can feel really good about taking a value quarterback at that position this year instead of reaching for one and having that quarterback not help you out this year because they're going to be sitting behind a veteran quarterback. So I like the win now move in round 1. That's what I'll say.
almost ready to get into the cut.
All right, momentarily here, guys, we're going to get into our pick cut where I'm going to be reacting to the selection of Derek Harmon, defensive tackle out of Oregon. He is a Pittsburgh Steeler. By the way, this is the same pick I made in our Chat Sports mock draft, Coop, so Sperry knows ball a little bit, all right?
Game time for the cut.
Game time for the cut, cool. All right, man, we're going to get to your Super Chats here momentarily as well. We'll recap the picks that happened during the live cut, and then we'll shift to doing Venmo alerts and Cashapp alerts, and by the end of the night, we will be giving away a Steelers jersey, a number 55 Derek Harmon jersey. It's going to be a lot of fun. So without further ado, guys, let's get into our pick cut. Derek Harmon is officially a Pittsburgh Steeler. Well, Shedeur Sanders was on the board for the Steelers at number 21, and they decided to go win now, baby. And I love the pick. Derek Harmon, defensive tackle out of Oregon, is a Pittsburgh Steeler. And throughout the course of today's instant reaction video here on Steelers Talk, I'm going to be breaking down the profile of the newest Steelers DT and why I absolutely love this pick for the black and gold. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already to join us here and for more pick cuts throughout the NFL draft. Derek Harmon, man, this is somebody that I've had my eye on this entire draft process, and he's going to be your long-term solution to the Cam Hayward issue here where he's got 2 years left, and Derek Harmon's going to have 2 years to work behind him and work alongside him in this defensive line rotation. And last year, Cam Hayward, Keanu Benton, they ran out of gas a little bit, and they got rid of Larry Ogunjobi this offseason. They needed somebody to come in that could help in their five-man fronts, be a starter in that kind of formation, and then also be a rotational piece in their four-man fronts as well. Get after quarterbacks, make tackles for losses. This guy had 55 pressures last year, man. This guy is so quick with his feet and with his hands that he gets into the backfield very, very consistently. Now, if you want to look at the downside of Harmon, is he's got a very high missed tackle rate, but a lot of that is because he's in the backfield so quick that the running back runs past him and he doesn't have much of a chance to recover and then get him on the ground. Like, this is the type of player that just wrecks games, that gets after quarterbacks before they're even all the way down through their drop. And that's the type of interior lineman that wreck games in the National Football League. Of course, Omar Khan and Andy Weidel, the GM, assistant GM combination here, are kind of forming this team in the Howie Roseman style and vision of building an NFL football team. If you know anything about the Eagles and how they're run, they draft trenches. In the last 2 years, it's been offensive trenches for the Steelers, taking Broderick Jones and Troy Fautano. This year, they go defensive trenches with a DT in Derek Harmon, which I absolutely love. So grade the pick for me down there in the comment section. Give me an A, a B, a C, a D, or an F. Let me know what you guys think down there in the comment section. For today's draft pick here, Derek Harmon, DT out of Oregon, is now a Pittsburgh Steeler. Like I said, this will be the pinned comment on today's show. YouTube's going to throw you an ad break here in just a couple of seconds, and when that happens, take advantage of that time by answering today's pinned question. All right, so let's talk about what Dean Brugler has to say about Derek Harmon. Says Harmon is a highly active and disruptive big man who consistently finds ways to gain freedom from blocks. As a penetrating pass rusher and run stuffer, he projects as a scheme-diverse NFL starter, anywhere from 1 to 5 technique. Now, I disagree that he's going to be, especially over Keanu Benton, their nose tackle and their 5 down front. I think they're going to want him in more of a disruptive, penetrative type of role. And, the concern with Harmon is the shoulder issue. And the Steelers have shown time and time again, guys, especially in the Omar Khan era, that they don't really care about these medical red flags. They took Corey Trice Jr., they took Troy Fautano in the first round last year when he had medical red flags with his knee. And both of those guys had injuries in their first year in their NFL careers. And Corey Trice Jr. got hurt again last year. Now they're taking Derek Harmon, who got flagged from some teams with a shoulder issue. Some people even thought he was going to fall outside of round 1. But Harmon is the guy here that has a chance. If he stays on the field, like Fautano has to be for the right tackle spot here in Pittsburgh, really, really good, all right? Like Fautano, his film is excellent. I'm really excited to see him play, and I do think that it's the right move for the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll talk about why they didn't take quarterback and why they went with a win-now move here and what's next for the Steelers at the quarterback position momentarily. But before we get into it here, let's have a word from our sponsor here at Game Time. And guys, I'm someone who really likes to go to baseball games on the weekends to take my mind off of Aaron Rodgers and Shedeur Sanders and all this different stuff going on with the Steelers quarterback position. And whether I'm here at home in Dallas, Texas, and I'm going to go see the Rangers play, or whether I'm back in Minnesota with my family watching the Twins play at Target Field, or whether I'm in Pittsburgh watching the Pittsburgh Pirates at beautiful PNC Park, Game Time allows me to get the lowest price tickets possible to let me go enjoy my first love, which was baseball, as often as I really want. Game Time is the official ticketing partner of Steelers Talk by Chat Sports and makes getting tickets to any live event faster and easier all on your phone. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets. Guys, you can get, like I said, lowest price guarantee on any ticket to any event on this app, and it's super easy to use. The interface is really easy to use. It also has some really great features like Game Time Picks, which does the research for you to find the best possible seats to you at any event you want to go see. So take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time today. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. So you guys can see here the production from Harmon and kind of what I'm talking about here. He had more pressures, more tackles for losses, and more sacks than Mason Graham, the guy that the Cleveland Browns took at number 5 overall this past season. So that tells you how disruptive of a player this is. Now, Graham doesn't have the same shoulder injury issue that Harmon does, but if Harmon stays healthy, and maybe that's a big if, but if that is the case, he's got a chance to be a really, really special player and a true replacement for the impact that Cam Hayward makes every single Sunday for this defense when he eventually retires. Now, I do think that this was the correct pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers, not Shedeur Sanders. All right, and I've been saying it on the show for a long time. I thought that the Steelers' interest in the Steelers was a smokescreen and trying to get teams to trade ahead of them. Seems like that was the case because they had the chance to take Shedeur Sanders and they didn't take him, which means they didn't think that he was capable of being a franchise quarterback for this team, and I agree with that evaluation. He doesn't have high enough upside to be a developmental type quarterback, and I don't think he's pro-ready enough to draft in the first round as your day one starter. So I think that, with it sounds like and it feels like with this selection, the Steelers really think Aaron Rodgers is going to sign with them. And if he doesn't, they're perfectly fine signing or trading for Kirk Cousins to be their starting quarterback next year. And that reflects the win now mentality that they have trying to get Cam Hayward a ring before he retires. Take a look at the 5-man front for the Pittsburgh Steelers right now. Before the draft, it was Daniel Ekuale, who was slated to be the 5 tech in this spot. But now I think Derek Carman is going to get in this rotation very quickly. Obviously, with nickel really dominating the NFL, the Steelers are in a 4-down front where, of course, Cam Hayward and Keanu Benton are the starters more often than not. But Harmon is one of the best rotational DTs in the entire league, as far as I'm concerned, on day one, as long as he's on the field. And then, like I said, long-term, you have a plan at this position. For a positional group here that is super, super important to Mike Tomlin and his defense. So last year, I think this unit got a little gassed come playoff time. Now that you have some really, really great depth at this position, in my opinion, you're looking at a really big strength for this Pittsburgh Steelers defense. Now you got a lot of depth at outside linebacker and a lot of depth along the defensive line, which I absolutely love. And I also want to give credit here. Andrew Filipponi had this report weeks ago, saying that the Steelers were targeting Harmon. So, hey, credit where credit's due, Pony. You finally got one. So who will be the Pittsburgh Steelers' next pick? Do you think Tyler Shuck or Jalen Milroe falls to the Steelers at 83? Do you think the Steelers trade up for the quarterback of their choosing? Let me know what you guys think down there in the comment section. Who will be the Steelers' next pick when they get to number 83 tomorrow night? So really do appreciate your guys' support. Make sure you guys go follow me on Twitter. I'm going to be putting up a lot of film analysis tomorrow on Derek Carman, showing you guys why I'm so excited for him to be a Pittsburgh Steeler and why I think that this was the right selection for the black and gold heading into 2025. Really do appreciate all of your guys' support. Don't forget to click that subscribe button for more extensive draft coverage every single day here on Steelers Talk. And until next time, guys, here we go, Steelers. All right, so we have one pick down since Derek Carman went off the board, and it's Omarion Hampton to the Chargers to pair with Najee Harris. So
Yeah, that's an interesting pick.
have fun being the number 2 running back in LA, Najee.
Enjoy, Naj.
So Steelers GM Omar Khan says that they were thinking of trading down, but Harmon was one of the guys on their list that they weren't going to trade down for. So they love him.
Good. That's good to know.
And that's good to know. And you know what was interesting about this position is that they didn't bring in Kenneth Grant for a top 30 visit. They didn't bring in Walter Nolan for a top 30 visit. Harmon was their guy from the start, and they were hoping that he was going to fall to them. And I think with the shoulder injury stuff, it just solidified for them that he was going to make it to 21. And listen, man, Derek Harmon helps this team accomplish their goal of winning a Super Bowl in the next 2 years a lot more than drafting Shadur Sanders. It's just true.
Do you think if Nolan had fallen to them that they would have had to make a decision?
No, because they showed zero interest in Nolan.
Fair enough.
Like the only interest they really showed in Nolan was Tomlin was talking to him a little bit at the Senior Bowl, but they didn't have a formal combine meeting with him. They didn't have a top 30 visit. And if you were thinking about using your top 30 visits in your combine meetings for anybody, it would be the guy with football character concerns, right? What's up, Mitchell Renz of the Raiders Report? How's that $8,000 Venmo treating you? Yeah.
Are you hammered?
Congratulations, man. Raider Ron. Yeah, exactly. So, by the way, our record for the most money spent on a single live show, Platinum 666,
and the record,
and the record for the most super chats and Venmos ever in company history has been broken by the Raiders Report. So we're no longer the kings, unfortunately.
No longer the kings.
Platinum.
If
you're watching, you have been trounced, unfortunately.
We love you.
James Justice says we need the draft dart. He is our best option. Listen, man, is it impossible he falls? Is it impossible? I mean,
it's likely at this point.
At this point, I don't know if another quarterback's coming off the board. I don't know if another quarterback comes off the board. And by the way, did I not tell you guys about Shadur Sanders? I told you they weren't going to take him at 21.
Now I hope Tyler Shuck gets taken before Sanders so you can run the biggest victory lap of all time.
I mean, listen, man, all the signs were there that the Steelers were trying to bamboozle teams. I mean, they were leaking reports about Sanders to the big guys, which is exactly who you leak those reports to. Dylan Lewandowski says Sanders, Dart, Milrow. He sent this before the pick. So, Dylan, we didn't take a quarterback, and I think that's the right pick. I would have.
The Steelers trade up for Jalen Milrow.
I could see it. They have stockpiled picks for next year because of the comp picks, so they can afford to trade future draft picks if they want. And if they really believe in Milrow and feel like the right plan is to draft a guy to sit 2 years behind Rodgers or Kirk Cousins. Gary Frank says, well, Jack, does Aaron Rodgers sign tonight or in 3 weeks? I don't know, dude.
Not tonight.
It's not going to be tonight.
Imagine it's tonight.
It's not going to be tonight.
I would shoot him.
Listen, man. Aaron Rodgers right now, he's made clear that there's certain things in his life that he wants to make sure he squares away before he signs on with a team. Those things are a lot of his friends, and even for sure his friends, have lost houses and their homes and their livelihoods in the California wildfires. And he's helping them rebuild their lives right now. And that's, for him, that's important. He made a commitment to that, and he doesn't want to make a commitment to a football team if he's already dealing with that other commitment he made to his friends.
Absolutely.
So, that's understandable. And it sounds like the conversations that he's had with Mike Tomlin and the Steelers think he's going to be there. Because if not, they probably would have taken a quarterback here, right?
The pick is in here.
Well, I'm guessing with the fist bump, I know who this is.
It's a great pick.
And by the way, this is another one that I got right on my final mock draft here. Listen, man. If you want to look at it this way, Coop, right now, the Steelers' NFL draft this year is Derek Harmon round 1, DK Metcalf round 2. Omar is killing the NFL draft right now, if you're asking me. Right now, if you want to pick, the two teams and or if you want to go through the teams and what they do with their first 2-round picks, I think you'd be hard-pressed to find teams that did a better job than the Steelers with their first 2 picks this year, in this offseason. Derek Harmon, disruptive pass rusher on the interior, super valuable to have on your football team. I think he's going to be a Steeler for life. And then you got DK Metcalf, legit number 1 receiver with your second-round pick. So love it. Matthew Golden is the pick for the Green Bay Packers at 23, your guy out of Texas. And I kind of felt like Golden would fall this far, and Green Bay has said that they wanted to get a receiver. Josh Jacobs even said they needed a number 1 receiver, and I think Golden could potentially provide that for the Green Bay Packers moving forward. What are your thoughts on Golden, and what are the Packers getting in the whiteout from
I
Austin?
absolutely love Matthew Golden, man. I only had a year with him at Texas as he started his career out at Houston, but he made so many big plays for the Horns last year. And there were a lot of cases where he bailed out Quinn Ewers on some throws.
Yes.
Where he made some ridiculous catches, plain and simple. I mean, the 4th and 13 against Arizona State will stand out as, his best play of his career, along with Ewers. But you're getting an absolute dog in this guy who has a big catch radius. He ran a 4.29. Now, I'm not sure that he's really a 4.29 guy, but I really think that he can make a good partnership with Jordan Love and have a long NFL career in Green Bay. I love the pick.
And by the way, Omar Khan saying that they were thinking about trading the pick means that Shedeur Sanders was not on their list of players that they wouldn't have traded out of the pick for.
Now, Green Bay was also in discussions with the Eagles to trade that pick, but they ended up taking.
So the Eagles are trying to move up, is what you're saying?
Yes.
For who?
I don't know.
I had Tyler Booker pegged to them.
Chase was saying they'd trade up for Walter Nolan if he was there, but he's
not there. And all the top DTs are off the board. So, it's not one of those. Right now we're at the Minnesota Vikings pick, and this is where I think we could see a trade, Coop. They have 4 picks this year. So if they're looking for more draft capital, now Malachi Starks is on the board, who I had the Vikings taking in my final mock draft. I think Starks is a perfect fit for Brian Flores' defense. So I would not be shocked if they take Starks here, but I know the Giants are lurking, and trading down to 32 is not or 34, I should say, is not that far of a decline. But yeah, to go back to what I was saying, Coop, if the Steelers felt like Shedeur Sanders was a potential future franchise quarterback for them, they would have taken him at this spot. He was available for them. Same thing with Jackson Dart.
Absolutely. They would have taken him if they felt he was worth the pick there.
Yeah. And, I mean, this all but confirms that my suspicion that the Steelers were not going to select Shedeur was correct. So that's why you subscribe to the channel, all right? We predicted the Russell Wilson signing. We predicted they weren't going to bring back Fields or Russ and that they were going to go after Rodgers. We nailed that, by the way. We predicted that this was a smokescreen and the Steelers were not interested in Shedeur Sanders. Nailed that one. That's why you subscribe to this channel, man. I dedicate my life to thinking about this football team, all right? Maybe you should consider listening to me from time to time.
And by
just a couple times.
And by dedicate his life, he actually means dedicate his life.
Just ask Cassie, man. All of you need to be thanking Cassie in the chat right now, man, because
she deals with a lot.
Listen, she sacrifices a lot, all right, and she does so much for me and so much for our channel. So I want everyone to thank Cassie down there in the chat, babe. If you're watching, I love you. So now it's the Minnesota Vikings up on the board. Make sure you click that subscribe button if you haven't already, because we nailed the Russell Wilson signing when everyone was saying it was going to be Mason Rudolph, all right? Everyone was saying it's going to be Rudolph and Pickett. We were saying it's going to be Russell Wilson. We were right. Then this offseason, everyone was saying they want to bring back Fields or they want to bring back Russ. We were saying they wanted Aaron Rodgers. We were right. Everyone was saying Steelers want Shedeur Sanders at 21. They love him. But Jack, they took Derek Carman with him still on the board. This is why you subscribe to the damn channel, man, because we're in tune to this football team. Now, granted, in my final mock draft, I did project Jalen Milroe. But I did also say.
But you had Harmon in the Chat Sports mock.
I did say that it wasn't a lock. I said if they went quarterback, I thought they would go Milroe. But I also acknowledged that it was more than possible they would go a non-quarterback in round 1. $2. He says, just in. Aaron Rodgers retires. Mason named QB1. Even if Aaron Rodgers retires, Gary, it's going to be Kirk Cousins. Mason Rudolph, I think, has a very, very small chance of being the starting quarterback of this team next year.
Am I crazy for thinking it would be that?
What's that?
Am I crazy for thinking Mason would be that?
Yes, you're crazy. So, Cassie says, my brother, Joseph Sperry, the star pitcher for the Minnesota Golden Gophers baseball team, is in here. What's up, Joseph? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by tonight. We're having a good time. Vikings pick is in. So we'll see who the Vikes take here. Dylan Lewandowski, $5. Says, from all of us, thank you, Cassie. So after the Vikings pick here, Coop, I'm going to have you take over while I get you all of our Cash Apps and Venmos, and we're going to address every single Venmo that has come in. All right? Again, I want to remind you guys, $10 super chats gets you into a raffle for a draft hat at the end of the show. And then $20 Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal gets you into a raffle to win a Steelers jersey, a Derek Harmon Steelers jersey at the end of the show. So can you put up my Cash App and Venmo information, Coop, just a second?
We'll rapid fire those Venmos.
So the Vikings are not trading down, which makes me think that it's going to be Malachi Starks here. Because he fits them so well.
You think Starks?
That's my prediction, but I've been wrong before. Venmo here, at Jack Sperry. If you guys want to get in on the jersey raffle, $20 gets you in. Same thing with money sign Captain Jack 19 on Cash App or at Captain Jack Rabbit on PayPal. Coop, I'm guessing you agree, Shadur Sanders? I mean, we called it. We said they're not taking him.
Shadur will not be on a team tonight.
I mean, I don't think he gets taken in the first round. And that's correct. He shouldn't get taken.
No way.
Well, okay, so we got the pick in. And I think it's a good pick. Might be a slight reach. But, I mean, this is a position that they needed.
This might be a worse pick than the Cowboys pick.
Yeah, the Cowboys pick was a little bit of a shocker, wasn't it? Reach for the skies with Tyler Booker. All right, picks in. Donovan Jackson, offensive lineman out of Ohio State. He's going to play left guard for them immediately.
Giants are trading back in.
The Giants
They're
are
on the
trading.
clock.
The Giants are on the clock.
This is going to be Shadur Sanders, isn't it?
No, it's Jackson Dart. I'm calling it right now. It's going to be Jackson
Dart.
Dart.
It's Dart.
I think it's Dart. Oh, man.
The New York Football Giants are on the clock.
Let's go. Rusty's going to have some competition. By the way, Donovan Jackson, he's going to start for them at left guard immediately. They needed a left guard to protect J.J. McCarthy, and he's the future of the franchise there in Minnesota. So I don't hate the pick there for Minnesota. I probably would have tried to trade down and get him, but I guess they like Donovan Jackson enough to take him here in round 1. But now the Houston Texans trade down out of the first round with the New York Football Giants. Listen, man. So
could it be Tyler Shuck?
Here's another thing too. For the Commanders, they've got some good players still on the board.
Oh yeah,
dude, they could get Mike Green.
They could.
James Pierce Jr. is still on the board. Ezeraku is still on the board. The Commanders need an edge rusher. They're gonna get one here. Here's
the best available.
So
they could take Will Johnson to opposite Marcus Lattimore.
So, yeah, they could. Will Johnson's still on the board.
That's what I'm saying. Luther.
Well, Will Johnson, here's the thing with Will Johnson. He's got knee issues, man. Apparently, like he's got big time concerning
The Giants gave up 34, 99, and a third next year.
It's quite a bit.
So that's
not
big
nothing.
haul.
That's quarterback level. He's moving up. Well, Shedeur, maybe you shouldn't have been so entitled and brash in your combine interviews, thinking you're going to go in the top 3. Is this going to be Jackson Dart? Is this going to be Jalen Milroe? How crazy would that be if they get Jalen Milroe?
Crazy.
I think it's going to be Jackson Dart. Dart is the gunslinger type of leader, tough type of quarterback. He's hugging people at his party right here. I think this is Jackson Dart. It
is Jackson Dart.
He is a Brian Dable type of quarterback.
It is Jackson Dart.
And that is official now. Jackson Dart over Shedeur Sanders. Guys, this is what I've been trying to tell you. The NFL agrees with me. Shedeur Sanders is not very good. They're taking Jackson Dart ahead of him. I really don't think Shedeur Sanders goes in round 1. Could the Browns take him? At 33.
34, right?
33. Browns have the first pick tomorrow. And they got 36.
They could.
Listen,
I bet they could get him at 36.
Listen, man, I don't hate the pick of Jackson Dart. I don't think Marshall particularly loves it. I think Marshall would have preferred Shedeur over Jackson Dart.
Maybe.
My evaluation of Jackson Dart, Coop, I don't think he's a superstar level quarterback. I think that his high-end comp is like Dak Prescott. Same size. He's got some good pre-snap processing to him. He's a gunslinger that's not afraid to throw the ball down the field. He will throw interceptions, especially late in games. But listen, man, he's got a lot of traits that you like, especially intangible qualities. He stands tough in the pocket.
Is that not a hell of a trade, though, for Dart? Giving up that much for him?
They know their jobs are on the line. Like Shane and Dable know that, this is the year. And Dart is the type of guy that Dable would love. Like, he is fiery personality. John Gruden called him the Evel Knievel of quarterbacks. It makes sense. For that offense, for what they want to do, like, Shedeur Sanders is much more like Daniel Jones, where, like, he's gonna throw it underneath. He's not going to really push the ball downfield. Jackson Dart's going to do that for them. And he's going to throw interceptions, but hey, they clearly don't care about that because they signed Jameis Winston. So,
Week 1 starter is Russell Wilson or Jackson Dart?
Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson might play the whole season if he plays well enough, but Here's the thing. I don't think the Giants roster will be good enough where, like, it's going to be teetering. Or, Russ might win a couple games and, keep them close to 500 for maybe half or so the season. And then the wheels are going to fall off, and then it's going to be clear they're not making the playoffs, and then they shift to Jackson Dart. I wonder how Marsh feels about that. Because when I was talking to Marsh today, he just wasn't sure that about Jackson Dart.
I'll go gander. Let me take over for a second? You can send me all the Venmos.
Yeah, sure. I'll get us updated with the Venmo, so we'll show everybody's Venmo alerts. Appreciate all the Venmos coming in, guys.
So Jackson Dart, the second QB off the board, he goes to the Meadowlands in East Rutherford, New Jersey, to be the next quarterback of the New York Giants, who obviously also have Russell Wilson in that QB room as well. Spare Dog will be right back. He's just sending me all the Venmos that we're going to do for the raffle at the end. And it sounds like there's a good amount of them, so it may take a couple minutes for him to do so. Shout out Donna Elliott, Sean Bowen, Jeremy Robbins, Sean Brown, Bode Verk, the official Kenny. Another year of the Ravens winning the AFC North. Maybe. Steelers could win the AFC North.
I mean, like, are people saying that because, like, If we drafted Shedeur Sanders, he would have won the division over Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow. Like
you also don't need to win the division. You just need to get in the playoffs. Freedom Guy 1776 says we could have traded down and got Harmon. Do you believe that to be the case?
It's definitely possible because of the injuries thing, but like GM Omar Khan said, he was on their list of guys that they were willing not to trade down for, and they love him. So
Falcons trading up with the Rams here.
But this isn't for
a QB.
Not for a QB. Trying to think of, is this for Nick Emenwari? Or Malachi Starks, another Georgia defender.
Georgia boy.
I think this might be for Starks, guys. They need a secondary player.
Could be another Georgia boy. Omarion Hampton went the pick after the Steelers. Would you have taken Harmon over Hampton if you had the choice?
What's that?
Would you have taken Derek Harmon over Omarion Hampton?
I mean, ask me that question when I know what running back they draft.
Fair enough.
If they get Caleb Johnson in round 3, hell no. But I would have been fine either way is the answer to the question, because you do need another running back, but they seem to really believe in wow, Giants. I'm just, that's an awesome move for them, man. But yeah, I think that Harmon's a good pick. I would have been fine either way. I might have personally rather gone Hampton, but they really believe in Jalen Warren, and they can get a good running back later in the class. You're not finding a Derek Harmon at defensive tackle later in this class, in my opinion.
Let's see what the Atlanta Falcons are going to do here. Do you think this could be for Nick Emenwari? Could it be for Will? No way it's Will Johnson. It could be Mike Green. The Atlanta Falcons have the worst pass rush in the NFL over the last decade. That is a fact. Mike Green could be of use to them here.
Yeah, they already took Jalen Walker, but, I mean, could they take another one?
They could use more.
I think they're taking Malachi Starks.
You think it's Malachi Starks?
But that's the second time I've predicted it's Starks, so we'll see. All right, we are updated.
Cool. I'll take myself off now and do a little switcheroo.
Cool. We'll see who this pick is for Atlanta. Jackson Dart, a New York Giant, going to be working with Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson this year. Not Shedeur Sanders. By the way, I did have a higher grade on Jackson Dart than Shedeur Sanders this year. He just has more big-time throws than Shedeur does on film this year. It just is the case. I think it was... I don't know, man. This makes a lot of sense for Malachi Starks here with Atlanta, folks. We'll see what it ends up being. George Pickensburg says, trade up. With what? We have a third-round pick. What are we trading? A future first? Nah, man. I think the Steelers' plan here, maybe they decide to trade up a little bit, but I don't think they're going to make any drastic moves, and they're going to see what the value is in round 3. Like, if Tyler Shuck or Jalen Milroe's there in round 3, I think they'd pull the trigger on either one of those two. But, like, if the value's at running back, they're going to go running back in round 3. If the value is at corner or at nickel corner, they might go nickel corner in round 3. Like, that's very possible as well. So, Shedeur Sanders, if you were hoping he was going to be a Steeler, I hate to break it to you, man. That's pretty much dead. Unless he falls to round 3, which would be a real shock. Like, that would be the same feeling as Malik Willis, who a lot of people had mocked in like the top 5 and top 10 of the 2022 NFL draft, falling all the way to round 3. I mean, is that a possibility for Shedeur Sanders? And by the way, if the Steelers took Shadur in round 3, it's better than round 1. I'd still probably rather take Milroe or Shuck over him, but.
By the way,
yeah.
I gave Brandon Isaac an entry into the jersey because he sent in 100.
Oh yes.
So I gave him a.
Brandon, you're in on the jersey because he sent in a $100 super chat.
All right, updated there.
A lot of people are asking, why didn't we take a quarterback? Do we believe in Mason Rudolph that much? The answer to the quarterback question here, guys, and the reason why they didn't take a quarterback is because they think Aaron Rodgers is going to sign here. Like, whatever, by the way, the pick is in for Atlanta, and it is another edge rusher, but it's not Mike Green.
Wow.
They got two edge rushers.
Pierce.
James Pierce Jr. out of Tennessee. Cucks Joey Peterson, who wanted Pierce at 27. Oh, no. Does that mean Mike Green's going to be a Baltimore Raven? No.
Let's do this, and then we'll run through the Venmos.
All right, we're going to run through the Venmos here, lickety-split here in just a second. But before we get into that, let's have a word from our sponsor today at Prize Picks, which is the best place to turn your sports knowledge into cash. With millions of members, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more than or less than on at least 2 player stat projections for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks, and Prize Picks is the best place to win cash while watching sports. Join millions of users and sign up today. The app is really easy to use, and to create your lineup, all you have to do is pick more than or less than on a few player stat projections for your shot to win up to 2,000 times your money. You can also turn your playoff hot takes into tickets to basketball's championship series, and every lineup you make on the Prize Picks app will enter you into the Takes Two ticket sweepstakes, which could get you and a +1 on a VIP trip to the championship for basketball. Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play just $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks also offers weekly promotions that could lead to big payouts like Taco Tuesday, where every Tuesday, Prize Picks discounts like player projections up to 25% to provide even more value for your lineups. Like I said, guys, all you have to do is pick 2 to 6 player stat projections. Basketball playoffs are going on right now. It's a lot of fun. If you guys want to spice up your playoff viewing experience, you can sign up for Prize Picks today, and you can make some money. That is, if you know ball. Download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. Hey!
Let's go!
Samson, put him in the raffle. $50 super chat. Says, love listening to you guys and your in-depth analysis. This is well-deserved. Keep it up. I'll be here tomorrow, too. Samson, we will be happy to have you tomorrow, my brother.
We'll see you here, Samson.
We will see you here. It's going to be a lot of fun, man. This is the most tiring weekend of the year for us, Coop. It's
funnest.
It's our Super Bowl here at Chat Sports, but it's definitely the funnest as well. So thanks for making it special, Samson. We'll put you in the jersey raffle with that $50 super chat as well. Listen, man, I don't know if the Steelers could be any clearer. They believe that they will be getting Aaron Rodgers. Mm-hmm. If they didn't, they would have taken a quarterback of some ilk at number 21. They believe it's going to be Rodgers, and if it's not Rodgers, they feel 100% confident that they can land Kirk Cousins in a trade, which, by the way, is absolutely true because no other team is looking for a starting quarterback right now. That's a realistic trade destination. All right, so let's run through some of these Venmos. Donna Elliott comes in with a 25 with the message, buddy. Appreciate you, Donna. That's a Cashapp, by the way.
Shout out, Donna.
Then we have Collins, $20. Says for jersey raffle. Appreciate you, Collins. You're in the raffle. We got Raymond, Van Riper with a 20. Appreciate you, Raymond. You're in. Mark Casto sent in a 20 as well. Mark, appreciate the support.
I missed that one.
You missed Mark Casto? I'll wait for you here.
One moment.
By the way, the Ravens pick is in. I think it's going to be Malachi Starks. It's the third time I predicted Malachi Starks or maybe Mike Green, who's still on the board. I really hope the Washington Commanders get him. I really hope the Commanders get him, man.
Shout out Mark Casto.
Mark Casto with the 20. Appreciate you, my man Mark. My main man Mark. Gary Frank sent in a 20 as well. Gary, you're in the raffle. Says, let's go Shuck F. Sanders. Well, I mean, listen, man. I think that Shuck could go to the New Orleans Saints.
Good.
Because I think that they wanted either Dart or Shuck at quarterback. And they might even trade back up into round 1 to take Tyler Shuck. I wouldn't be surprised if we get one more trade.
By the way, third time's the charm for you.
What's that?
Malachi Starks is a Raven.
Malachi Stark, third time's the charm. And listen, man, I hate it because he's such a good player, and the Ravens just got a really good player. Honestly, out of the picks that the division rivals have made today, I think, passing on Travis Hunter was a stupid decision by the Cleveland Browns. I think drafting Shamar Stewart at 17 was a stupid decision by the Cincinnati Bengals. This one is not a stupid decision, all right? This one is a good decision by the Ravens. I'm just glad they didn't get Mike Green because he would have been a monster for them.
Derek Riggleman.
By the way, Cassie gave away a Phillip Hall into the raffle for the hat because she got to pick one. David came in with this $20, I believe it was a Cashapp.
Don't forget Derek.
And then Derek Riggleman says for Jersey raffle, go Steelers. Love you. Love it, man. Love it, Derek. Appreciate you. Then David came in with a Venmo, correct? Yep, David said, never mind, he didn't send a message. He just sent a football emoji. Then we got Grandma. My grandma got in here.
Grandma Spare Dog.
Grandma Yanish here, $50, my mom's mom. So thanks for watching, Grandma. $50 says, keep up the good work. Thank you so much. Well, you know what we'll do? We'll give away 2 raffle entries because
what if Grandma wants a jersey?
I don't think she wants a jersey.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Then Steelers Dad, $30. Appreciate you, Steelers Dad. Says raffle ticket for the jersey. Shh. I can apply extra 10 towards DJ KJ because he already put in a 10 earlier. So yeah, DJ KJ also in the raffle. DJ, appreciate you. And then we had a 20 from Luis as well, and he sends the message Steelers. So if you guys want in on the jersey raffle, $20 Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal. $10 Super Chat gets you into a raffle to win a Steelers draft hat that we're going to be raffling off at the end of the show. So if you guys want to be in on the jersey raffle, you guys can send in a $20 Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal. Make sure you also click that subscribe button.
Do you want to do our cut live or off live?
Off live.
Off live?
Yeah, cool. I would say. Give me a little time to recoup. So Malachi Starks, good football player. Good drip, too. The light pink suit.
I like it.
I like that suit more than I liked Travis Hunter's.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Where his was very in-your-face pink. But, hey, he's a Raven now, so he sucks. F you, Malachi Starks. God damn, one of my favorite players in this draft is a Raven. That sucks dick. Yes. Let's give away a couple raffle entries for grandmas. 50.
Let's do it.
Spam those me's in the chat. Spam those me's in the chat if you want a free raffle entry. Let's go, baby. Spam those me's. We got Love. We've got Thananis. We got JP. We got Hot Rod. What's up, Hot Rod? We got Jason L, DJ KJ, Footballin'. We've got Nico. We got Kevin Reed, Jason L, Charmander and Froky. We got Freedom Guy, Woodrow. Got William D, Jason Steele, Justin Gordon. Got a good crew here. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to give this one to David. Actually, I think David already super chatted. I'm going to give this one to Hot Rod. Hot Rod's been a real one for a long time.
Word.
So Hot Rod, you are in on the raffle, and then you have somebody here.
Oh, I can pick one.
Yeah, pick one.
I'll go with Jason L.
Jason L. So the Detroit Lions are on the clock and the pick is in. So Commanders is going to be interesting here because they're going to have a choice between between two people at least. Will Johnson, Mike Green, and Donovan Ezeraku. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button. We've been kind of nails on the quarterback situation here in Pittsburgh. The one area where we did kind of miss was I said if they were going to go quarterback in round one, that it would have been Jalen Milroe, but they didn't go quarterback in round one. I said if they didn't go quarterback in round one, they were going to go Derek Harmon, which is exactly what they did. All right, and now they can play the waiting game, and if Jalen Milroe's sitting for you there in round 3, you can still get him.
I'm seeing Notre Dame players on Twitter be salty that Starks went before Watts.
I mean, Starks, listen, man, I'm a Notre Dame fan. Malachi Stark's a better player than Xavier Watts.
On.
I love Xavier Watts. He's going to be a hell of a pro. Malachi Stark's the better player.
Day 2?
Yeah, he's going to be going tomorrow. Unless the Bills take him. I wouldn't be shocked if the Bills took him. And by the way, I still wouldn't be shocked if we see the New Orleans Saints jump the Cleveland Browns to take the quarterback of their choosing. And by the way, I wouldn't be surprised if the quarterback the Saints pick is Tyler Shuck, not Shadur Sanders.
That'd be something.
Adam Schefter reported the Saints do not like Shadur Sanders. So, hey, Aaron Wilson's report. How about Aaron Wilson's report? He said Shadur Sanders is not going to be a Steeler.
He did. And he wasn't. And he isn't.
And he isn't. And he won't. And he's not going to be.
At 83?
Listen, man. You at least entertain it at 83. I still think if you have a value running back, I would take that over Shadur Sanders at 83.
Another Ohio State guy goes.
JT? Jack Sawyer? Racking my brain here. Not Travion Henderson?
You were close with those two. Just move inside.
I was close with which one?
Sawyer.
Oh, Talik? Yep. In round 1?
Yep.
I mean, it's not terrible. So the Lions are taking interior offensive line or defensive lineman Talik Williams out of Ohio State. I mean, I don't think it's an amazing pick, but it is a pick. With all the edge rusher talent still on the board, I would have taken an edge rusher if I were them, but the pick is Talik Williams, and now the Washington Commanders have a very interesting choice here.
There's a lot of good players on the board for them.
Will Johnson's still available. Mike Green is still. If you would have told me at the beginning of the night that Mike Green was available for the Commanders, I am running, sprinting that card up there.
But now that Will Johnson's there too.
I think the fact that Mike Green fell this far, though, tells us that a lot of teams, were uncomfortable with his sexual assault history.
Yep.
Or the allegations that have been put up against him. He's never been charged with anything, but obviously teams are a little worried about the profile there. Listen, man, the dream scenario is exactly what happens in the Chat Sports mock draft, where you take Derek Harmon at 21, and then Jalen Milroe falls to you in round 3, somebody that has incredible physical attributes that you can develop over a 1 to 2 year period behind Aaron Rodgers, by the way, or Kirk Cousins. Preferably Aaron Rodgers, honestly, but it's going to be interesting for sure. But there's that interesting conversation, Coop, about, if Shadur Sanders makes it to round 3, which I don't think is impossible.
I'm not ruling anything out.
Honestly, if I'm Shadur, I'm hoping that I make it to the Los Angeles Rams in round 2.
ESPN's draft day predictor said a 3% chance he'd be available. That's why you don't watch ESPN. That's why you watch Chat Sports.
Yeah, that's why you watch Chat Sports, because those clowns over there, Schefter and all these people saying, oh, the Steelers love or really like Shadur Sanders.
They're just glazing him, dude.
Nope, they didn't. Because if they did, they would have taken him at 21, and they didn't. But if you would have listened to us, you would have known that. I'm sorry. I'm being an ass about it.
You're not wrong.
I'm being such an asshole about it. But hey, man, I had a lot of people calling me an idiot for saying, "Oh, Schefter said the Steelers like him, therefore, it's gospel." Oh, McShay said the Steelers love Shadur Sanders. Oh, Sanders said it was a 10 out of 10 meeting. They're definitely taking him. And it's like, have we learned nothing over the last 3 years, Coop, with this GM and this head coach?
What a joke.
They love to manipulate the media. I mean,
they're masters.
Dude, everybody was projecting Shadur Sanders to the Steelers in their mock drafts. Everybody. Daniel Jeremiah, Peter Schrager, Benjamin Albright. Everybody had the Steelers taking Shadur. And I was the one person here saying, I don't think they're going to take him, guys. And that's why you click that subscribe button.
Subscribe now for
it. Subscribe now for free.
They started the live show right today, at least.
Yeah, they did. So the Washington Commanders are on the clock, and they're in need of a number one edge rusher, Coop.
They are.
They've been trying to target Trey Hendrickson via trade, but with Mike Green and Donovan Ezeraku on the board, I just don't see how they pass on both of them. The pick is in. And, dude, if they get Mike Green, I will – that is just a terrific pick for them. Like, Mike Green is my number 2 edge rusher in this entire class. I have a top 10 grade on him. I'm that high on him.
Oh, my gosh. Coach Prime got community noted because he said my son will be a top 5 pick, and then community note said Shadur was not a top 5
The Commanders' pick is in. And it's not a edge rusher, which is a little bit of a doom.
It's not?
Nope. It is somebody that plays on the trenches, though. It is a trench player, but it's not an edge rusher.
Offensive lineman? Josh Connerly?
It's Josh Connerly.
Wow.
Josh Connerly Jr. out of Oregon going to the Washington Commanders. They traded for Laramie Tunsil. He's their left tackle. They drafted Brandon Coleman last year.
Third round, right? Coleman?
Yeah, I mean, I think with that pick, the Commanders probably start Connerly at right tackle next year, and then they kick Brandon Coleman into left guard. And I actually like that. I'm okay with that if I'm the Washington Commanders. Their one need on the offensive line was left guard. And now they're addressing the other offensive tackle position. And by the way, when Tunsil ends up, leaving the team in a couple years or whatever, like, you can put Connerly back on the left side if you really want to. But there's Mike Green, and you can tell he's not happy that he's falling this far. And it's become pretty clear, Coop, that the history he's had with some of the concerning allegations has turned teams off from taking him with a first round selection.
Absolutely.
And of course, so apparently the person that the Eagles are trying to trade up for was Jahad Campbell, who is still available. So Howie might just get the player that he wants without even having to trade up for him, of course.
I hate Howie Roseman.
So Josh Simmons still on the board, by the way.
I think Simmons. Are you surprised Connerly went over Simmons?
I mean, Connerly's a good player. I've heard a lot. I've listened to a lot of podcasts and stuff of like legit offensive line coaches saying that, his technique is like super, super good. I agree. I think he's got really good footwork. He can be susceptible to the bull rush at times, but like he's just got a really clean profile as a pass protecting tackle. And he ends up being the pick for Washington, and it's not a bad one. It really isn't for them. But now Josh Simmons, who has concerns with a torn ACL from last year and football character concerns, quote-unquote football character concerns, it appears that he's got the runway to be the next left tackle for the Kansas City Chiefs, which, by the way, sucks because Simmons might be the best tackle in this class. And that's not a joke. Like, he might actually
think so?
Like, his tape is the best out of anybody in this class.
Better than Campbell's, better than Banks? Interesting.
I do. I think that his film is better than everybody else in this class, but he does have the injury thing, and there's concerns about his level of love for football. So those two things are not a good combination, and obviously that has allowed him to slip. By the way, if you're hoping Derek Harmon plays the nose tackle, Mike Tomlin said he's not a nose in his post-draft press conference today. So Keanu Benton will remain the starting nose tackle for the team when they are in their 5 down fronts.
And ideally, you wanted him to move out, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's a penetrator. You don't want him taking on double teams or anything like that. But I'm okay with the pick. I really am. And I think Steelers fans are going to love this pick when they see how good he is on Sundays. If he's on the field for Sundays, that's the question mark. But the Steelers are the kings of taking players that will be good if they are on the field, but it's a very dubious proposition at best that they are on the field.
Dubious proposition at best.
So Steelers Smitty's Buffalo Bills are on the board right now.
Yes, indeed.
I can't imagine Steelers Smitty was too happy about the Dart pick because he was telling me he didn't want the Giants to take Dart.
Buffalo could go a variety of ways here.
Got a $5 Cash App coming in here, so I'll send that to you.
Sounds good.
Bang, bang.
So once the first round ends, we're going to do this raffle. We're going to sign off, and then we're going to do
our grades video. Yeah, we'll put out another video. I'm going to be talking a little bit about best players available and talk a little bit about the quarterback position a bit more than I did in the instant reaction video. So we will have another video go out later tonight. And then tomorrow, during the afternoon, before the second round begins, we'll put out a second round mock draft, or day 2 mock draft, whatever you want to call it. And we'll see where things go.
Brian Dable announced that Russ will be our starter.
I mean, that's expected.
Yeah.
All right. Like, Jackson Dart is not necessarily ready to play right away. I think he needs some growth in terms of his mental processing. He needs to not predetermine throws as much. And, Russell Wilson is a pretty decent starting quarterback. Now, is he a top 10 guy anymore or top 5 guy anymore? No. But, is he around the top 20 range of quarterbacks in the world today? Yeah, he's around that range. And Jackson Dart is just not in the top 32 at this point in his career. Could he get there? Sure. He needs to develop. He's going to have 2 really great mentors to work with. Jameis and Russ are going to work wonders with him in terms of getting him ready for his moment. And whenever that moment comes, I think he's got a chance to be pretty good. But obviously he's got things that he needs to clean up in his game in order to hit the kind of player that he could be, which is not Josh Allen, Todd McShay. He's not Josh Allen. Get out of here with that shit.
He's not what?
By the way, Todd McShay gets the report wrong again.
He's not a reporter.
2022, Todd McShay says Mike Tomlin loves Malik Willis, willing to trade up into the top 10 for him. Not only do they not trade into the top 10, they take a different quarterback. And Kenny Pickett. By the way, I'm glad the Steelers learned from their mistake in 2022. Don't reach on a quarterback that everybody else doesn't want to take in round 1. Because we're at the point here, guys. We got 3 picks left. Shedeur Sanders is – I don't think he's going in round 1, guys.
No chance.
Eagles are trading up to 31, going up 1 spot.
Why?
To secure that they get their
Jihad
guy?
Ward.
Campbell.
Or Campbell, yeah.
Jihad Campbell.
Jihad Ward has played in the NFL for a long time.
Who are the Bills taking here?
I don't know.
I think Trey Amos would be a good pick here. They could also use edge rusher. I mean, they could fall right into Mike Green here, or even Donovan Ezeraku if they prefer him.
Who we got? The Bills.
Maxwell Hairston. So I would have rather taken Trey Amos here. Hairston gave up a lot of yardage last year in the SEC. But listen, man, he ran a 4.28 40. He's blazing fast, incredible recovery speed. What he excels at off zone coverage is what the Bills run in Buffalo. And he's got long arms. Long arms for maybe somebody that's not the biggest corner in the world. So I like the fit. I don't hate it whatsoever. By the way, the fact that
Eagles gave up 164 to move up.
It's just one spot. They're not going to give up that much. And that's I believe the pick is going to be Jihad Campbell and then probably Josh Simmons to finish out the first round. So Shedeur Sanders not going in the first round. So listen, man, if you're upset the Steelers didn't take Shedeur Sanders, the rest of the league is telling you how good of a quarterback prospect he is, and it's not a good one.
He isn't going to be on an NFL team.
That would have been
tonight.
That would have been a massive reach by this football team if they would have gotten him. It's just the truth. All right, I know that he comes with a lot of hype. I know that, I know he's a big name and, people expected him to go early on in the draft and, people thought, oh, we could steal a guy that could go early in the draft.
The brother stinks.
I don't think he's a good quarterback. I have him ranked 5th on my quarterback rankings this year in this year's class, and this is a bad quarterback class. Like, if we get to round 3 and Jalen Milroe, Tyler Shuck, and Shedeur Sanders are all on the board, Shedeur would be my 3rd option. I would rather have Milroe and Shuck. I think they're better players. But I got to think somebody's going to take Shedeur before he gets to the Steelers in round 3, right? Somebody's going to do it.
I also forgot, by the way, that the Giants had Jameis as well. So Jackson Dart might redshirt.
Yeah, I think that'd be good for him.
Yeah.
Like this idea that rookie quarterbacks need to play in their first year, Tom Brady says it all the time. It's just not true. Like, look at Patrick Mahomes. He was a raw prospect coming into the league, man. He was not ready to play.
Nope.
And Andy Reid and the Kansas City Chiefs did it the right way. They had a good veteran quarterback that knew the game at a high level to teach Mahomes. And then in year 2, he was the MVP of the fucking league.
And that's the guy they traded up for.
Yeah, in the first round.
Maxwell Hairston's a dog.
Dude, you know what I hope? I hope Shedeur Sanders goes to Cleveland because you guys will see quickly that he's not very good in Cleveland. You guys will see very quickly. I also think it's funny that the people that complain that Rodgers is a ton of drama also wanted Shedeur Sanders. Somebody that's going to bring a shit ton of drama to any team he goes to.
Not wrong.
Now, watch me, talking all this shit about Shedeur, and then
he becomes the Steeler.
He ends up falling to 83, and the Steelers take him. It's official. Jahad Campbell, the pick for the Eagles, and he's a damn good player, man.
That he is.
I hate that the Eagles got him. I thought he was going to go a lot earlier than this. I thought he would go at 19 to Tampa because everybody was mocking him to Tampa at 19. I actually mocked him to the Cardinals at 16. They ended up going a different direction.
So once the final pick is in, we will do our raffles. Then we're going to sign off. And then we will do our video.
Yes.
While we're here, let's do a game time read.
Sure thing. All right, let's have word from our sponsor here at Game Time. I'm someone who likes to go to baseball games, guys, on the weekends. With all the Aaron Rodgers stuff going on, I just sometimes it's nice to just get away from work because I spend pretty much every waking hour of the other days of the week thinking about this football team, thinking of what they're thinking, all that different stuff. Sometimes it's good to just go, enjoy a baseball game, with a friend or with Cassie. And, thanks to our friends at Game Time, I can pretty much go see a baseball game whenever I want for a really good price. In fact, Game Time has the lowest price guarantee on any ticket to any event. Game Time is the official ticketing partner of Steelers Talk by Chat Sports and makes getting tickets to any live event faster and easier, all on your phone. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch, and with killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee on any ticket to any event, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets and tickets to any event for that matter. Of course, I live here in Dallas, Texas. I work here at Chat Sports Studios in Dallas, Texas, but I love going to baseball games. I was a college baseball player. Baseball is my first love, and I love watching the Texas Rangers here in Arlington. And, of course, I love going to PNC Park whenever I'm in Pittsburgh. So if you guys want to go see Paul Skeens shove and you don't want to give the Pittsburgh Pirates a single dime more than you need to, download the Game Time app today. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, use code ChatSports. It's one word, all caps, ChatSports for $20 off your first purchase. Terms do apply. Again, create an account and redeem code ChatSports. It's one word, all caps, ChatSports for $20 off your first purchase. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed. Bulwark with a 20 says Shedeur homers are really outing themselves as Browns fans. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Absolutely.
Here we go, Steelers.
I kind of have a feeling, Coop, that he's going to be a Brown.
That would be crazy.
I don't know
with the first pick?
Maybe 36, because there's no quarterback-needy teams. Yeah. I'll say this right now, guys. I wouldn't be shocked if Tyler Shuck and Jalen Milroe go ahead of Shedeur. I wouldn't be surprised if he's the Malik Willis of this class, where everyone's hyping him up as a first-round, top 10 kind of guy for most of the process, and then at the very end he goes round 3.
On top of the fact that his tape wasn't amazing to NFL evaluators, it sounds like the interview process for him went horribly.
Yeah, listen, man, he's someone that doesn't play on time. All right, this is supposed to be somebody that's a pro-ready quarterback, all right, because he doesn't have a strong arm, and he's not very athletic either. He's late constantly when he's not throwing a screen pass, at the line of scrimmage. I think that he's accurate, but he's not as accurate as people think. He's not pinpoint, and I don't think his accuracy to the deep portion of the field is very good at all. I think that Travis Hunter bailed him out of a lot of deep throws last year that were underthrown. And when you have the best player in college football and the best player in this draft, it certainly covers up some of your warts, in my opinion. And I think that was definitely the case with Shedeur. I think that he drifts in the pocket, takes too many bad sacks. I just don't see the star level upside, and he's got a long way to go before he's even a functional NFL starting quarterback. So could he make those developments? Yes, but it's going to take some time for him to do that. And even if he hits, you're getting a mid-level quarterback that puts you in quarterback purgatory until he leaves your football team, which is just that's not a solution to the Steelers' problem of being in purgatory. You need to get somebody that can get you out of purgatory, not somebody that's going to keep you there perpetually or just be a straight-up bust, which obviously would have been a waste of a first-round pick. So it appears the NFL agrees with me. All right? Shadur Sanders is not that good of a prospect.
Jordan Schultz saying they're going to go offensive line.
It's going to be Josh Simmons. You got to think, right?
I would imagine.
Simmons is a hell of a player, man. He can help them win another Super Bowl. But Jahad Campbell goes to the Philadelphia Eagles. Howie does it again.
How he do it?
I mean, it seems like every single year a hell of a player falls to the Eagles in round one. Do have a $5 super chat here from Steelers Dad saying that early draft grades are showing the Steelers receiving an A grade. Listen, man, like if he stays on the field, it's a very good chance that this is looked back on as a really good pick
Now,
for the Steelers.
His shoulder problem, is it something that's going to keep him out this season?
Not this year.
Okay.
I think he's going to be ready to go. But, like, to be clear, he was able to participate in the draft process and all that stuff.
So is it a chronic issue?
That's what the concern is
Oh,
that
boy.
it's going to get injured and injured frequently in the league. So the Steelers obviously are willing to take chances on medical risks like this. They've done it consistently over the last few years. But obviously the league felt like Jackson Dart was the better quarterback to Shadur Sanders. I have Dart ahead of Shadur on my final big board. And I think it's fascinating here to see where Shadur goes, where Jalen Milroe ends up, and then where Tyler Shuck ends up as well. Looks like those three won't be going round one. Just two quarterbacks in round one tonight, it appears. The pick is in, by the way, for the Chiefs. It's going to be offensive line, and it's probably going to be Josh Simmons. But Gary Frank comes in with a 20. Appreciate you. And he says, let's go Steelers.
Here we
Go Steelers. Here we go. Here we go Steelers. Here we go. But listen, man. Obviously, the Steelers feel like they're going to get a veteran quarterback. Because if they didn't feel good about, having Aaron Rodgers or having Kirk Cousins, they would have taken a quarterback here, and they didn't. So that tells you that they really like, Rodgers or Cousins or both, and they feel like they're going to be able to get one of those guys to be their starting quarterback in a year where they're trying to win now. So I think that's the correct decision.
Let me double check and make sure I have all of our entries.
Dude, if they get Jalen Milroe in round 3 tomorrow, I'm going to be jumping for joy. All right? Like, listen, third round pick, he doesn't pan out. It's like it's a third round pick. It's not a first rounder, And he's got a chance to be legitimately a really good quarterback. With the way he can run the football with his arm strength, if he develops the same way raw quarterback prospects like Mahomes, like Herbert, like Lamar, like Josh Allen did in this league in the first few years of his career, learning behind Aaron Rodgers, learning behind Kirk Cousins, whoever the quarterback is here, like that's something that I think could work. And for a third round value, I am running that card up to the table, to the podium if Jalen Milroe is available.
All right. I'm going to cut off the raffle here.
All right, we're cutting off the raffle. By the way, the pick for the Kansas City Chiefs is who I predicted here. Josh Simmons, offensive tackle out of Ohio State. And I hate that the Evil Empire got this guy because he's so good on film, Coop. If he can stay healthy and if that knee holds up, like he's going to be their franchise left tackle. And Patrick Mahomes just got a hell of a player to protect him.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Seeing a lot of Jalen Milroe hate in there. It's like, dude, this guy had. Do we have the player 2 comps of between his college numbers and Josh Allen's and Lamar Jackson?
They're probably not fixed.
They were
formatted.
They were formatted wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. But just so you guys know, Jalen Milroe was kind of significantly his numbers were better than Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen coming out, especially in the accuracy department. Like Milroe was like 64, 65%. both Lamar and Josh Allen were in the high 50s. Like, people forget, Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, people thought were going to be terrible quarterbacks when they were drafted back in 2017. People thought, like, these guys can't throw the football, can't draft them. And then they develop after 2-3 years, and now they've both won an MVP. So, like, am I saying Milroe is definitely going to do that? No. But, like, for a third-round pick, is it okay? Like, is it a good value to put, take a chance on a guy that runs 4.4, has the size that he has the cannon of an arm that he has?
All right, this one is for the hat.
All right, this is the hat raffle here. Thank you to everybody that super chatted. Looks like Steelers dad. Steelers dad, congratulations.
Dad. Let's go. All right. Let's get number 2.
Titus Kitchens sent in a $1 super chat. Appreciate you, Titus. By the way, Titus, your jersey came in, so we're going to send that out to you this week. Appreciate you, Titus.
Let's give it a shuffle.
Let's give it a shuffle here for the jersey. Who's going to get that Derek Harmon jersey? Spin that wheel. It's going to be David, Brandon, oh, there we go.
That's deserving.
The $100 super chat walks away with the jersey. Let's go. Steelers dad, send me a message. Whether it's, I don't know if you have me on Twitter or Instagram, or just put my email down there, Coop.
Yeah, one moment.
Just send me a message where you want me to send the hat there, Steelers dad. And then also Brandon Isaac. If you are still in here, you can find me at Sperry at chatsports.com.
Put that up here. One moment.
So that's great stuff, guys. Thank you to everybody that participated. Tomorrow we will also be given we'll also be giving away another jersey and another draft hat tomorrow. All right, so if you didn't win today, you'll have a chance to come back and you'll have a chance to win tomorrow as well. So I appreciate all of your guys' support. And we're going to get so make sure you guys, so Brandon, Steelers dad, you can email me at Sperry at chatsports.com. Are we ready to hop off here,
Let's send
Coop?
her off.
This has been a hell of a night, man.
Great day.
We got it right again. No Shooter Sanders. I said if they take a quarterback, I think it'll be Milroe. I said if they don't take a quarterback, I think it'll be Harmon. They didn't take a quarterback. They took Harmon. And, I think that it's a good pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's going to help them win now. It's going to help them win in the future. We hope that he can stay healthy. That'll be my one concern with him heading to Pittsburgh, but he's a hell of a player, man, and a team trying to win now for Cam Hayward, who's in the final 2 years of his career. This is a pick that'll help them win. All right, so I love it. We'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll see what the Steelers do in round 3, and we'll be reacting to every single pick on this show tomorrow as well. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. Until next time, here we go, Steelers.